Book One, Chapter One of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Book One, In Arcadia. Chapter One, Sylvia's Home. Like most happy childhoods, Sylvia's early years lay back of her, in a long, cheerful procession of featureless days, the outlines of which were blurred into one shimmering glow by the very radiance of their sunshine. Here and there she remembered patches, sensations, pictures, scents. Mother holding baby sister up for her to kiss, and the fragrance of the baby powder. The pine trees near the house chanting loudly in an autumn wind. Her father's alert face, intent on the toy water wheel he was setting for her in the little creek in their field. The beautiful sheen of the pink silk dress Aunt Victoria had sent her. The look of her mother's steady, grave eyes when she was so sick. The leathery smell of the books in the university library one day when she followed her father there. The sound of the rain pattering on the low, slanting roof of her bedroom. These were the occasional clearly outlined, bright colored illuminations wrought on the burnished gold of her sunny little life. But from her 7th birthday her memories began to have perspective, continuity. She remembered an occasional whole scene, a whole afternoon, just as it happened. The first of these must have marked the passing of some unrecognized mental milestone, for there was nothing about it to set it apart from any one of 100 afternoons. It may have been the first time she looked at what was about her and saw it. Mother was putting the baby to bed for his nap. Not the baby sister, she was a big girl of 5 by this time, but another baby, a little year-old brother, with blue eyes and yellow hair, instead of brown eyes and hair like his 2 sisters. And when Mother stooped over the little bed, her white fichu fell forward and Sylvia leaned to hold it back from the baby's face, a bit of thoughtfulness which had a rich reward in a smile of thanks from Mother. That was what began the remembered afternoon. Mother's smiles were golden coin, not squandered on every occasion. Then she and Mother and Judith tiptoed out of the bedroom into Mother's room, and there stood Father, with his university clothes on, and yet his hair rather rumpled up, as though he had been teaching very hard. He had a pile of papers in his hand, and he said, "Barbara, are you awfully busy just now?" Mother said, "Oh, no, she wasn't at all." She never was busy when Father asked her to do something, although Sylvia could not remember ever once having seen her sit and do nothing, no, not even for a minute. Then Father said, "Well, if you could run over these, I'd have some time to have some ball with the seminar after they're dismissed. These are the papers the Freshmen handed in for that economics quiz." Mother said, "Sure she could," or the equivalent of that, and Father thanked her, turned Judith upside down and right side up again so quick that she didn't know what had happened, and left them all laughing, as they usually were when Father ran down from the study for something. So Sylvia and Judith, quite used to this procedure, sat down on the floor with a book to keep them quiet until Mother should be through. Neither of them could read, although Sylvia was beginning to learn, but they had been told the stories so many times that they knew them from the pictures. The book they looked at that day had the story of the people who had rowed a great boat across the water to get a gold sheepskin, and Sylvia told it to Judith, word for word, as Father always told it. She glanced up at Mother from time to time to make sure she was getting it right. And ever afterwards the mention of the Argonauts brought up before Sylvia's eyes the picture of her mother that day, sitting very straight, her strong brown fingers making an occasional mark on the papers, as she turned them over with a crisp rustle, her quiet face bent in a calm fixity of attention over the pages. Before they knew it, the work was done. Father had come for the papers and showed Sylvia one more twist in the acrobatic stunt they were learning together. She could already take his hands and run up to his shoulders in one squirrel-like dash. But she was to learn the reverse and come down on the other side, and she still got tangled up with which foot to put first. So they practiced whenever they had, as now, a minute or two to spare. Then Judith was set to play with her blocks like the baby she still was, while Sylvia and Mother had a lesson in reading. Sylvia could remember the very sound of Mother's clear voice as she corrected a mistake. They were reading a story about what happened to a drop of water that fell into the brook in their field. How, watering the thirsty cornfields as it flowed, the brook ran down to the river near La Chance, where it worked ever so many mills and factories and things. Then on through bigger and bigger rivers until it reached the Mississippi, where boats rode on its back, and so on down to the ocean. And there, after resting a while, it was pumped up by the sun and made into a cloud, and the wind blew it back over the land and to their field again, where it fell into the brook and said, "Why, how-de-do, Sylvia? You still here?" Father had written the story, and Mother had copied it out on the typewriter, so it would be easy for Sylvia to read. After they had finished, she remembered looking out of the window and watching the big white clouds drift across the pale, bright April sky. They were full of hundreds of drops of water, she thought, that were going to fall into hundreds of other brooks, and then travel and work till they reached the sea, and then rest for a while and begin all over again. Her dark eyes grew very wide as she watched the endless procession of white mountains move across the great arch of the sky. Her imagination was stirred almost painfully, her mind expanding with the effort to take in the new conception of size, of great numbers, of the small place of her own brook, her own field in the hugeness of the world. And yet it was an ordered hugeness full of comforting similarity. Now, no matter where she might go or what brooks she might see, she would know that they were all of one family, that the same things happened to them all, that every one ended in the ocean. Something she had read on a piece of paper made her see the familiar home field with the yellow water of the little creek as a part of the whole world. It was very strange. She tried to tell Mother something of what was in her mind, but, though Mother listened in a sympathetic silence, it was evident that she could make nothing out of the incoherent account. Sylvia thought that she would try to tell Father the next chance she had. Even at 7, although she loved her mother passionately and jealously, she was aware that her father's mind was more like her own. He understood some things that Mother didn't, although Mother was always, always right, and Father wasn't. She fell into silence again, standing by her mother's knee, staring out of the window and watching the clouds move steadily across the sky, doing their share of the world's work for all they looked so soft and lazy. Her mother did not break in on this meditative contemplation. She took up her sewing basket and began busily to sew buttons on a small pair of half-finished night drawers. The sobered child beside her, gazing up at the blue and white infinity of the sky, heard faintly and distantly, for the first time in her life, the whirring reverberations of the great mystic wheel of change and motion and life. Then, all at once, there was a scraping of chairs overhead in Father's study, a clattering on the stairs, and the sound of a great many voices. The Saturday seminar was over. The door below opened and the students came out, Father at the head, very tall, very straight, his ruddy hair shining in the late afternoon sun, his shirt sleeves rolled up over his arms, and a baseball in his hand. "Come on, folks," Sylvia heard him call, as he had so many times before. "Let's have a couple of innings before you go." Sylvia must have seen the picture 100 times before, but that was the first time it impressed itself on her. The close cut grass of their yard as lustrous as enamel, the big pine trees standing high, the scattered players laughing and running about, the young men casting off their coats and hats, the detached fielders running long legged to their places. At the first sound of the voices, Judith, always alert, never wasting time in reveries, had scampered down the stairs and out in the midst of the stirabout. Judith was sure to be in the middle of whatever was going on. She had attached herself to young Professor Saunders, a special favorite of the children, and now was dragging him from the field to play horse with her. Father looked up to the window where Sylvia and Mother sat, and called, "Come on, Barbara! Come on and amuse Judith. She won't let Saunders pitch." Mother nodded, ran downstairs, coaxed Judith over beyond first base to play catch with a soft rubber ball, and Sylvia, carried away by the cheerful excitement, hopped about everywhere at once, screaming encouragement to the base runners, picking up foul balls, and sending them with proud importance back to the pitcher. So they all played and shouted and ran and laughed while the long, pale, golden spring afternoon stood still, until Mother held up her finger and stopped the game. "The baby's awake," she said, and Father went bounding off. When he came back with a downy pink morsel, everybody gathered around to see it and exclaim over the tiny, fat hands and hungry little rosebud mouth. "He's starved," said Mother. "He wants his supper, poor little Buddy. He doesn't want a lot of people staring at him, do you, Buddy baby?" She snatched him out of Father's arms and went off with him, holding him high over her shoulders so that the sunshine shone on his yellow hair, and made a circle of gold around his flushed, sleepy face. Then everybody picked up books and wraps and notebooks and said, "Good bye, Professor," and went off. Father and Sylvia and Judith went out in the garden to the hotbed to pick the lettuce for supper, and then back in the kitchen to get things ready. When Mother was through giving Buddy his supper and came hurrying in to help, Sylvia was proud that they had nearly everything done, all but the omelet. Father had made cocoa and creamed potatoes. Nobody in the world could make creamed potatoes as good as his, and Sylvia and Judith had between them, somewhat wranglingly, made the toast and set the table. Sylvia was sure that Judith was really too little to be allowed to help, but Father insisted that she should try, for he said, with a turn in his voice that made Sylvia aware he was laughing at her, "You only learned through trying, all those many years ago when you were Judith's age." Mother put on one of her big gingham aprons and made the omelet, and they sat down to the table out on the veranda as they always did in warm weather. In La Chance it begins to be warm enough for outdoor life in April. Although it was still bright daylight for ever so long after the sun had set, the moon came and looked at them palely over the tops of the trees. After supper they jumped up to "race through the dishes," as the family catchword ran. They tried to beat their record every evening, and it was always a lively occasion, with Mother washing like lightning, and Father hurrying to keep up, Sylvia running back and forth to put things away, and Judith bothering round, handing out dry dish towels and putting away the silver. She was allowed to handle that because she couldn't break it. Mother and Judith worked in a swift silence, but a great deal of talking and laughing went on between Sylvia and her father, while Buddy, from his high chair where he was watching the others, occasionally broke out in a loud, high crow of delight. They did it all, even to washing and hanging out the dish towels, in 11 1/2 minutes that evening, Sylvia remembered. Then she and Judith went to sit on the porch on the little bench Mother had made them. They tried to see who could catch the first glimpse of the evening star every evening. Mother was putting Buddy to bed and Father was starting the breakfast cereal cooking on the stove. After a while he went into the living room and began to play something on the piano, something full of deep, swaying chords that lifted Sylvia's heart up and down as though she were floating on the water. The air was full of the moist fragrance of spring. When the music held its breath for a moment, you could hear the bedtime note of sleepy birds in the oaks. Judith, who did not care much for music, began to get sleepy and leaned all her soft, warm weight against her big sister. Sylvia, for the first time in her life, was consciously aware of being very happy. When, some time later, the evening star shone out through the trees, she drew a long breath. "See, Judith," she cried softly and began to recite: "Starlight, star bright, first star I've seen tonight." She stopped short. It was Aunt Victoria who had taught her that poem the last time she had come to see them, a year ago, the time when she had brought Sylvia the pink silk dress, the only dress-up dress with lace and ribbons on it Sylvia had had up to that time. As suddenly as the evening star had shone out, another radiant vision flashed across Sylvia's mind. Aunt Victoria, magnificent in her lacy dress, her golden hair shining under the taut silk of her parasol, her white, soft fingers gleaming with rings, her air of being a condescending goddess visiting mortals. After a time Mother stepped out on the porch and said, "Oh, quick, children, wish on the shooting star." Judith had dropped asleep like a little kitten tired of play, and Sylvia looked at her mother blankly. "I didn't see any shooting star," she said. Mother was surprised. "Why, your face was pointed right up at the spot." "I didn't see it," repeated Sylvia. Mother fixed her keen dark eyes on Sylvia. "What's the matter?" she asked in her voice that always required an answer. Sylvia wriggled uncomfortably. Hers was a nature which suffers under the categorical question, but her mother's was one which presses them home. "What's the matter with you?" she said again. Sylvia turned a clouded face to her mother. "I was wondering why it's not nice to be idyllic." "What?" asked her mother, quite at a loss. Sylvia was having one of her unaccountable notions. Sylvia went to lean on her mother's knee, looking with troubled eyes up into the kind, attentive, uncomprehending face. "Why, the last time Aunt Victoria was here, that long time ago, when they were all out playing ball, she looked round and round at everything, at your dress and mine and the furniture, you know, the uncomfortable way she does sometimes, and she said, 'Well, Sylvia, nobody can say that your parents aren't leading you a very idyllic life.'" Mother laughed out. Her rare laugh was too sudden and loud to be very musical, but it was immensely infectious, like a man's hearty mirth. "I didn't hear her say it, but I can imagine that she did. Well, what of it? What if she did?" For once Sylvia did not respond to another's mood. She continued anxiously, "Well, it means something perfectly horrid, doesn't it?" Mother was still laughing. "No, no, child. What in the world makes you think that?" "Oh, if you'd heard Aunt Victoria say it!" cried Sylvia with conviction. Father came out on the veranda, saying to Mother, "Isn't that crescendo superb?" To Sylvia he said, as though sure of her comprehension, "Didn't you like the ending, dear, where it sounded like the Argonauts all striking the oars into the water at once and shouting?" Sylvia had been taught above everything to tell the truth. Moreover, perhaps a stronger reason for frankness, Mother was there, who would know whether she told the truth or not. "I didn't hear the end." Father looked quickly from Sylvia's face to her mother's. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" he asked. "Sylvia was so concerned because her Aunt Victoria had called our life idyllic that she couldn't think of anything else," explained Mother, briefly, still smiling. Father did not smile. He sat down by Sylvia and had her repeat to him what she had said to her mother. When she had finished, he looked grave and said, "You mustn't mind what your Aunt Victoria says, dear. Her ideas are very different from ours." Sylvia's mother cried out, "Why, a child of Sylvia's age couldn't have taken in the significance of—" "I'm afraid," said Father, "that Sylvia's very quick to take in such a significance." Sylvia remained silent, uncomfortable at being discussed, vaguely ashamed of herself, but comforted that Father had not laughed, had understood. As happened so frequently, it was Father who understood and Mother who did the right thing. She suddenly made an enigmatic, emphatic exclamation, "Goodness gracious!" and reaching out her long arms, pulled Sylvia up on her lap, holding her close. The last thought of that remembered time for Sylvia was that Mother's arms were very strong and her breast very soft. The little girl laid her head down on it with a contented sigh, watching the slow, silent procession of the stars. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Marshalls' Friends. Any one of the more sophisticated members of the faculty of the State University at La Chance would have stated without hesitation that the Marshalls had not the slightest part in the social activities of the University, but no one could have called their life either isolated or solitary. Sylvia, in her memories of childhood, always heard the low, brown house ringing with music or echoing to the laughter and talk of many voices. To begin with, a good many of Professor Marshall's students came and went familiarly through the plainly furnished rooms, although there was, of course, in each year's class, a little circle of young people with a taste for social distinctions who held aloof from the very unselect and heterogeneous gatherings at the Marshall house. These young aristocrats were, for the most part, students from the town itself, from La Chance's best families, who, through parental tyranny or temporary financial depression, were not allowed to go East to a well known college with a sizable matriculation fee, but were forced to endure 4 years of the promiscuous, swarming, gratuitous education of the State University. All these august victims of family despotism associated as little as possible with the common rabble of their fellow students, and accepted invitations only from such faculty families as were recognized by the inner circle of the town society. The Marshalls were not among this select circle. Indeed, no faculty family was farther from it. Every detail of the Marshalls' life was in contradiction not only to the standards and ideals of the exclusive "town set," but to those of their own colleagues. They did not live in the right part of town. They did not live in the right sort of a house. They did not live in the right sort of a way. And consequently, although no family had more visitors, they were not the right sort of visitors. This was, of course, not apparent to the children for a good many years. Home was home, as it is to children. It did not seem strange to them that instead of living in a small rented house on a closely built up street near the campus in the section of the city occupied by the other faculty families, they lived in a rambling, large roomed old farmhouse with 5 acres of land around it, on the edge of the West Side. They did not know how heartily this land owning stability was condemned as folly by the rent paying professors, perching on the bough with calculated impermanence, so that they might be free to accept at any moment the always anticipated call to a larger salary. They did not know, not even Sylvia, for many years, that the West Side was the quite unfashionable part of town. It did not seem strange to them to see their father sweeping his third floor study with his own hands, and they were quite used to a family routine which included housework for every one of them. Indeed, a certain amount of this was part of the family fun. "Come on, folks," Professor Marshall would call, rising up from the breakfast table. "Tuesday, day to clean the living room. All hands turn to." In a gay helter-skelter all hands turned to. The lighter furniture was put out on the porch. Professor Marshall, joking and laughing, donned a loose linen overall suit to protect his university clothes, and cleaned the bare floor with a big oiled mop. Mrs. Marshall, silent and swift, looked after mirrors, windows, the tops of bookcases, things hard for children to reach. Sylvia flourished a duster, and Judith and Lawrence out on the porch, each armed with a whisk broom, brushed and whacked at the chairs and sofas. There were no rugs to shake, and it took but an instant to set things back in their places in the clean smelling, dustless room. This daily drill, coming as it did early in the morning, usually escaped the observation of any but passing farmers, who saw nothing amiss in it. But facetiously exaggerated reports of its humors reached the campus, and a certain set considered it very clever to lay bets as to whether the professor of political economy would pull out of his pocket a handkerchief, or a duster, or a child's shirt, for it was notorious that the children never had nursemaids, and that their father took as much care of them as their mother. The question of clothes, usually such a sorely insoluble problem for academic people of small means, was solved by the Marshalls in an eccentric, easy‐going manner which was considered by the other faculty families as nothing less than treasonable to their caste. Professor Marshall, it is true, having to make a public appearance on the campus every day, was generally, like every other professor, undistinguishable from a commercial traveler. But Mrs. Marshall, who often let a good many days pass without a trip to town, had adopted early in her married life a sort of home uniform, which year after year she wore in one form or another. It varied according to the season, and according to the occasion on which she wore it, but it had certain unchanging characteristics. It was always very plain as to line, and simple as to cut, having a skirt neither full nor scant, a waist crossed in front with a white fichu, and sleeves reaching just below the elbow with white turn-back cuffs. As Mrs. Marshall, though not at all pretty, was a tall, upright, powerfully built woman, with a dark, shapely head gallantly poised on her shoulders, this garb, whether short-skirted or blue serge in the morning, or trailing of ruby-colored cashmere in the evening, was very becoming to her. But there is no denying that it was always startlingly and outrageously unfashionable. At a time when every woman and female child in the United States had more cloth in her sleeves than in all the rest of her dress, the rounded muscles of Mrs. Marshall's arm, showing through the fabric of her sleeves, smote shockingly upon the eye of the ordinary observer, trained to the American habit of sheep‐like uniformity of appearance. And at the time when the front of every woman's waist fell far below her belt in a copiously blousing sag, Mrs. Marshall's trim tautness had in it something horrifying. It must be said for her that she did not go out of her way to inflict these concussions upon the brains of spectators, since she always had in her closet one evening dress and one street dress, sufficiently approximating the prevailing style to pass unnoticed. These costumes lasted long, and they took in the long run but little from the Marshall exchequer, for she wore them seldom, only assuming what her husband called, with a laugh, her "disguise," when going into town. For a long time, until Sylvia's individuality began to assert itself, the question of dress for the children was solved with similar ease, by the typical Marshall expedient, most heartily resented by their faculty acquaintances, the mean-spirited expedient of getting along comfortably on inadequate means by not attempting to associate with people to whose society their brains and cultivation gave them the right. That is to say, those families of La Chance whose incomes were from 3 to 5 times that of college professors. The Marshall children played, for the most part, with the children of their neighbors, farmers, or small merchants, and continued this humble connection after they went into the public schools, where their parents sent them, instead of to the exclusive private school of town. Consequently, the plainest, simplest clothes made them indistinguishable from their fellows. Sylvia and Judith also enjoyed the unfair advantage of being quite unusually pretty little girls, Judith being nothing less than a beauty, so that even on the few occasions when they were invited to a children's party in the faculty circle, their burnished, abundant hair, bright eyes, and fresh, alert faces made up for the plainness of their white dresses and thick shoes. It was, moreover, not only in externals like clothes that the childhood of Sylvia and Judith and Lawrence differed from that of the other faculty children. Their lives were untouched by the ominous black cloud familiar to academic households, the fear for the future, the fear which comes of living from hand to mouth, the dread of being obliged to hand in one's resignation. A truly academic periphrasis, which is as dismally familiar to most faculty children as its blunt Anglo Saxon equivalent of "losing your job" is to children of plainer workpeople. Once, it is true, this possibility had loomed up large before the Marshalls, when a high protection legislature objected loudly to the professors' unreverent attitude towards the tariff. But although the Marshall children knew all about this crisis, as they knew all about everything that happened to the family, they had had no experience of the anxious talks and heartsick consultations which would have gone on in any other faculty household. Their father had been angry, and their mother resolute, but there was nothing new in that. There had been, on Professor Marshall's part, belligerent, vociferous talk about freedom of speech, and on Mrs. Marshall's a quiet estimate that, with her early training on a Vermont farm, and with the high state of cultivation under which she had brought their 5 acres, they could successfully go into the truck farming business like their neighbors. Besides this, they had the resource, extraordinary among university families, of an account in the savings bank on which to fall back. They had always been able to pay their debts and have a small surplus by the expedient of refusing to acknowledge a tenth part of the social obligations under which the rest of the faculty groaned and sweated with martyr's pride, perfidiously refusing to do their share in the heartbreaking struggle to keep up the dignity of the academic profession. They were not overwhelmed by the superhuman difficulties of that undertaking. So it happened that the Marshall children heard no forebodings about the future, but only heated statements of what seemed to their father the right of a teacher to say what he believed. Professor Marshall had gone of his own initiative to face the legislative committee which was investigating him, had quite lost his temper, never very securely held in leash, had told them his highly spiced opinion of their strictures on his teaching, and of the worth of any teacher they could find who would submit to them. Then he had gone home and put on his overalls. This last was rather a rhetorical flourish, for his cosmopolitan urban youth had left him ineradicably ignorant of the processes of agriculture. But like all Professor Marshall's flourishes, it was a perfectly sincere one. He was quite cheerfully prepared to submit himself to his wife's instruction in the new way of life. All these picturesque facts, as was inevitable in America, had instantly reached the newspapers, which, lacking more exciting news for the moment, took that matter up with headline characterizations of Professor Marshall as a martyr of the cause of academic freedom, and other rather cheap phrases about persecution, and America, the land of free speech. The legislative committee, alarmed, retreated from its position. Professor Marshall had not been obliged to hand in his resignation, but quite the contrary, had become the hero of the hour and was warmly complimented by his colleagues, who hoped to profit by an action which none of them would have dared to imitate. It had been an exciting drama to the Marshall children as long as it lasted. They had looked with pride at an abominable reproduction of their father's photograph in the evening paper of La Chance, and they had added an acquaintance with the manners of newspaper reporters to their already very heterogeneous experience with callers of every variety, but of real anxiety the episode had brought them nothing. As to that same extraordinary assortment of visitors at the Marshall house, one of the University co-eds had said facetiously that you met there every sort of person in the world, from spiritualists to atheists. Everybody except swells. The atheist of her dictum was the distinguished and misanthropic old Professor Kennedy, head of the Department of Mathematics, whose ample means and high social connections with the leading family of La Chance made his misanthropy a source of much chagrin to the faculty ladies, and who professed for the Marshalls, for Mrs. Marshall in particular, a wrong-headed admiration which was inexplicable to the wives of the other professors. The faculty circle saw little to admire in the Marshalls. The spiritualist of the co-ed's remark was, of course, poor, foolish Cousin Parnelia, the children's pet detestation, whose rusty clothes and incoherent speech they were prevented from ridiculing only by stern pressure from their mother. She always wore a black straw hat, summer and winter, always carried a faded green shopping bag with a supply of yellow writing paper, and always had tucked under one arm the curious, heart-shaped bit of wood with the pencil attached, which spiritualists call planchette. The Marshall children thought this the most laughable name imaginable, and were not always successful in restraining the cruel giggles of childhood when she spoke of Planchette's writing such beautiful messages from her long since dead husband and children. Although he had a dramatic sympathy for her sorrow, Professor Marshall's greater vivacity of temperament made it harder for him than for his wife to keep a straight face when Cousin Parnelia proposed to be the medium whereby he might converse with Milton or Homer. Indeed, his fatigued tolerance for her had been a positive distaste ever since the day when he found her showing Sylvia, aged 10, how to write with planchette. With an outbreak of temper, for which he had afterwards apologized to his wife, he had forbidden her ever to mention her damn unseemly nonsense to his children again. He himself was a stout unbeliever in individual immortality, teaching his children that the craving for it was one of the egotistic impulses of the unregenerate human heart. Between the two extremes represented by shabby, crack-brained Cousin Parnelia and elegant, sardonic old Professor Kennedy, there were many other habitual visitors at the house. Raw, earnest, graceless students of both sexes, touchingly grateful for the home atmosphere they were allowed to enter. A bushy-haired, single-tax fanatic named Hecht, who worked in the iron foundries by day and wrote political pamphlets by night. Miss Lindström, the elderly Swedish woman laboring among the poor Negroes of Flytown, a constant sprinkling from the Scandinavian Americans whose well-kept truck farms filled the region near the Marshall home. One-armed Mr. Howell, the editor of a luridly radical socialist weekly paper, whom Judith called in private the "old puss cat" on account of his soft, rather weak voice and mild, ingratiating ways. Yes, the co-ed had been right. One met at the Marshalls every variety of person except the exclusive. These habitués of the house came and went with the greatest familiarity. As they all knew there was no servant to answer the doorbell, they seldom bothered to ring, but opened the door, stepped into the hall, hung up the wraps on the long line of hooks, and went into the big, low-ceilinged living room. If nobody was there, they usually took a book from one of the shelves lining the room and sat down before the fire to wait. Sometimes they stayed to the next meal and helped wash up the dishes afterwards. Sometimes they had a satisfactory visit with each other, two or three callers happening to meet together before the fire, and went away without having seen any of the Marshalls. Informality could go no further. The only occurrence in the Marshall life remotely approaching the regularity and formality of a real social event was the weekly meeting of the string quartet which Professor Marshall had founded soon after his arrival in La Chance. It was on Sunday evening that the quartet met regularly for their séance. Old Reinhardt, the violin teacher, was first violin and leader. Mr. Bauermeister, in everyday life a well-to-do wholesale plumber, was second violin. Professor Marshall played the viola, and old Professor Kennedy bent his fine, melancholy face over the cello. Any one who chose might go to the Marshall house on Sunday evenings, on condition that he should not talk during the music, and did not expect any attention. The music began at 7 promptly and ended at 10. A little before that time, Mrs. Marshall, followed by any one who felt like helping, went out into the kitchen and made hot coffee and sandwiches, and when the last chord had stopped vibrating, the company adjourned into the dining room and partook of this simple fare. During the evening no talk was allowed except the occasional wranglings of the musicians over tempo and shading, but afterwards every one's tongue, chastened by the long silence, was loosened into loud and cheerful loquacity. Professor Marshall, sitting at the head of the table, talked faster and louder than any one else, throwing the ball to his especial favorite, brilliant young Professor Saunders, who tossed it back with a sureness and felicity of phrase which he had learned nowhere but in this give and take. Mrs. Marshall poured the coffee, saw that every one was served with sandwiches, and occasionally, when the talk, running over every known topic, grew too noisy, or the discussion too hot, cast in one of the pregnant and occasionally caustic remarks of which she held the secret. They were never brilliant, Mrs. Marshall's remarks, but they were apt to have a dry humor, and almost always when she had said her brief say, they loomed out of the rainbow mist of her husband's flashing, controversial talk the outlines of the true proportions of the case. After the homely feast was eaten, each guest rose and carried his own cup and saucer and plate into the kitchen in a gay procession, and since it was well known that, for the most part, the Marshalls did their own work, several of the younger ones helped wash the dishes, while the musicians put away the music racks and music, and the rest put on their wraps. Then Professor Marshall stood at the door, holding up a lamp while the company trooped down the long front walk to the gate in the hedge, and turned along the country road to the crossroads where the big interurban cars whizzed by. All this happened with that unbroken continuity which was the characteristic of the Marshall life, most marking them as different from the other faculty families. Week after week, and month after month, this program was followed with little variation, except for the music which was played, and the slight picturesque uncertainty as to whether old Reinhardt would or would not arrive mildly under the influence of long Sunday imbibings. Not that this factor interfered at all with the music. One of Sylvia's most vivid childhood recollections was the dramatic contrast between old Reinhardt with, and without, his violin. Partly from age, and partly from a too convivial life, the old, heavily veined hands trembled so that he could scarcely unbutton his overcoat or handle his cup of hot coffee. His head shook too, and his kind, rheumy eyes, in their endeavor to focus themselves, seemed to flicker back and forth in their sockets. The child used to watch him, fascinated, as he fumbled endlessly at the fastenings of his violin case, and put back the top with uncertain fingers. She was waiting for the thrilling moment when he should tuck the instrument away under his pendulous double chin, and draw his bow across the strings in the long sonorous singing chord which ran up and down Sylvia's back like forked lightning. This was while all the others were tuning and scraping and tugging at their pegs, a pleasant bustle of discord which became so much a part of Sylvia's brain that she could never in after years hear the strumming and sawing of an orchestra preparing to play, without seeing the big living room of her father's house, with its low, whitewashed ceiling, its bare, dully shining floor, its walls lined with books, its shabby, comfortable furniture, the whole quickened by the Promethean glow from the blaze in the grate and glorified by the chastened passion of the singing strings. The two Anglo Saxon professors were but able amateurs of their instruments. Bauermeister, huge, red, and impassive, was by virtue of his blood a lifelong training and a musical ancestry considerably more than an amateur, and old Reinhardt was the master of them all. His was a history which would have been tragic if it had happened to any but Reinhardt, who cared for nothing but an easy life, beer, and the divine tones which he alone could draw from his violin. He had offered, 50 years ago in Vienna, the most brilliant promise of a most brilliant career, a promise which had come to naught because of his monstrous lack of ambition, and his endless yielding to circumstance, which he had finally, by a series of inconceivable migrations, landed him in the German colony of La Chance, impecunious and obscure and invincibly convinced that he had everything worth having in life. "Of what use," he would say, even now, when asked to play in public, "die Musik ist all, and dat is eben so gut, hier mit friends." Or, "Dere goes 1,000 peoples to a concert. Maybe 5 from dat 1,000 loves de music. Let dose 5 come to me, and I play dem all day for nothing." Or again, more iconoclastically still, when told of golden harvests to be reaped, "And for what then? I can't play on more dan one violin at a time, is it? I got a good one now, and if I drink more beer dan now, I might make myself sick." This was a prodigiously sly wink of one heavy eyelid. He gave enough music lessons to pay his small expenses, although after one or two stormy passages in which he treated with outrageous and unjustifiable violence the dawdling pupils coming from well-to-do families, he made it a rule to take no pupils whose parents employed a servant, and confined himself to children of the poorer classes, among whom he set up a small orchestra, which played together twice a week and never gave any concerts. And almost since the arrival of the Marshalls in La Chance and his unceremonious entrance into the house as, walking across the fields on a Sunday afternoon, he had heard Professor Marshall playing the Doric toccata on the newly installed piano, he had spent his every Sunday evening in their big living room. He had seen the children appear and grow older, and adored them with Teutonic sentimentality, especially Sylvia, whom he called his "Moonbeam Brincess," his little elfin fairy, and whom, when she was still tiny, he used to take up on his greasy old knees and, resting his violin on her head, play his wildest fantasies, that she might feel how it talked to her bones. In early childhood, Sylvia was so used to him that, like the others of her circle, she accepted, indeed hardly noticed, his somewhat startling eccentricities, his dirty linen, his face and hands to match, his shapeless garments hanging loosely over the flabby corpulence of his uncomely old body, his beery breath. To her, old Reinhardt was but the queer external symbol of a never failing enchantment. Through the pleasant, harmonious give and take of the other instruments, the voice of his violin vibrated with the throbbing passion of a living thing. His dirty old hand might shake and quaver, but once the neck of the fiddle rested between thumb and forefinger, the seraph who made his odd abiding place in old Reinhardt's soul sang out in swelling tones and spoke of heavenly things and of the paradise where we might live, if we were but willing. Even when they were quite little children, Sylvia and Judith, and later Lawrence, were allowed to sit up on Sunday evenings to listen to the music. Judith nearly always slept steadily, and not infrequently, after a long day of outdoor fun, stupefied with fresh air and exercise. Lawrence and Sylvia too could not keep their eyes open, and dozed and woke and dozed again, coiled like so many little kittens among the cushions of the big divan. In all the intensely enjoyed personal pleasures of her later youth, and these were many for Sylvia, she was never to know a more utter sweetness than thus to fall asleep, the music a far-off murmur in her ears, and to wake again to the restrained, clarified ecstasy of the four concerted voices. And yet it was in connection with this very quartet that she had her first shocked vision of how her home life appeared to other people. She once chanced, when she was about 8 years old, to go with her father on a Saturday to his office at the University, where he had forgotten some papers necessary for his seminar. There, sitting on the front steps of the main building, waiting for her father, she had encountered the wife of the professor of European history, with her beautiful young lady sister from New York and her two daughters, exquisite little girls in white serge, whose tailored, immaculate perfection made Sylvia's heart heavy with a sense of the plebeian inelegance of her own Saturday morning play clothes. Mrs. Hubert, obeying an impulse of curiosity, stopped to speak to the little Marshall girl, about whose queer upbringing there were so many stories current, and was struck with the decorative possibilities of the pretty child, apparent to her practised eye. As she made the kindly intended, vague remarks customarily served out to unknown children, she was thinking, how can any woman with a vestige of a woman's instinct dress that lovely child in ready-made, commonplace, dark-colored clothes? She would repay any amount of care and thought. "So you take music lessons too, besides your school?" she asked mechanically. She explained to her sister, a stranger in La Chance. "Music is one of the things I starve for out here. We never hear it unless we go clear to Chicago. And such prices! Here there is simply no musical feeling." She glanced again at Sylvia, who was now answering her questions, fluttered with pleasure at having the beautiful lady speak to her. The beautiful lady had but an inattentive ear for Sylvia's statement that, yes, lately Father had begun to give her lessons on the piano, with a smoothly working imagination coming from a lifetime of devotion to the subject. Mrs. Hubert was stripping off Sylvia's trite little blue coat and uninteresting dark hat, and was arraying her in scarlet serge with a green velvet collar. With those eyes and that coloring she could carry off striking color combinations, and a big white felt hat with a soft pompon of silk on one side, no, a long stiff scarlet quill would suit her style better. Then with white stockings and shoes and gloves, or perhaps pearl gray would be better. Yes, with low cut suede shoes, fastening with two big smoked pearl buttons. She looked down with pitying eyes at Sylvia's sturdy, heavy soled shoes, which could not conceal the slender, shapely feet within them. But what on earth was the child saying? "Every Sunday evening. It's beautiful, and now I'm getting so big I can help some. I can turn over the pages for them in hard places, and when old Mr. Reinhardt has had too much to drink and his hands tremble, he lets me unfasten his violin case and tighten up his bow and—" Mrs. Hubert cried out, "Your parents don't let you have anything to do with that old drunken Reinhardt!" Sylvia was smitten into silence by the other's horrified tone and hung her head miserably, only murmuring, after a pause, in damning extenuation, "He's never so very drunk." "Well, upon my word!" exclaimed Mrs. Hubert in a widely spaced, emphatic phrase of condemnation. To her sister she added, "It's really not exaggeration then, what one hears about their home life." One of her daughters, a child about Sylvia's age, turned a candid, blank little face up to hers. "Mother, what is a drunken Reinhardt?" she asked in a thin little pipe. Mrs. Hubert frowned, shook her head, and said in a tone of dark mystery, "Never mind, darling, don't you think about it. It's something that nice little girls shouldn't know anything about. Come, Marjorie. Come, Eleanor." She took their hands and began to draw them away without another look at Sylvia, who remained behind, drooping, ostracized, pierced momentarily with her first blighting misgiving about the order of things she had always known. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Brother and Sister. A fuller initiation into the kaleidoscopic divergencies of adult standards was given Sylvia during the visits of her Aunt Victoria. These visits were angelic in their extreme rarity, and for Sylvia were always a mixture of the beatific and the distressing. Only to look at Aunt Victoria was a bright revelation of elegance and grace. And yet the talk around table and hearth on the 2 or 3 occasions when the beautiful young widow honored their roof with a sojourn was hard on Sylvia's sensitive nerves. It was not merely that a good deal of what was said was unintelligible. The Marshall children were quite accustomed to incessant conversations between the elders of which they could gather but the vaguest glimmering. They played about, busy in their own absorbing occupations, lending an absent but not wholly unattentive ear to the gabble of the elders, full of odd and ridiculous sounding words like single tax and contrapuntal development and root propagation and benthamism and Byzantine and nitrogenous fertilizers and alexandrine and chiaroscuro and surviving archaisms and diminishing utility, for to keep up such a flood tide of talk as streamed through the Marshall house required contributions from many diverging rivers. Sylvia was entirely used to this phenomenon, and although it occasionally annoyed her that good attention was wasted on projects so much less vital than those of the children, she bore it no grudge. But on the rare occasions when Aunt Victoria was with them, there was a different and ominous note to the talk which made Sylvia acutely uneasy, although she was quite unable to follow what was said. This uncomfortable note did not at all come from mere difference of opinion, for that too was a familiar element in Sylvia's world. Indeed, it seemed to her that everybody who came to the Marshall house disagreed with everybody else about everything. The young men, students or younger professors, engaged in perpetual discussions, carried on in acrimonious tones which nevertheless seemed not in the least to impair the good feeling between them. When there was nobody else there for Father to disagree with, he disagreed with Mother, occasionally, to his great delight, rousing her from her customary self-contained economy of words to a heat as voluble as his own. Often, as the two moved briskly about, preparing a meal together, they shouted out from the dining room to the kitchen a discussion on some unintelligible topic, such as the anachronism of the competitive system, so loudly voiced and so energetically pursued that when they came to sit down to table, they would be quite red-cheeked and stirred up, and ate their dinners with as vigorous an appetite as though they had been pursuing each other on foot instead of verbally. The older habitués of the house were no more peaceable, and were equally given to what seemed to childish listeners endless disputes about matters of no importance. Professor La Rue's white mustache and pointed beard quivered with the intensity of his scorn for the modern school of poetry, and Madame La Rue, who might be supposed to be insulated by the vast bulk of her rosy flesh from the currents of passionate conviction flashing through the Marshall house, had fixed ideas on the Franco-Prussian War, on the relative values of American and French bed-making, and the correct method of bringing up girls (she was childless), which needed only to be remotely stirred to burst into showers of fiery sparks. And old Professor Kennedy was nothing less than abusive when started on an altercation about one of the topics vital to him, such as the ignoble idiocy of the leisure class ideal, or the generally contemptible nature of modern society. No, it was not mere difference of opinion which so charged the air during Aunt Victoria's rare visits with menacing electricity. As a matter of fact, if she did differ in opinion from her brother and his wife, the children would never have been able to guess it from the invariably restrained tones of her fluent and agreeable speech. so different from the outspoken virulence with which people in that house were accustomed to defend their ideas. But, indefinable though it was to Sylvia's undeveloped powers of analysis, she felt that the advent of her father's beautiful and gracious sister was like a drop of transparent but bitter medicine in a glass of clear water. There was no outward sign of change, but everything was tinctured by it. Especially was her father changed from his usual brilliantly effervescent self. In answer to the most harmless remark of Aunt Victoria, he might reply with a sudden grim, sneering note in his voice which made Sylvia look up at him, half afraid. If Aunt Victoria noticed this sardonic accent, she never paid it the tribute of a break in the smooth surface of her own consistent good will, rebuking her brother's prickly hostility only by the most indulgent tolerance of his queer ways, a tolerance which never had on Professor Marshall's sensibilities the soothing effect which might have seemed its natural result. The visit which Aunt Victoria paid them when Sylvia was 10 years old was more peaceable than the one before it. Perhaps the interval of 5 years between the two had mellowed the relationship, or more probably the friction was diminished because Aunt Victoria arranged matters so that she was less constantly in the house than usual. On that occasion, in addition to the maid who always accompanied her, she brought her little stepson and his tutor, and with characteristic thoughtfulness refused to impose this considerable train of attendants on a household so primitively organized as that of the Marshalls. They all spent the fortnight of their stay at the main hotel of the town, a large new edifice, the conspicuous costliness of which was one of the most recent sources of civic pride in La Chance. Here, in a suite of four much decorated rooms, which seemed unutterably elegant to Sylvia, the travelers slept and ate most of their meals, making their trips out to the Marshall house in a small, neat, open carriage, which, although engaged at a livery stable by Mrs. Marshall Smith for the period of her stay, was not to be distinguished from a privately owned equipage. It can be imagined what an event in the preeminently stationary life of the Marshall children was this fortnight. To Judith and Lawrence, 8 and 4 respectively, Aunt Victoria's charms and amenities were non-existent. She was for Judith as negligible as all other grown-ups, save the few who had good sense enough to play games and go in swimming. Judith's interest centered in the new boy, whom the Marshalls now saw for the first time, and who was in every way a specimen novel in their limited experience of children. During their first encounter, the well-groomed, white linen clad boy, with his preternaturally clean face, his light brown hair brushed till it shone like lacquer, his polished nails, and his adult appendage of a tutor, aroused a contempt in Judith's mind which was only equaled by her astonishment. On that occasion, he sat upright in a chair between his stepmother and his tutor, looking intently out of very bright blue eyes at the two gypsy brown little girls in their single garment linen play clothes, swinging their tanned bare legs and feet from the railing of the porch. They returned this inspection in silence, on Sylvia's part with the keen and welcoming interest she always felt in new people who were well dressed and physically attractive, but as for Judith with a frankly hostile curiosity, as at some strange and quite unattractive new animal. The next morning, a still, oppressive day of brazen heat, it was suggested that the children take their guest off to visit some of their favorite haunts, to "get acquainted." This process began somewhat violently by the instant halt of Arnold as soon as they were out of sight of the house. "I'm going to take off these damn socks and shoes," he announced, sitting down in the edge of a flower bed. "Oh, don't! You'll get your clean suit all dirty!" cried Sylvia, springing forward to lift him out of the well-tilled black loam. Arnold thrust her hand away, and made a visible effort to increase his specific gravity. "I hope to the Lord I do get it dirty!" he said bitterly. "Isn't it your best?" asked Sylvia, aghast. "Have you another?" "I haven't anything but," said the boy savagely. "There's a whole trunk full of them." He was fumbling with a rough clumsiness at the lacing of his shoes, but made no progress in loosening them, and now began kicking at the grass. "I don't know how to get them off!" he cried, his voice breaking nervously. Judith was down on her knees, inspecting with a competent curiosity the fastenings, which were of a new variety. "It's easy," she said. "You just lift this little catch up and turn it back, and that lets you get at the knot." As she spoke, she acted, her rough brown little fingers tugging at the silken laces. "How'd you ever get it fastened," she inquired, "if you don't know how to unfasten it?" "Oh, Pauline puts my shoes on for me," explained Arnold. "She dresses and undresses me." Judith stopped and looked up at him. "Who's Pauline?" she asked, disapproving astonishment in her accent. "Madrina's maid." Judith pursued him further with her little black look of scorn. "Who's Madrina?" "Why, you know, your Aunt Victoria, my stepmother. She married my father when I was a little baby. She doesn't want me to call her mother, so I call her Madrina. That's Italian for—" Judith had no interest in this phenomenon and no opinion about it. She recalled the conversation to the point at issue with her usual ruthless directness. "And you wouldn't know how to undress yourself if somebody didn't help you?" She went on loosening the laces in a contemptuous silence, during which the boy glowered resentfully at the back of her shiny black hair. Sylvia essayed a soothing remark about what pretty shoes he had, but with small success. Already the excursion was beginning to take on the color of its ending, an encounter between the personalities of Judith and Arnold, with Sylvia and Lawrence left out. When the shoes finally came off, they revealed white silk half hose, which, discarded in their turn, showed a pair of startlingly pale feet, on which the new boy now essayed wincingly to walk. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" he cried, holding up first one and then the other from contact with the hot, sharp edged pebbles of the path. "How do you do it?" "Oh, it always hurts when you begin in the spring," said Judith carelessly. "You have to get used to it. How old are you?" "10, last May." "Buddy here began going barefoot last summer, and he's only 4," she stated briefly, proceeding towards the barn and chicken house. After that remark, the new boy walked forward with no more articulate complaints, though his face was drawn and he bit his lips. He was shown the chicken yard, full of gawky, half grown chickens shedding their down and growing their feathers, and forgot his feet in the fascination of scattering grain to them and watching their fluttering scrambles. He was shown the rabbit house and allowed to take one of the limp, unresponsive little bunches of fur in his arms and feed a lettuce leaf into its twitching pink mouth. He was shown the house in the maple tree, a rough floor fixed between two large branches, with a canvas roof over it, ensconced in which retreat his eyes shone with happy excitement. He was evidently about to make some comment on it, but glanced at Judith's dark, handsome little face, unsmiling and suspicious, and remained silent. He tried the same policy when being shown the children's own garden, but Judith tracked him out of this attempt at self-protection with some direct and searching questions, discovering in him such ignorance of the broadest division lines of the vegetable kingdom that she gave herself up to open scorn, vainly frowned down by the more naturally civilized Sylvia, who was by no means enjoying herself. The new boy was not in the least what he had looked. She longed to return to the contemplation of Aunt Victoria's perfections. Lawrence was, as usual, deep in an unreal world of his own, where he carried forth some enterprise which had nothing to do with any one about him. He was frowning, and waving his arms, and making stabbing gestures with his fingers, and paid no attention to the conversation between Judith and the new boy. "What can you do? What do you know?" asked the former at last. "I can ride horseback." said Arnold defiantly. Judith put him to the test at once, leading the way to the stall which was the abode of the little pinto bronco, left them, she explained, as a trust by one of Father's students from the far West, who was now graduated and a civil engineer in Chicago, where it cost too much to keep a horse. Arnold emerged from this encounter with the pony with but little more credit than he had earned in the garden, showing an ineptness about equine ways which led Judith through an unsparing cross-examination to the information that the boy's experience of handling a horse consisted in being ready in a riding costume at a certain hour every afternoon and mounting a well-broken little pony, all saddled and bridled, which was brought round to the porte cochere. "What's a porte cochere?" she asked, with her inimitable air of despising it, whatever it might turn out to be. Arnold stared with an attempt to copy her own frank scorn for another's ignorance. "Huh! Don't you even know that much? It's the big porch without any floor to it, where carriages drive up so you can get in and out without getting wet if it rains. Every house that's good for anything has one." So far from being impressed or put down, Judith took her stand as usual on the offensive. "For I'd be afraid of a little rain," she said severely, an answer which caused Arnold to seem disconcerted and again to look at her hard with the startled expression of arrested attention which from the first her remarks and strictures seemed to cause in him. They took the pinto out. Judith rode him bareback at a gallop down to the swimming pool and dived from his back into the yellow water shimmering hotly in the sun. This feat stung Arnold into a final fury. Without an instant's pause, he sprang in after her. As he came to the top, swimming strongly with a lusty, regular stroke, and rapidly overhauled the puffing Judith, his face shone brilliantly with relief. He was another child. The petulant boy of a few moments before had vanished. "Beat you to the springboard!" he sputtered joyously, swimming low and spitting water as he slid easily through it at twice Judith's speed. She set her teeth and drove her tough little body with a fierce concentration of all her forces, but Arnold was sitting on the springboard, dangling his red and swollen feet when she arrived. She clambered on and sat down beside him, silent for an instant. Then she said with a detached air, "You can swim better than any boy I ever saw." Arnold's open blond face flushed scarlet at this statement. He looked at the dripping little brown rat beside him and returned impulsively, "I'd rather play with you than any girl I ever saw." They were immediately reduced to an awkward silence by these two unpremeditated superlatives. Judith found nothing to say beyond a "huh" in an uncertain accent, and they turned with relief to alarums and excursions from the forgotten and abandoned Sylvia and Lawrence. Sylvia was forcibly restraining her little brother from following Judith into the water. "You mustn't, Buddy. You know we aren't allowed to go in till an hour after eating, and you only had your breakfast a little while ago." She led him away, bellowing. Arnold, surprised, asked Judith, "'Cept for that, are you allowed to go in whenever you want?" "Sure. We're not to stay in more than 10 minutes at a time, and then get out and run around for half an hour in the sun. There's a clock under a little roof thing, nailed up to a tree over there, so we can tell." "And don't you get what for, if you go in with all your clothes on this way?" "I haven't any clothes on but my rompers," said Judith. "They're just the same as a bathing suit." She snatched back her prerogative of asking questions. "Where did you learn to swim so?" "At the seashore. I get taken there a month every summer. It's the most fun of any of the places I get taken. I've had lessons there from the professor of swimming ever since I was 6. Madrina doesn't know what to do with me but have me take lessons. I like the swimming ones the best. I hate dancing and going to museums." "What else can you do?" asked Judith, with a noticeable abatement of her previous disesteem. Arnold hesitated, his own self-confidence as evidently dashed. "Well, I can fence a little. and talk French. We are in Paris winters, you know. We don't stay in Lydford for the winter. Nobody does." "Everybody goes away?" queried Judith. "What a funny town." "Oh, except the people who live there, the Vermonters." Judith was more and more at a loss. "Don't you live there?" "No, we don't live anywhere. We just stay places for a while. Nobody that we know lives anywhere." He interrupted a further question from the astonished Judith to ask, "How'd you happen to have such a dandy swimming pool out of such a little brook?" Judith, switched off upon topic of recent and absorbing interest, was diverted from investigation into the odd ways of people who lived nowhere. "Isn't it great?" she said ardently. "It's new this summer. That's why I don't swim so very well yet. Why, it was this way. The creek ran through a corner of our land, and a lot of Father's students that are engineers or something wanted to do something for Father when they graduated. Lots of students do, you know. And everybody said the creek didn't have water enough, and they bet each other it did. And after commencement we had a kind of camp for a week, tents and things all round here, and Mother cooked for them. Campfires, oh, lots of fun. And they let us children tag around as much as we pleased, and they and Father dug, and fixed concrete. Say, did you ever get let to stir up concrete? It's great!" Seeing in the boy's face a blankness as great as her own during his chance revelations of life on another planet, she exclaimed, "Here, come on, down to the other end, and I'll show you how they made the dam and all. They began over there with—" The two pattered along the edge, hand in hand, talking incessantly on a common topic at last, interrupting each other, squatting down, peering into the water, pointing, discussing, arguing, squeezing the deliciously soft mud up and down between their toes, their heads close together. They might for the moment have been brother and sister who had grown up together. They were interrupted by voices, and turning flushed and candid faces of animation towards the path, beheld Aunt Victoria, wonderful and queenlike in a white dress, a parasol, like a great rose, over her stately blond head, attended by Sylvia adoring, Mrs. Marshall quiet and observant, Mr. Rollins, the tutor, thin, agitated, and unhappily responsible, and Professor Marshall, smiling delightedly at the children. "Why, Arnold Smith!" cried his tutor, too much overcome by the situation to express himself more forcibly than by repetition of the boy's name. "Why, Arnold, come here!" The cloud descended upon the boy's face. "I will not!" he said insolently. "But we were just looking for you to start back to the hotel," argued Mr. Rollins. "I don't care if you were," said the boy in a sullen accent. Sylvia and Judith looked on in amazement at this scene of insubordination, as new to them as all the rest of the boy's actions. He was standing still now, submitting in a gloomy silence to the various comments on his appearance, which was incredibly different from that with which he had started on his travels. The starch remaining in a few places in his suit, now partly dried in the hot sun, caused the linen to stand out grotesquely in peaks and mud-streaked humps. His hair, still wet, hung in wisps about his very dirty face. His bare red feet and legs protruded from shapeless knickerbockers. His stepmother looked at him with her usual good-natured, amused gaze. "It is customary, before going in swimming, isn't it, Arnold, to take your watch out of your pocket and put your cuff links in a safe place?" she suggested casually. "Good Heavens, his watch!" cried Mr. Rollins, clutching at his own sandy hair. Professor Marshall clapped the boy encouragingly on the shoulder. "Well, sir, you look more like a human being," he said heartily, addressing himself, with defiance in his tone, to his sister. She replied with a smile, "That rather depends, doesn't it, Elliott, upon one's idea of what constitutes a human being?" Something in her sweet voice roused Judith to an ugly wrath. She came forward and took her place protectingly beside her new playmate. scowling at her aunt. "We were having a lovely time," she said challengingly. Mrs. Marshall Smith looked down at the grotesque little figure and touched the brown cheek indulgently with her forefinger. "That too rather depends upon one's definition of a lovely time," she replied, turning away, leaving with the indifference of long practice the unfortunate Mr. Rollins to the task of converting Arnold into a product possible to transport through the streets of a civilized town. Before they went away that day, Arnold managed to seek Judith out alone, and with shamefaced clumsiness to slip his knife, quite new and three-bladed, into her hand. She looked at it uncomprehendingly. "For you to keep," he said, flushing again, and looking hard into her dark eyes, which in return lightened suddenly from their usual rather somber seriousness into a smile, a real smile. Judith's smiles were far from frequent, but the recipient of one did not forget it. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Everyone's Opinion of Everyone Else. In this way, almost from the first, several distinct lines of cleavage were established in the family party during the next fortnight. Arnold imperiously demanded a complete vacation from "lessons," and when it was indolently granted, he spent it incessantly with Judith, the two being always out of doors and usually joyously concocting what in any but the easy-going, rustic plainness of the Marshall mode of life would have been called mischief. Mrs. Marshall, aided by the others in turn, toiled vigorously between the long rows of vegetables and a little open shack near by, where, on a superannuated but still serviceable cook stove, she "put up," for winter use, an endless supply of the golden abundance which, Ceres like, she poured out every year from the horn of plenty of her garden. Sylvia, in a state of hypnotized enchantment, dogged her Aunt Victoria's graceful footsteps and still more graceful, leisurely halts. Lawrence bustled about on his own mysterious business in a solitary and apparently exciting world of his own which was anywhere but in La Chance, and Professor Marshall, in the intervals of committee work at the University, now about to open, alternated between helping his wife, playing a great deal of very noisy and very brilliant music on the piano, and conversing in an unpleasant voice with his sister. Mr. Rollins, for whom, naturally, Arnold's revolt meant unwonted freedom, was for the most part invisible. "Seeing the sights of La Chance, I suppose," conjectured Aunt Victoria indifferently, in her deliciously modulated voice, when asked what had become of the sandy haired tutor. And because, in this intense retirement and rustication of this period, Mrs. Marshall Smith needed little attention paid to her toilets. Pauline also was apparently enjoying an unusual vacation. A short time after making the conjecture about her stepson's tutor, Aunt Victoria had added the suggestion, level browed and serene as always, "Perhaps he and Pauline are seeing the sights together." Sylvia, curled on a little stool at her aunt's feet, turned an artless, inquiring face up to her. "What are the sights of La Chance, Auntie?" she asked. Her father, who was sitting at the piano, his long fingers raised as though about to play, whirled about and cut in quickly with an unintelligible answer. "Your Aunt Victoria refers to non-existent phenomena, my dear, in order to bring home to us the uncouth provinciality in which we live." Aunt Victoria, leaning back, exquisitely passive in one of the big shabby armchairs, raised a protesting hand. "My dear Elliott, you don't do your chosen abiding place justice. There is the new courthouse. Nobody can deny that that is a sight. I spent a long time the other day contemplating it. That and the Masonic Building are a pair of sights. I conceive Rollins, who professes to be interested in architecture, as constantly vibrating between the two." To which handsome tribute to La Chance's high lights, Professor Marshall returned with bitterness: "Good Lord, Vic, why do you come then?" She answered pleasantly: "I might ask in my turn why you stay." She went on: "I might also remind you that you and your children are the only human ties I have." She slipped a soft arm about Sylvia as she spoke, and turned the vivid, flower like little face to be kissed. When Aunt Victoria kissed her, Sylvia always felt that she had, like Diana in the story book, stooped radiant from a shining cloud. There was a pause in the conversation. Professor Marshall faced the piano again, and precipitated himself headlong into the diabolic accelerandos of the Hall of the Mountain King. His sister listened with extreme and admiring appreciation of his talent. "Upon my word, Elliott," she said heartily, "under the circumstances it's incredible, but it's true. Your touch positively improves." He stopped short, and addressed the air above the piano with passionate conviction. "I stay because, thanks to my wife, I've savored here 14 years of more complete reconciliation with life. I've been vouchsafed more usefulness. I've discovered more substantial reasons for existing than I ever dreamed possible in the old life, than any one in that world can conceive." Aunt Victoria looked down at her beautiful hands clasped in her lap. "Yes, quite so," she breathed. "Any one who knows you well must agree that whatever you are, or do, or find, nowadays, is certainly thanks to your wife." Her brother flashed a furious look at her, and was about to speak, but, catching sight of Sylvia's troubled little face turned to him anxiously, gave only an impatient shake to his ruddy head, now graying slightly. A little later he said: "Oh, we don't speak the same language any more, Victoria. I couldn't make you understand. You don't know. How should you? You can't conceive how, when one is really living. Nothing of all that matters. What does architecture matter, for instance?" "Some of it matters very little indeed," concurred his sister blandly. This stirred him to an ungracious laugh. "As for keeping up only human ties, isn't a fortnight once every 5 years rather slim rations?" "Ah, there are difficulties. The Masonic Building," murmured Aunt Victoria, apparently at random. But then, it seemed to Sylvia that they were always speaking at random. For all she could see, neither one of them ever answered what the other had said. The best times were when she and Aunt Victoria were all alone together, or with only the silent, swift-fingered Pauline in attendance during the wonderful processes of dressing or undressing her mistress. These occasions seemed to please Aunt Victoria best also. She showed herself then so winning and gracious and altogether magical to the little girl that Sylvia forgot the uncomfortableness which always happened when her aunt and her father were together. As they came to be on more intimate terms, Sylvia was told a great many details about Aunt Victoria's present and past life, in the form of stories, especially about that early part of it which had been spent with her brother. Mrs. Marshall Smith took pains to talk to Sylvia about her father, as he had been when he was a brilliant, dashing youth in Paris at school, or as the acknowledged social leader of his class in the famous Eastern college. "You see, Sylvia," she explained, "having no father or mother or any near relatives, we saw more of each other than a good many brothers and sisters do. We had nobody else, except old Cousin Ellen, who kept house for us in the summers in Lydford and traveled around with us." Lydford was another topic on which, although it was already very familiar to her from her mother's reminiscences of her childhood in Vermont, Aunt Victoria shed much light for Sylvia. Aunt Victoria's Lydford was so different from Mother's, it seemed scarcely possible they could be the same place. Mother's talk was all about the mountains, the sunny upland pastures, rocky and steep, such a contrast to the rich, level stretches of country around La Chance, above the excursions through these slopes of the mountains every afternoon. accompanied by a marvelously intelligent collie dog who helped find the cows, about the orchard full of old trees more climbable than any others which have grown since the world began, about the attic full of drying popcorn and old hair trunks and dusty files of the New York Tribune, about the pantry with its cookie jar and the back room with its churn and cheese press. None of all this existed at the Lydford of which Aunt Victoria spoke, although some of her recollections were also of childhood hours. Once Sylvia asked her, "But if you were a little girl there, and Mother was too, then you and Father and she must have played together sometimes." Aunt Victoria had replied with decision, "No, I never saw your mother, and neither did your father, until a few months before they were married." "Well, wasn't that queer?" exclaimed Sylvia. "She always lived in Lydford except when she went away to college." Aunt Victoria seemed to hesitate for words, something unusual with her, and finally brought out, "Your mother lived on a farm, and we lived in our summer house in the village." She added after a moment's deliberation, "Her uncle, who kept the farm, furnished us with our butter. Sometimes your mother used to deliver it at the kitchen door." She looked hard at Sylvia as she spoke. "Well, I should have thought you'd have seen her there," said Sylvia in surprise. Nothing came to the Marshalls' kitchen door which was not in the children's field of consciousness. "It was, in fact, there that your father met her," stated Aunt Victoria briefly. "Oh yes, I remember," said Sylvia, quoting fluently from an often heard tale. "I've heard them tell about it lots of times. She was earning money to pay for her last year in college and dropped a history book out of her basket as she started to get back in the wagon, and Father picked it up and said, 'Why, good Lord, who in Lydford reads Gibbon?' And Mother said it was hers, and they talked a while and then he got in and rode off with her." "Yes," said Aunt Victoria, "that was how it happened. Pauline, get out the massage cream and do my face, will you?" She did not talk any more for a time, but when she began, it was again of Lydford that she spoke, running along in a murmured stream of reminiscences breathed faintly between motionless lips that Pauline's reverent ministrations might not be disturbed. Through the veil of these half understood recollections, Sylvia saw highly inaccurate pictures of great magnificent rooms filled with heavy old mahogany furniture, of riotously colored rose gardens, terraced and box edged, inhabited by beautiful ladies always, like Aunt Victoria, dressed up, who took tea under brightly striped, pagoda shaped tents, waited upon by slant eyed Japanese. It seemed Aunt Victoria had nothing but Japanese servants. The whole picture shimmered in the confused imagination of the listening little girl, till it blended indistinguishably with the enchantment of her fairy stories. It all seemed a background natural enough for Aunt Victoria, but Sylvia could not fit her father into it. "Ah, he's changed greatly. He is transformed. He is not the same creature," Aunt Victoria told her gravely, speaking according to her seductive habit with Sylvia, as though to an equal. "The year when we lost our money and he married, altered all the world for us." She linked the two events together, and was rewarded by seeing the reference slide over Sylvia's head. "Did you lose your money too?" asked Sylvia, astounded. It had never occurred to her that Aunt Victoria might have been affected by that event in her father's life, with which she was quite familiar through his careless references to what he seemed to regard as an interesting but negligible incident. "All but the slightest portion of it, my dear, when I was 20 years old. Your father was 25." Sylvia looked about her at the cut glass and silver utensils on the lace covered dressing table as Aunt Victoria's pale lilac crêpe de chine negligée, at the neat, pretty young maid deft-handedly rubbing the perfumed cream into the other woman's well-preserved face, impassive as an idol's. "Why why, I thought," she began and stopped, a native delicacy making her hesitate as Judith never did. Aunt Victoria understood. "Mr. Smith had money," she explained briefly. I married when I was 21." "Oh," said Sylvia. It seemed an easy way out of difficulties. She had never before chanced to hear Aunt Victoria mention her long dead husband. Chapter 5 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. Recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5 Something About Husbands. She did not by any means always sit in the hotel and watch Pauline care for different portions of Aunt Victoria's body. Mrs. Marshall Smith took, on principle, a drive every day, and Sylvia was her favorite companion. At first they went generally over the asphalt and in front of the costly and incredibly differing mansions of the residential portion of town, but later their drives took them principally along the winding roads and under the thrifty young trees of the State University campus. They often made an excuse of fetching Professor Marshall home from a committee meeting, and as the faculty committees at the time of year were, for the most part, feverishly occupied with the classification of the annual flood tide of Freshmen, he was nearly always late, and they were obliged to wait long half hours in front of the main building. Sylvia's cup of satisfaction ran over as, dressed in her simple best, which her mother without comment allowed her to put on every day now, she sat in the well appointed carriage beside her beautiful aunt, at whom every one looked so hard and so admiringly. The University work had not begun, but unresigned and harassed professors and assistants, recalled from their vacations for various executive tasks, were present in sufficient numbers to animate the front steps of the main building with constantly gathering and dissolving little groups. These called out greetings to each other and exchanged dolorous mutual condolences on their hard fate, all showing with a helpless masculine naïveté their consciousness of the lovely, observant figure in the carriage below them. Of a different sort were the professors' wives, who occasionally drifted past on the path. Aunt Victoria might have been a blue uniformed messenger boy for all that was betrayed by their skilfully casual glance at her and then away, and the subsequent directness of their forward gaze across the campus. Mrs. Marshall Smith had for both these manifestations of consciousness of her presence the same imperturbable smile of amusement. "They are delightful, these colleagues of your father's," she told Sylvia. Sylvia had hoped fervently that the stylish Mrs. Hubert might see her in this brief apotheosis, and one day her prayer was answered. Straight down the steps of the main building they came, Mrs. Hubert, glistening in shiny blue silk, extremely unaware of Aunt Victoria, the two little girls looking to Sylvia like fairy princesses, with pink and white lace trimmed dresses and big pink hats with rose wreaths. Even the silk laces in their low, white kid shoes were of pink to match the ribbons, which gleamed at waist and throat and elbow. Sylvia watched them in an utter admiration, and was beyond measure shocked when Aunt Victoria said, after they had stepped daintily past, "Heavens, what a horridly overdressed family! Those poor children look too absurd, tricked out like that. The one nearest me had a sweet, appealing little face, too." "That is Eleanor," said Sylvia with a keen, painful recollection of the scene a year ago. She added doubtfully, "Didn't you think the dresses pretty, Aunt Victoria?" "I thought they looked like pincushions on a kitchen maid's dressing table," returned Aunt Victoria more forcibly than she usually expressed herself. "You look vastly better with the straight lines of your plain white dresses. You have a great deal of style, Sylvia. Judith is handsomer than you, but she will never have any style." This verdict upon both the Huberts and herself, delivered with a serious accent of mature deliberation, impressed Sylvia. It was one of the speeches she was to ponder. Although Professor Marshall showed himself noticeably negligent in the matter of introducing his colleagues to his sister, it was only 2 or 3 days before Aunt Victoria's half hours of waiting before the main building had other companionship than Sylvia's. This was due to the decisive action of young Professor Saunders, just back from the British Museum, where, at Professor Marshall's suggestion, he had been digging up facts about the economic history of the 12th century in England. Without waiting for an invitation, he walked straight up to the carriage with the ostensible purpose of greeting Sylvia, who was a great favorite of his, and who in her turn had a romantic admiration for the tall young assistant. Of all the faculty people who frequented the Marshall house, he and old Professor Kennedy were the only people whom Sylvia considered stylish, and Professor Kennedy, in spite of his very high connection with the aristocracy of La Chance, was so cross and depressed that really his style did not count. She was now greatly pleased by the younger professor's public and cordial recognition of her, and, with her precocious instinct for social ease, managed to introduce him to her aunt, even adding quaintly a phrase which she had heard her mother use in speaking of him: "My father thinks Professor Saunders has a brilliant future before him." This very complimentary reference had not the effect she hoped for, since both the young man and Aunt Victoria laughed, exchanging glances of understanding, and said to each other, "Isn't she delicious?" But at least it effectually broke any ice of constraint, so that the newcomer felt at once upon the most familiarly friendly terms with the sister of his chief. Thereafter he came frequently to lean an arm on the side of the carriage and talk with the "ladies in waiting," as he called the pretty woman and child. Once or twice Sylvia was transferred to the front seat beside Peter, the negro driver, on the ground that she could watch the horses better, and they took Professor Saunders for a drive through the flat, fertile country, now beginning to gleam ruddy with autumnal tints of bronze and scarlet and gold. Although she greatly enjoyed the social brilliance of these occasions, on which Aunt Victoria showed herself unexpectedly sprightly and altogether enchanting, Sylvia felt a little guilty that they did not return to pick up Professor Marshall, and she was relieved, when they met at supper, that he made no reference to their defection. He did not, in fact, mention his assistant's name at all, and yet he did not seem surprised when Professor Saunders, coming to the Sunday evening rehearsal of the quartet, needed no introduction to his sister, but drew a chair up with the evident intention of devoting all his conversation to her. For a time this overt intention was frustrated by old Reinhardt, smitten with an admiration as unconcealed for the beautiful stranger. In the interval before the arrival of the later members of the quartet, he fluttered around her like an ungainly old moth, racking his scant English for complimentary speeches. These were received by Aunt Victoria with her best calm smile, and by Professor Saunders with open impatience. His equanimity was not restored by the fact that they were chanced to be rather more general talk than usual that evening, leaving him but small opportunity for his tête-à-tête. It began by the arrival of Professor Kennedy, a little late, delayed at a reunion of the Kennedy family. He was always reduced to bilious gloom by any close contact with that distinguished, wealthy, and much looked up to group of citizens of La Chance, and this evening he walked into the front door obviously even more depressed than usual. The weather had turned cool, and his imposingly tall old person was wrapped in a cape overcoat. Sylvia had no fondness for Professor Kennedy, but she greatly admired his looks and his clothes and his handsome, high-nosed old face. She watched him wrestle himself out of his coat as though it were a grappling enemy, and was not surprised at the irritability which sat visibly on his arching white eyebrows. He entered the room trailing his 'cello bag beside him, and plucking peevishly at its drawstrings, and although Aunt Victoria quite roused herself at the sight of him, he received his introductions to her with reprehensible indifference. He sank into a chair and looked sadly at the fire, taking the point of his white beard in his long tapering fingers. Professor Marshall turned from the piano, where he sat, striking A for the conscientious Barmeister to tune, and said laughingly, "Hey there, Knight of the Dolorous Countenance, what vulture is doing business at the old stand on your liver?" Professor Kennedy crossed one long, elegantly slim leg over the other. "I've been dining with the Kennedy family," he said, with a neat and significant conciseness. "Anything specially the matter with the predatory rich?" queried Marshall, reaching for his viola case. Professor Kennedy shook his head. "Alas, there's never anything the matter with them. Comme le diable, ils se portent toujours bien." At the purity of accent with which this embittered remark was made, Mrs. Marshall Smith opened her eyes, and paid more attention as the old professor went on: "The last of my unmarried nieces has shown herself a true Kennedy by providing herself with a dolichocephalic blond of a husband like all the others. The dinner was given in honor of the engagement." Sylvia was accustomed to finding Professor Kennedy's remarks quite unintelligible, and this one seemed no odder to her than the rest, so that she was astonished that Aunt Victoria was not ashamed to confess as blank an ignorance as the little girl's. The beautiful woman leaned toward the morose old man with the suave self confidence of one who has never failed to charm, and drew his attention to her by a laugh of amused perplexity. "May I ask," she inquired, "what kind of a husband is that? It is a new variety to me." Professor Kennedy looked at her appraisingly. "It's the kind most women aspire to," he answered enigmatically. He imparted to this obscure remark the air of passing a sentence of condemnation. Sylvia's mother stirred uneasily in her chair and looked at her husband. He had begun to take his viola from the case, but now returned it and stood looking quizzically from his sister to his guest. "Professor Kennedy talks a special language, Vic," he said lightly. "Some day he'll make a book of it and be famous. He divides us all into two kinds. The ones that get what they want by taking it away from other people. Those are the dolichocephalic blondes, though I believe it doesn't refer to the color of their hair. The other kind are the white folks, the unpredatory ones who have scruples, and get pushed to the wall for their pains." Mrs. Marshall Smith turned to the young man beside her. "It makes one wonder, doesn't it," she conjectured pleasantly, "to which type one belongs oneself?" In this welcome shifting from the abstract to the understandably personal, old Reinhardt saw his opportunity. "Ach, womens, beautiful and good womens," he cried in his thick, kindly voice. "They are above being types. To every good man they can be only wie ein Blum, so hold and schön." Professor Kennedy's acid voice broke in. "So you're still in the 1830 Romantische Schule period, are you, Reinhardt?" He went on to Mrs. Marshall Smith. "But there is something in that sort of talk. Women, especially those who consider themselves beautiful and good, escape being either kind of type, by the legerdemain with which they get what they want, and yet don't soil their fingers with predatory acts." Mrs. Marshall Smith was, perhaps, a shade tardy in asking the question which he had evidently cast his speech to extract from her, but after an instant's pause, she brought it out bravely. "How in the world do you mean?" she asked, smiling, and received, with a quick flicker of her eyelids, the old man's response of, "They buy a dolichocephalic blonde to do their dirty work for them and pay for them with their persons." "Oh!" cried Mrs. Marshall, checking herself in a sudden deprecatory gesture of apology towards her sister in law. She looked at her husband and gave him a silent, urgent message to break the awkward pause, a message which he disregarded, continuing coolly to inspect his fingernails with an abstracted air, contradicted by the half smile on his lips. Sylvia, listening to the talk, could make nothing out of it, but miserably felt her little heart grow leaden as she looked from one face to another. Judith and Lawrence, tired of waiting for the music to begin, had dropped asleep among the pillows of the divan. Mr. Bauermeister yawned, looked at the clock, and plucked at the strings of his violin. He hated all talk as a waste of time. Old Reinhardt's simple face looked as puzzled and uneasy as Sylvia's own. Young Mr. Saunders seemed to have no idea that there was anything particularly unsettling in the situation, but, disliking the caustic vehemence of his old colleague's speech, interposed to turn it from the lady by his side. "And you're the man who's opposed on principle to sweeping generalizations," he said in cheerful rebuke. "Ah, I've just come from a gathering of the Clan Kennedy," repeated the older man. "I defy anybody to produce a more successfully predatory family than mine. The fortunes of the present generation of Kennedys don't come from any white-livered subterfuge like the rise in the value of real estate, as my own ill-owned money does. No, sir! The good old, well recognized, red-blooded method of going out and taking it away from people not so smart as they are, is good enough for them, if you please, and my woman relatives." He swept them away with a gesture. "When I—" Mrs. Marshall cut him short resolutely. "Are you going to have any music tonight, or aren't you?" she said. He looked at her with a sudden, unexpected softening of his somber eyes. "Do you know, Barbara Marshall, that there are times when you keep one unhappy old misanthrope from despairing of his kind?" She had at this unlooked for speech only the most honest astonishment. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said bluntly. Judith stirred in her sleep and woke up, blinking. When she saw that Professor Kennedy had come in, she did what Sylvia would never have dared to do. She ran to him and climbed up on his knee, laying her shining dark head against his shoulder. The old man's arms closed around her. "Well, Spitfire," he said, "comment ça roule, eh?" Judith did not trouble herself to answer. With a gesture of tenderness, as unexpected as his speech to her mother, her old friend laid his cheek against hers. "You're another, Judy. You'll never marry a dolichocephalic blond and make him pull the chestnuts out of the fire for you, will you?" he said confidently. Mrs. Marshall rose with the exasperated air of one whose patience is gone. She made a step, as though to shield her husband's sister from the cantankerous old man. "If I hear another word of argument in this house tonight," she threatened. "Mr. Reinhardt, what are these people here for?" The musician awoke with a sigh from his dazzled contemplation of his host's sister and looked about him. "Ach, yes," he admitted. With a glance of adoration at the visitor, he added impressively what to his mind evidently signified some profoundly significant tribute. "Dis night we shall play only Schubert." Sylvia heaved a sigh of relief as the four gathered in front of the music racks at the other end of the room, tuning and scraping. Young Mr. Saunders, evidently elated that his opportunity had come, leaned toward Aunt Victoria and began talking in low tones. Once or twice they laughed a little, looking towards Professor Kennedy. Then old Reinhardt, gravely pontifical, rapped with his bow on his rack, lifted his violin to his chin, and an obliterating sponge was passed over Sylvia's memory. All the queer, uncomfortable talk, the unpleasant voices, the angry or malicious or uneasy eyes, the unkindly smiling lips, all were washed away out of her mind. The smooth, swelling current of the music was like oil on a wound. As she listened and felt herself growing drowsy, it seemed to her that she was being floated away, safely away from the low ceilinged room where personalities clashed, out to cool, starlit spaces. All that night in her dreams she heard only old Reinhardt's angel voice proclaiming, amid the rich murmur of assent from the other strings. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One day, at the end of a fortnight, Aunt Victoria and Arnold were late in their daily arrival at the Marshall house. And when the neat surrey at last drove up, they both showed signs of discomposure. Discomposure was no unusual condition for Arnold, who not infrequently made his appearance red-faced and sullen, yet evidently fresh from angry revolt against his tutor. But on that morning he was anything but red-faced, and looked a little scared. His stepmother's fine complexion, on the contrary, had more pink than usual in its pearly tones, and her carriage had less than usual of sinuous grace. Sylvia and Judith ran down the porch steps to meet them, but stopped, startled by their aspect. Aunt Victoria descended, very straight, her head high held, and without giving Sylvia the kiss with which she usually marked her preference for her older niece, walked at once into the house. Although the impressionable Sylvia was so struck by these phenomena that even after her aunt's disappearance she remained daunted and silent, Judith needed only the removal of the overpowering presence to restore her coolness. She pounced on Arnold with questions. "What you been doing that's so awful bad? I bet you caught it all right." "'Tisn't me," said Arnold in a subdued voice. "It's Pauline and old Rollins that caught it. They're the ones that have been bad." Judith was at a loss, never having conceived that grown ups might do naughty things. Arnold went on: "If you'd 'a' heard Madrina talking to Pauline say, do you know what I did? I crawled under the bed. Honest, I did. It didn't last but a minute, but it scared the liver out of me." This vigorous expression was a favorite of his. Judith was somewhat impressed by his face and manner, but still inclined to mock at a confession of fear. "Under the bed?" she sneered. Arnold evidently felt the horror of the recently enacted scene so vividly that there was no room for shame in his mind. "You bet I did! And so would you too, if you'd 'a' been there. Gee!" In spite of herself, Judith looked somewhat startled by the vibration of sincerity in his voice, and Sylvia, with her quick sympathy of divination, had turned almost as pale as the little boy, who, all his braggart turbulence gone, stood looking at them with a sick expression in his eyes. "Was it in your room?" asked Judith. "I thought Pauline's room was on the top floor. What was she doing down there?" "No, it was in old Rollins' room, next to mine. I don't know what Pauline was doing there." "What did Pauline do when Aunt Victoria scolded her?" asked Sylvia. She had come to be fond of the pretty young maid with her fat, quick hands and her bright, warm hearted smile for her mistress's little niece. One day when Mrs. Marshall Smith had, for a moment, chanced to leave them alone, Pauline had given her a sudden embrace and had told her, "At 'ome zere are 4 leetle brozers and sisters. America is place most solitary." "What did Pauline do?" asked Sylvia again, as Arnold did not answer. The boy looked down. "Pauline just cried and cried," he said in a low tone. "I liked Pauline. She was awful good to me. I heard her crying afterwards as she went away. Seemed to me I could hear her crying all the way out here." "Did she go away?" asked Judith, trying to make something coherent out of the story. Arnold nodded. "You bet she did. Madrina turned her right out, and old Rollins too." "Was he there? What was the matter, anyhow?" Judith persisted. Arnold twisted uncomfortably, loath to continue bringing up the scene. "I dunno what was the matter. Yes, old Rollins was there, all right. He's gone away too, the doggone old thing, for good. That's something," he added. "Aw, quit talking about it, can't you? Let's play." "It's my turn to help Mother with the tomatoes," said Judith. "She's doing the last of the canning this morning. Maybe she'd let you help." Arnold brightened. "Maybe she would," he said, adding eagerly, "maybe she'd tell us another of the stories about her grandmother." Judith snatched at his hand and began racing down the path to the garden. "Maybe she would!" she cried. They both called as they ran, "Mother! Oh, Mother!" And as they ran, they leaped and bounded into the bright autumn air like a couple of puppies. Sylvia's mental resiliency was not of such sturdily elastic stuff. She stood still, thinking of Pauline crying and started aside when her aunt came out again on the porch. "I don't find any one in the house, Sylvia dear," said Mrs. Marshall Smith quietly. Sylvia looked up into the clear blue eyes, so like her father's, and felt the usual magic spell lay hold on her. The horrid impression made by Arnold's story dimmed and faded. Arnold was always getting things twisted. She came up closer to her aunt's side and took the soft, smooth fingers between her two little hard, muscular hands. In her relief she had forgotten to answer. Mrs. Marshall Smith said again, "Where are your parents, dear?" "Oh," said Sylvia. "Oh yes. Why, Father's at the University at a committee meeting, and Mother's out by the garden, putting up tomatoes. Judy and Arnold are helping her." Mrs. Marshall Smith hesitated, looked about her restlessly, and finally raised her parasol of a gold colored silk, a lighter tone, but the same shade as her rich, plain broadcloth costume of tan. "Shall we take a little walk, my dear?" she suggested. "I don't feel like sitting still just now." Nor, she looked down into Sylvia's eyes, nor yet like canning tomatoes. That walk, the last one taken with Aunt Victoria, became one of Sylvia's memories, although she never had a vivid recollection of what they saw during their slow ramble. It was only Aunt Victoria whom the little girl remembered, Aunt Victoria moving like a goddess over their rough paths and under the changing glory of the autumn leaves. She herself was a brighter glory, with her shining blond hair, crowned by a halo of feathery, gold colored plumes, the soft, fine, supple broadcloth of her garments gleaming in the sunshine with a sheen like that of a well kept animal's coat. There breathed from all her person a faint odor of grace and violets and unhurried leisure. Sylvia clung close to her side, taking in through all her pores this lovely emanation, not noticing whether they were talking or not, not heeding the direction of their steps. She was quite astonished to find herself on the University campus, in front of the main building. Aunt Victoria had never walked so far before. "Oh, did you want to see Father?" she asked, coming a little to herself. Mrs. Marshall Smith said, as if in answer, "Just sit down here and wait for me a moment, will you, Sylvia?" Moving thereupon up the steps and disappearing through the wide front door, Sylvia relapsed into her daydreams and, motionless in a pool of sunlight, waited, quite unconscious of the passage of time. This long reverie was at last broken by the return of Mrs. Marshall Smith. She was not alone, but the radiant young man who walked beside her was not her brother, and nothing could have differed more from the brilliantly hard gaze which Professor Marshall habitually bent on his sister, than the soft intentness with which young Mr. Saunders regarded the ripely beautiful woman. The dazzled expression of his eyes was one of the remembered factors of the day for Sylvia. The two walked down the shaded steps, Sylvia watching them admiringly, the scene forever printed on her memory, and emerged into the pool of sunshine where she sat, swinging her legs from the bench. They stood there for some minutes, talking together in low tones. Sylvia, absorbed in watching the play of light on Aunt Victoria's smooth cheek, heard but a few words of what passed between them. She had a vague impression that Professor Saunders continually began sentences starting firmly with "but," and ending somehow on quite another note. She felt dimly that Aunt Victoria was less calmly passive than usual in a conversation, that it was not only the enchanting rising and falling inflections of her voice which talked, but her eyes, her arms, her whole self. Once she laid her hand for an instant on Professor Saunders' arm. More than that Sylvia could not remember, even when she was asked later to repeat as much as she could of what she had heard. She was resolving when she was grown up to have a ruffle of creamy lace falling away from her neck and wrists as Aunt Victoria did. She had not only forgotten Arnold's story, she had forgotten that such a boy existed. She was living in a world all made up of radiance and bloom, lace and sunshine and velvet, and bright hair and gleaming cloth, and smooth voices and the smell of violets. After a time she was aware that Professor Saunders shook hands and turned back up the steps. Aunt Victoria began to move with her slow grace along the road towards home, and Sylvia to follow, soaking herself in an impression of supreme suavity. When, after the walk through the beech woods, they reached the edge of the Marshall field, they saw a stiff plume of blue smoke stand up over the shack by the garden, and, as they approached, heard a murmur of voices. Mrs. Marshall Smith stopped, furled her parasol, and surveyed the scene within. Her sister in law, enveloped in a large blue apron, by no means fresh, sat beside a roughly built table, peeling tomatoes, her brown stained fingers moving with the rapidity of a prestidigitator's. Judith stood beside her, also attacking the pile of crimson fruit, endeavoring in vain to emulate her mother's speed. Over the hot, rusty stove hung Arnold, red-faced and bright-eyed, armed with a long wooden spatula, which he continually dug into the steaming contents of an enormous white-lined kettle. As, at the arrival of the newcomers, Mrs. Marshall's voice stopped, he looked around and frowned impatiently at his stepmother. "She's just got to the excitin' part," he said severely, and to the raconteur, eagerly, "'Nen what?" Mrs. Marshall looked up at her husband's sister, smiled, and went on. Sylvia recognized the story as one of her own old favorites. Well, it was very early dawn when she had to go over to the neighbor's to borrow some medicine for her father, who kept getting sicker all the time. As she hurried along across the meadow towards the stile, she kept wondering, in spite of herself, if there was any truth in what Nat had said about having seen bear tracks near the house the day before. When she got to the stile she ran up the steps, and on the top one she stood still, for there. She made a dramatic pause and reached for another tray of tomatoes. Arnold stopped stirring the pot and stood motionless, his eyes fixed on the narrator, the spatula dripping tomato juice all along his white trousers. There, on the other side, looking up at her, was a bear, a big, black bear. Arnold's mouth dropped open and his eyes widened. My grandmother was dreadfully frightened. She was only 17, and she hadn't any kind of a weapon, not so much as a little stick with her. Her first idea was to turn and run as fast as she could, back home. But she remembered how sick her father was, and how much he needed the medicine. And then, besides, she used to say, all of a sudden it made her angry, all over, to have that great stupid animal get in her way. She always said that nothing got her mad up like feeling afraid. So what do you suppose she did?" Arnold could only shake his head silently in an ecstasy of impatience for the story to continue. Judith and Sylvia smiled at each other with the insufferable complacence of auditors who know the end by heart. "She just pointed her finger at the bear, and she said in a loud, harsh voice, 'Shame! Shame! Shame on you! For shame!' She'd taught district school, you know, and had had lots of practice saying that to children who had been bad. The bear looked up at her hard for a minute, then dropped his head and began to walk slowly away. Grandmother always said, 'The great lummox lumbered off into the bushes like a gawk of a boy who's been caught in mischief.' She waited just a minute, and then ran like lightning along the path through the woods to the neighbor's and got the medicine." The story was evidently over. The last tomato was peeled. Mrs. Marshall rose, wiping her stained and dripping hands on her apron, and went to the stove. Arnold started as if coming out of a dream and looked about him with wondering eyes. "Well, what do you think of that?" he commented, all in one breath. "Say, Mother," he went on, looking up at her with trusting eyes, searching the quiet face, "what do you suppose made the bear go away? You wouldn't think a little thing like that would scare a bear." Mrs. Marshall began dipping the hot stewed tomatoes into the glass jars ready in a big pan of boiling water on the back of the stove. The steam rose up like a cloud into her face, which began to turn red and to glisten with perspiration. "Oh, I don't suppose it really frightened the bear," she said moderately, refraining from the dramatic note of completeness which her husband, in spite of himself, gave to everything he touched, and adding instead the pungent, homely savor of reality, which none relished more than Sylvia and her father, incapable themselves of achieving it. "Most likely the bear would have gone away of his own accord anyhow. They don't attack people unless they're stirred up." Arnold bit deeply into the solidity of this unexaggerated presentation, and was silent for a moment, saying then, Well, anyhow, she didn't know he'd go away. She was a sport all right." "Oh, yes indeed," said Mrs. Marshall, dipping and steaming and wiping away the perspiration, which ran down in drops to the end of her large, shapely nose. "Yes, my grandmother was a sport all right." The acrid smell of hot, cooking tomatoes filled the shed and spread to the edge where Sylvia and her aunt stood, still a little aloof. Although it bore no resemblance to the odor of violets, it could not be called a disgusting smell. It was the sort of smell which is quite agreeable when one is very hungry. But Sylvia was not hungry at all. She stepped back involuntarily. Mrs. Marshall Smith, on the contrary, advanced a step or two, until she stood close to her sister in law. "Barbara, I'd like to see you a few minutes without the children," she remarked in the neutral tone she always had for her brother's wife. "A rather unpleasant occurrence. I'm in something of a quandary." Mrs. Marshall nodded. "All right," she agreed. "Scatter out of here, you children. Go and let out the hens and give them some water." Arnold needed no second bidding, reminded by his stepmother's words of his experiences of the morning. He and Judith scampered away in a suddenly improvised race to see who would reach the chicken house first. Sylvia went more slowly, looking back once or twice at the picture made by the two women, so dramatically contrasted. Her mother, active, very upright, wrapped in a crumpled and stained apron, her dark hair bound closely about her round head, her moist red face and steady eyes turned attentively upon the radiant creature beside her, cool and detached, leaning willow-like on the slender wand of the gold-colored parasol. Professor Marshall chanced to be late that day in coming home for luncheon, and Aunt Victoria and Arnold had returned to the hotel without seeing him. His wife remarked that Victoria had asked her to tell him something, but, acting on her inviolable principle that nothing must interfere with the cheerful peace of mealtime, said nothing more to him until after they had finished the big plate of purple grapes from her garden, with which the meal ended. Then Judith vanished out to the shop, where she was constructing a rabbit house for the latest family. Sylvia took Lawrence, yawning and rubbing his eyes, but fighting desperately against his sleepiness, upstairs for his nap. When this task fell to Judith's lot, it was dispatched with businesslike promptness, but Lawrence had early discovered a temperamental difference between his two sisters, and Sylvia was seldom allowed to leave the small bed until she had paid tribute to her ever-present desire to please, in the shape of a story or a song. On that day Buddy was more exacting than usual. Sylvia told the story of Cinderella and sang "A frog he would a wooing go" twice through before the little boy's eyes began to droop. Even then the clutch of his warm, moist fingers about her hand did not relax. When she tried to slip her fingers out of his eyelids fluttered open and he tightened his grasp with a wilful frown. So she sat still on the edge of his bed, waiting till he should be really asleep. From the dining room below her rose the sound of voices, or rather of one voice, her father's. She wondered why it sounded so angry, and then, mixed with some unintelligible phrases, "Turned out on the street, in trouble, in a foreign land, good God!" She caught Pauline's name. Oh yes, that must be the trouble. Mother was telling Father about Pauline, whatever it was she had done, and he was as mad about it as Aunt Victoria had been. If Aunt Victoria's voice had sounded like that, she didn't wonder that Arnold had hidden under the bed. If she could have moved, she, too, would have run away, although the idea that she ought to do so did not occur to her. There had been no secrets in that house. The talk had always been for all to hear who would. But when she tried again to slip her hand away from Buddy's, the little boy pulled at it hard and half opening his eyes said sleepily, "Sylvie, stay with Buddy. Sylvie, stay." Sylvia yielded weakly, said, "Yes, sh! Sister'll stay. Go to sleep, Buddy." From below came the angry voice, quite loud now, so that she caught every queer sounding word. "Righteous indignation, indeed! What else did she do, I'd like to know, when she wanted money? The only difference was that she was cold-blooded enough to extract a legal status from the old reprobate she accosted." Sylvia heard her mother's voice saying coldly, "You ought to be ashamed to use such a word," and her father's retort, "It's the only word that expresses it. You know as well as I do that she cared no more for Ephraim Smith than for the first man she might have solicited on the street. Nor so much God! It makes me sick to look at her and think of the price she paid for her present damn Olympian serenity." Sylvia heard her mother begin to clear off the table. There was such a rattle of dishes through which her voice rose impatiently. "Oh, Elliott, why be so melodramatic always, and spoil so much good language? She did only what every girl brought up as she was, would have done. And anyhow, are you so very sure that in your heart you're not so awfully hard on her because you're envious of that very prosperity?" He admitted with acrimony the justice of his thrust. "Very likely, very likely. Everything base and mean in me, that you keep down, springs to life in me at her touch. I dare say I do envy her. I'm quite capable of that. Am I not her brother, with the same—" Mrs. Marshall said hastily, "Hush! Hush! Here's Judith. For Heaven's sake, don't let the child hear you." For the first time the idea penetrated Sylvia's head that she ought not to have listened. Buddy was now soundly asleep. She detached her hand from his, and went soberly along the hall into her own room. She did not want to see her father just then. A long time after, Mother called up to say that Aunt Victoria had come for her afternoon drive and to leave Arnold. Sylvia opened the door a crack and asked, "Where's Father?" "Oh, gone back to the University this long time," answered her mother in her usual tone. Sylvia came down the stairs slowly and took her seat in the carriage beside Aunt Victoria with none of her usual demonstrative show of pleasure. "Don't you like my dress?" asked Aunt Victoria as they drove away. "You don't even notice it. And I put it on specially to please you. You're the one discriminating critic in this town." As Sylvia made no answer to this sally, she went on, "It's hard to get into, alone too. I had to ask the hotel chambermaid to hook it up on the shoulders." Thus reminded of Pauline, Sylvia could have but inattentive eyes for the creation of amber silk and lace, and brown fur, which seductively clad the handsome body beside her. Mrs. Marshall Smith gave her favorite a penetrating look. "What's the matter with you, Sylvia?" she asked in the peremptory note which her sweet voice of many modulations could startlingly assume on occasion. Sylvia had none of Judith's instant pugnacious antagonism to any peremptory note. She answered in one imploring rush of a question: "Aunt Victoria, why should Father be so very mad at Pauline?" Mrs. Marshall Smith looked a little startled at this direct reference to the veiled storm center of the day, but not at all displeased. "Oh, your mother told him. Was he so very angry?" she asked with a slight smile. "Oh, dreadfully!" returned Sylvia. "I didn't mean to listen, but I couldn't help it. Buddy wouldn't go to sleep and Father's voice was so loud. And he got madder and madder at her." She went on with another question: "Auntie, who was Ephraim Smith?" Aunt Victoria turned upon her in astonishment, and did not, for a moment, answer. Then, "Why, that was the name of my husband, Sylvia. What has that to do with anything?" "Why didn't Pauline like him?" asked Sylvia. Mrs. Marshall Smith replied with a vivacity of surprise which carried her out of her usual delicate leisure in speech. "Pauline? Why, she never saw him in her life. What are you talking about, child?" "But Father said, I thought, he seemed to mean—" Sylvia halted, not able to remember in her bewilderment what it had been that Father had said. In a blur of doubt and clouded perceptions, she lost all definite impression of what she had heard. Evidently, as so often happened, she had grown up's affairs all twisted up in her mind. Aunt Victoria was touched with kindly amusement at the little girl's face of perplexity, and told her, dismissing the subject, "Never mind, dear, you evidently misunderstood something. But I wonder what your father could have said to give you such a funny idea." Sylvia gave it up, shaking her head. They turned into the main street of La Chance, and Aunt Victoria directed the coachman to drive them to the drug store of town, and offered Sylvia her choice of any soda water confection. she might select. This completed the about face of the mobile little mind. After several moments of blissful anguish of indecision, Sylvia decided on a peach ice cream soda, and thereafter was nothing but sense of taste as she ecstatically drew through a straw the syrupy, foamy draught of nectar. She took small sips at a time, and held them in the back of her mouth till every minute bubble of gas had rendered up its delicious prickle to her tongue. Her consciousness was filled to its uttermost limits with a voluptuous sense of present physical delight. And yet it was precisely at this moment that from her subconscious mind, retracing with unaided travail a half forgotten clue, there sprang into her memory a complete phrase of what her father had said. She gave one more suck to the straw and laid it aside for a moment to say in quite a comfortable accent to her aunt, "Oh yes, now I remember. He said she didn't care for him any more than for the first man she might have solicited in the street." For an instant the words came back as clearly as though they had just been uttered, and she repeated them fluently, returning thereupon at once to the charms of the tall, foam-filled, frosted glass. Evidently Aunt Victoria did not follow the sudden change of subject, for she asked blankly, "Who? Who didn't care for who?" "Why, I suppose Pauline for Ephraim Smith. It was that made Father so mad," explained Sylvia, sucking dreamily, her eyes on the little maelstrom created in the foaming liquid by the straw, forgetting everything else. The luxurious leisure in which she consumed her potation made it last a long time, and it was not until her suction made only a sterile rattling in the straw that she looked up at her aunt to thank her. Mrs. Marshall Smith's face was averted and she did not turn it back as she said, "Just run along to the shop and leave your glass, Sylvia. Here is the money." After Sylvia took her seat again in the carriage, the coachman turned the horse's head back up the main street. "Aren't you going to the campus?" asked Sylvia in surprise. "No, we are going to the hotel," said Aunt Victoria. She spoke quietly and seemed to look as usual, but Sylvia's inner barometer fell fast with a conviction of a change in the emotional atmosphere. She sat as still as possible, and only glanced up timidly at her aunt's face. There was no answering glance. Aunt Victoria gazed straight in front of her. Her face looked as it did when it was being massaged, all smooth and empty. There was, however, one change. For the first time that day, she looked a little pale. As the carriage stopped in front of the onyx lined, palm decorated, plate glass mirrored entrance hall of the expensive hotel, Aunt Victoria descended, motioning to Sylvia not to follow her. "I haven't time to drive any more this afternoon," she said. "Peter will take you home, and have him bring Arnold back at once." She turned away, and as Sylvia sat watching her, entered the squirrel cage revolving door of glass, which a little boy in livery spun about for her. But after she was inside the entrance hall, she signified to him that she had forgotten something, and came immediately out again. What she had forgotten surprised Sylvia as much as it touched her. Aunt Victoria came rapidly to the side of the carriage and put out her arms. "Come here, dear," she said in a voice Sylvia had never heard her use. It trembled a little and broke. With her quick responsiveness, Sylvia sprang into the outstretched arms, overcome by the other's emotion. She hid her face against the soft, perfumed laces and silk, and heard from beneath them the painful throb of a quickly beating heart. Mrs. Marshall Smith held her niece for a long moment, and then turned the quivering little face up to her own grave eyes, in which Sylvia, for all her inexperience, read a real suffering. Aunt Victoria looked as though somebody were hurting her awfully. Sylvia pressed her cheek hard against her aunt's, and Mrs. Marshall Smith felt soft and warm and ardent on her lips the indescribably fresh kiss of a child's mouth. "Oh, little Sylvia!" she cried, in that new strange uncertain voice which trembled and broke. "Oh, little Sylvia!" She seemed to be about to say something more, said in fact in a half whisper, I hope," but then shook her head, kissed Sylvia gently, put her back in the carriage, and again disappeared through the revolving door. This time she did not turn back. She did not even look back. After a moment's wait, Peter gathered up the reins and Sylvia, vaguely uneasy and much moved, drove home in a solitary state, which she forgot to enjoy. The next morning there was no arrival, even tardy, of the visitors from the hotel. Instead came a letter, breaking the startling news that Aunt Victoria had been called unexpectedly to the East, and had left on the midnight train, taking Arnold with her, of course. Judith burst into angry expressions of wrath over the incompleteness of the cave which she and Arnold had been excavating together. The next day was the beginning of school, she reminded her auditors, and she'd have no time to get it done. Never! She characterized Aunt Victoria as a mean old thing, an epithet for which she was not reproved, her mother sitting quite absent and absorbed in the letter. She read it over twice, with a very puzzled air, which gave an odd look to her usually crystal clear countenance. She asked her husband one question as he went out of the door. "You didn't see Victoria yesterday, or say anything to her?" To which he answered, with apparently uncalled for heat, "I did not! I thought it rather more to the purpose to try to look up Pauline." Mrs. Marshall sprang up and approached him with an anxious face. He shook his head. Too late. Disappeared. No trace. She sat down again, looking sad and stern. Professor Marshall put on his hat with violence and went away. When he came home to luncheon there was a fresh sensation, and again a disagreeable one. He brought the astounding news that at the very beginning of the semester's work he had been deserted by his most valuable assistant and abandoned, apparently forever, by his most loved disciple. Saunders had left word, a mere laconic note, that he had accepted the position left vacant by the dismissal of Arnold's tutor, and had entered at once upon the duties of his new position. Professor Marshall detailed this information in a hard, level voice, and without further comment handed his wife Saunders' note. She read it rapidly, this time with no perplexity, and laid it down, saying to her husband briefly, "Will you kindly remember that the children are here?" Judith looked at Sylvia in astonishment, this being the first time that that well-worn phrase, so familiar to most children, had ever been heard in the Marshall house. Why shouldn't Father remember they were there? Couldn't he see them? Judith almost found the idea funny enough to laugh at, although she had not at all in general Sylvia's helpless response to the ridiculous. Sylvia did not laugh now. She looked anxiously at her father's face, and was relieved when he only answered her mother's exhortation by saying in a low tone, "Oh, I have nothing to say. It's beyond words." Luncheon went on as usual, with much chatter among the children. Some time later, in the midst of a long story from Lawrence, Mrs. Marshall herself brought up the subject again. Buddy was beginning to struggle with the narrative form of self-expression, and to trip his tongue desperately over the tenses. He had just said, "And the rabbit was naughty, didn't he, was?" when his mother exclaimed, addressing her husband's grim face, "Good Heavens, don't take it so hard, Elliott!" He raised an eyebrow, but did not look up from the pear he was eating. "To be responsible, as I feel I am, for the pitching into a cul-de-sac of the most promising young—" His wife broke in. "Responsible! How in the world are you responsible?" she added quickly, as if at random, to prevent the reply which her husband was evidently about to cast at her. "Besides, how do you know? One never knows how things will turn out. She may marry him, and he may have a life which will give him more leisure for investigation than if—" Professor Marshall wiped his lips violently on his napkin and stood up. "Nothing would induce her to marry him, or any one else. She's extracted from marriage all she wants of it. No, she'll just keep him trailing along in an ambiguous position, sickened and tantalized and fevered, till all the temper is drawn out of him, and then he'll be dropped." He turned away with an impatient fling of his head. His wife stood up now and looked at him anxiously. "Go play us something on the piano," she urged. This was not a common exhortation from her. She cared very little for music, and with her usual honesty she showed, as a rule, a very passive attitude towards it. Professor Marshall glanced at her with a flash of anger. "Sometimes you count too much on my childishness, Barbara," he said resentfully, and went out of the door without further words. Decidedly, the discomposing effect of Aunt Victoria's visit lasted even after she had gone away, but the next day was the beginning of the school term. The busy, regular routine was taken up. Sylvia was promoted to the 5A grade, and at home Father let her begin to learn the Pilgrim's Chorus from Tannhauser. Life for the eager little girl moved quickly forward at its usual brisk pace through several years to come. End of chapter 5. Chapter 7 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. We hold these truths to be self-evident. The public school to which the Marshall children went as soon as they were old enough was like any one of 10,000 public schools, a large, square, many-windowed, extravagantly ugly building, once red brick, but long ago darkened almost to black by soft coal smoke. About it, shaded by 3 or 4 big cottonwood trees, was an enclosed space of perhaps 2 acres of ground, beaten perfectly smooth by hundreds of trampling little feet, a hard, bare, earthen floor, so entirely subdued to its fate that even in the long summer vacation no spear of grass could penetrate its crust to remind it that it was made of common stuff with fields and meadows. School began at 9 o'clock in the morning, and, as a rule, 3/4 of the children had passed through the front gate 20 or 30 minutes earlier. Nobody knew why it should be considered such a hideous crime to be tardy, but the fact was that not the most reckless and insubordinate of the older boys cared to risk it. Any one of the 400 children in any public school in the city preferred infinitely to be absent a day than to have the ghastly experience of walking through deserted streets, that is, with no children on them, across the empty playground frighteningly unlike itself into the long, desolate halls which, walk as cat-like as one might, resounded to the guilty footsteps with accusing echoes. And then the narrow cloakroom, haunted with limp hanging coats and caps and hats, and finally the entry into the schoolroom, seated rank on rank with priggishly complacent schoolmates, looking up from their books with unfriendly eyes of blame at the figure of the late-comer. All over that section of La Chance, during the hour between 7:30 and 8:30 in the morning, the families of school children were undergoing a most rigorous discipline in regularity and promptness. No child was too small or too timid to refrain from embittering his mother's life with clamorous upbraidings if breakfast were late, or his school outfit of clothes were not ready to the last button, so that he could join the procession of schoolward bound children already streaming past his door at 8:15. The most easy-going and self-indulgent mother learned to have at least one meal a day on time, and the children themselves during those 8 years of their lives had embedded in the tissue of their brains and the marrow of their bones that unrebelling habit of bending their backs daily to a regular burden of work not selected by themselves, which, according to one's point of view, is either the bane or the salvation of our modern industrial society. The region where the school stood was inhabited, for the most part, by American families, or German and Irish ones so long established as to be virtually American, a condition which was then not infrequent in moderate-sized towns of the Middle West, and which is still by no means unknown there. The class rolls were full of Taylors and Allens and Robinsons and Jacksons and Websters and Rawsons and Putnams, with a scattering of Morriseys and Crimmenses and O'Hearns, and some Schultzes and Brubachers and Helmeyers. There was not a Jew in the school, because there were almost none in that quarter of town, and for quite another reason, not a single Negro child. There were plenty of them in the immediate neighborhood, swarming around the collection of huts and shanties near the railroad tracks, given over to Negroes, and known as Flytown. But they had their own school, which looked externally quite like all the others in town, and their playground, beaten bare like that of the Washington Street School, was filled with laughing, shouting children, ranging from shoe black through coffee color to those occasional tragic ones with white skin and blue eyes, but with the telltale kink in the fair hair and the bluish half moon at the base of the fingernails. The 400 children in the Washington Street School were, therefore, a mass more homogeneous than alarmists would have us believe it possible to find in this country. They were, for all practical purposes, all American, and they were all roughly of one class. Their families were neither rich nor poor, at least so far as the children's standards went. Their fathers were grocers, small clerks, merchants, two or three were truck farmers, plumbers, carpenters, accountants, employees of various big businesses in town. It was into this undistinguished and plebeian mediocrity that the Marshall children were introduced when they began going to school. The interior of the school building resembled the outside in being precisely like that of 10,000 other graded schools in this country. The halls were long and dark and dusty, and because the building had been put up under contract at a period when public contract work was not so scrupulously honest as it notably is in our present cleanly muck-raked era, the steps of the badly built staircase creaked and groaned and sagged and gave forth clouds of dust under the weight of the myriads of little feet which climbed up and down those steep ascents every day. Everything was of wood. The interior looked like the realized dream of a professional incendiary. The classrooms were high and well lighted, with many large windows, never either very clean or very dirty, which let in a flood of our uncompromisingly brilliant American daylight upon the rows of little seats and desks, screwed, like those of an ocean liner, immovably to the floor, as though at any moment the building was likely to embark upon a cruise in stormy waters. Outwardly, the rows of clean-faced, comfortably dressed, well-shod American children sitting in chairs bore no resemblance to shaven-headed, barefooted little Arabian students squatting on the floor, gabbling loud, uncomprehended texts from the Koran, but the sight of Sylvia's companions, bending over their school books with glazed, vacant eyes, rocking back and forth as a rhythmical aid to memorizing, their lips moving silently as they repeated over and over, gabblingly, the phrases of the printed page, might have inclined a hypothetical visitor from Mars to share the bewildered amusement of the American visitors to Moslem schools. Sylvia rocked and twisted a favorite button, gabbled silently, and recited fluently with the rest, being what was known as an apt and satisfactory pupil. In company with the other children she thus learned to say, in answer to questions, that 7 times 7 is 49, that the climate of Brazil is hot and moist, that the capital of Arkansas is Little Rock, and that through is spelled with 3 misleading and superfluous letters. What she really learned was, as with her mates, another matter, for of course those devouringly active little minds did not spend 6 hours a day in school without learning something incessantly. The few rags and tatters of book information they acquired were but the merest fringes of the great garment of learning acquired by these public school children, which was to wrap them about all their lives. What they learned during those 8 years of sitting still and not whispering had nothing to do with the books in their desks, or the lore in their teachers' brains. The great impression stamped upon the wax of their minds, which became iron in after years, was democracy, a crude, distorted, wavering image of democracy, like every image an ideal in this imperfect world, but in its essence a reflection of the ideal of their country. No European could have conceived how literally it was true that the birth or wealth or social position of a child made no difference in the estimation of his mates. There were no exceptions to the custom of considering the individual on his own merits. Those merits were often queerly enough imagined, a faculty for standing on his head rebounding as much, or more, to a boy's credit as the utmost brilliance in recitation, or generosity of temperament, but at least he was valued for something he himself could do, and not for any fortuitous incidents of birth and fortune. Furthermore, there lay back of these 400 children, who shaped their world to this rough and ready imitation of democracy, their families, not so intimately known to each other, of course, as the children themselves, but still by no means unknown in their general characteristics. 400 American families, who were, on the whole, industrious, law-abiding, who loved their children, who were quite tasteless in matters of art, and quite sound though narrow in matters of morals, utterly mediocre in intelligence and information, with no breadth of outlook in any direction, but who somehow lived their lives and faced and conquered all the incredible vicissitudes of that great adventure with an unconscious, cheerful fortitude which many an acuter mind might have envied them. It is possible that the personal knowledge of these 400 enduring family lives was, perhaps, the most important mental ballast taken on by the children of the community during their 8 years' cruise at school. Certainly it was the most important for the sensitive, complicated, impressionable little Sylvia Marshall, with her latent distaste for whatever lacked distinction and external grace, and her passion for sophistication and elegance, which was to spring into such fierce life with the beginning of her adolescence. She might renounce as utterly as she pleased the associates of her early youth, but the knowledge of their existence, the acquaintance with their deep humanity, the knowledge that they found life sweet and worth living, all this was to be a part of the tissue of her brain forever, and was to add one to the conflicting elements which battled within her for the mastery during all the clouded, stormy radiance of her youth. The families which supplied the Washington Street School being quite stationary in their self-owned houses, few new pupils entered during the school year. There was consequently quite a sensation on the day in the middle of March when the two Fingal girls entered, Camilla in the fifth A grade, where Sylvia was, and Cécile in the third grade, in the next seat to Judith's. The girls themselves were so different from other children in school that their arrival would have excited interest even at the beginning of the school year. Coming as they did, at a time when everybody knew by heart every detail of every one else's appearance, from hair ribbon to shoes, these two beautiful exotics, in their rich, plain morning dresses, were vastly stared at. Sylvia's impressionable eyes were especially struck by the air of race and breeding of the newcomer in her class. Everything about the other child, from her heavy black hair, patrician nose, and large dark eyes, to her exquisitely formed hands, white and well cared for, seemed to Sylvia perfection itself. During recess she advanced to the newcomer, saying, with a bright smile, "Aren't you thirsty? Don't you want me to show you where the pump is?" She put out her hand as she spoke and took the slim white fingers in her own rough little hand, leading her new schoolmate along in silence, looking at her with an open interest. She had confidently expected amicable responsiveness in the other little girl, because her experience had been that her own frank friendliness nearly always was reflected back to her from others. But she had not expected, or indeed ever seen, such an ardent look of gratitude as burned in the other's eyes. She stopped, startled, uncomprehending, as though her companion had said something unintelligible, and felt the slim fingers in her hand close about her own in a tight clasp. "You are so very kind to show me this pump," breathed Camilla shyly, the faint flavor of a foreign accent which, to Sylvia's ear, hung about these words was the final touch of fascination for her. That instant she decided in her impetuous, enthusiastic heart that Camilla was the most beautiful, sweetest, best dressed, loveliest creature she had ever seen, or would ever see in her life, and she bent her back joyfully in the service of her ideal. She would not allow Camilla to pump for herself, but flew to the handle with such energy that the white water gushed out in a flood, overflowing Camilla's cup, spattering over on her fingers, and sparkling on the sheer white of her hem-stitched cuffs. This made them both laugh, the delicious silly laugh of childhood. Already they seemed like friends. "How do you pronounce your name?" Sylvia asked familiarly. "Camilla Fingal," said the other, looking up from her cup, her upper lip red and moist. She accented the surname on the last syllable. "What a perfectly lovely name!" cried Sylvia. "Mine is Sylvia Marshall." "That's a pretty name too," said Camilla, smiling. She spoke less timidly now, but her fawn like eyes still kept their curious expression, half apprehension, half hope. "How old are you?" asked Sylvia. 11, last November." "Why, my birthday is in November, and I was 11 too!" cried Sylvia. "I thought you must be older, you're so tall." Camilla looked down and said nothing. Sylvia went on: "I'm crazy about the way you do your hair, in those twists over your ears. When I was studying my spelling lesson, I was trying to figure out how you do it." "Oh, I don't do it. Mattice does it for us, for Cécile and me. Cécile's my sister. She's in the third grade." "Why, I have a sister in the third grade too!" exclaimed Sylvia, much struck by this second propitious coincidence. "Her name is Judith, and she's a darling. Wouldn't it be nice if she and Cécile should be good friends too?" She put her arm about her new comrade's waist, convinced that they were now intimates of long standing. They ran together to take their places at the sound of the bell. All during the rest of the morning session she smiled radiantly at the newcomer whenever their eyes met. She planned to walk part way home with her at noon, but she was detained for a moment by the teacher, and when she reached the front gate, where Judith was waiting for her, Camilla was nowhere in sight. Judith explained with some disfavor that a surrey had been waiting for the Fingal girls, and they had been driven away. Sylvia fell into a rhapsody over her new acquaintance and found to her surprise it was always a surprise to Sylvia that Judith's tastes and judgments were so frequently differed from hers that Judith by no means shared her enthusiasm. She admitted, but as if it were a matter of no importance, that both Camilla and Cécile were pretty enough, but she declared roundly that Cécile was a little sneak who had set out from the first to be teacher's pet. This title, in the sturdy democracy of the public schools, means about what sycophantic lickspittle in the vocabulary of adults, and carries with it a crushing weight of odium which can hardly ever be lived down. "Judith, what makes you think so?" cried Sylvia, horrified at the epithet. "The way she looks at Teacher. She never takes her eyes off her, and just jumps to do whatever Teacher says. And then she looks at everybody so kind of scared, 's if she thought she was goin' to be hit over the head every minute, and was so thankful to everybody for not doing it. Makes me feel just like doing it," declared Judith, the Anglo Saxon. Sylvia recognized a scornful version of the appealing expression which she had found so touching in Camilla. "Why, I think it's sweet of them to look so, when they're so awfully pretty and have such good clothes, and a carriage, and everything. They might be as stuck up as anything. I think it's just nice for them to be so sweet," persisted Sylvia. "I don't call it being sweet," said Judith, "to watch Teacher every minute and smile all over your face if she looks at you, and hold on to her hand when she's talking to you. It's silly." They argued all the way home, and the lunch hour was filled with appeals to their parents to take sides. Professor and Mrs. Marshall, always ready, although occasionally somewhat absent listeners to school news, professed themselves really interested in these new scholars and quite perplexed by the phenomenon of two beautiful dark-eyed children called Camilla and Cécile Fingal. Judith refused to twist her tongue to pronounce the last syllable accented, and her version of the name made it sound Celtic. "Perhaps their father is Irish and the mother Italian or Spanish," suggested Professor Marshall. Sylvia was delighted with this hypothesis, and cried out enthusiastically, "Oh yes! Camilla looks Italian, like an Italian princess." Judith assumed an incredulous and derisive expression and remained silent, an achievement of self-control which Sylvia was never able to emulate. The Fingal girls continued to occupy a large space in Sylvia's thoughts and hours, and before long they held a unique position in the opinion of the school, which was divided about evenly between the extremes represented by Sylvia and Judith. The various accomplishments of the newcomers were ground both for uneasy admiration and suspicion. They could sing like birds, and, what seemed like witchcraft to the unmusical little Americans about them, they could sing in harmony as easily as they could carry an air. And they recited with fire, ease, and evident enjoyment, instead of with the show of groaning, unwilling submission to authority which it was etiquette in the Washington Street School to show before beginning to speak a piece. They were good at their books too, and altogether, with their quick docility, picturesqueness, and eagerness to please, were the delight of the teachers. In the fifth grade, Sylvia's example of intimate, admiring friendship definitely threw popular favor on the side of Camilla, who made every effort to disarm the hostility aroused by her too numerous gifts of nature. She was ready to be friends with the poorest and dullest of the girls, never asked the important rôles in any games, hid rather than put forward the high marks she received in her studies, and was lavish with her invitations to her schoolmates to visit her at home. The outside of this house, which Mr. Fingal had rented a month or so before they first moved to La Chance, was like any one of many in the region, but the interior differed notably from those to which the other children were accustomed. For one thing, there was no lady of the house, Mrs. Fingal having died a short time before. Camilla and Cécile could do exactly as they pleased, and they gave the freedom of the house and its contents lavishly to their little friends. In the kitchen was an enormous old negro woman, always good-natured, always smelling of whiskey. She kept on hand a supply of the most meltingly delicious cakes and cookies, and her liberal motto, "Here, child, put your hand in the cooky jar and draw out what you likes on," was always flourished in the faces of the schoolmates of the two daughters of the house. In the rest of the house, filled with dark, heavy, dimly shining furniture, reigned Mattice, another old negro woman, but, unlike the jolly fat cook, yellow and shriveled and silent. She it was who arrayed Camille and Cécile with such unerring taste, and her skilful old hands brushed and dressed their long black hair in artful twists and coils. Here, against their own background, the two girls seemed more at their ease and showed more spontaneity than at school. They were fond of dressing up, and of organizing impromptu dramatizations of the stories of familiar books, and showed a native ability for acting which explained their success in recitations. Once, when the fun was very rollicking, Camilla brought out from a closet a banjo, and, thrumming on its strings with skilful fingers, played a tingling accompaniment to one of her songs. The other little girls were delighted and clamored for more, but she put it away quickly with almost a frown on her sweet face, and for once in her life did not yield to their demands. "Well, I think more of her for that," remarked Judith, when this incident was repeated to her by Sylvia, who cried out, "Why, Judy, how hateful you are about poor Camilla!" Nothing was learned about the past history of the Fingals, beyond the fact, dropped once by the cook, that they had lived in Louisiana before coming to La Chance, but there were rumors, based on nothing at all, and everywhere credited, that their mother had been a Spanish American heiress, disinherited by her family for marrying a Protestant. Such a romantic and picturesque element had never before entered the lives of the Washington Street school children. Once a bold and insensitive little girl, itching to know more of this story-book history, had broken the silence about Mrs. Fingál and had asked Camilla bluntly, "Say, who was your mother, anyway?" The question had been received by Camilla with whitening lips and a desperate silence, ended by a sudden loud burst of sobs which tore Sylvia's heart. "You mean, horrid thing!" she cried to the inquisitor. "Her mother isn't dead a year yet. Camilla can't bear to talk about her." Once in a great while Mr. Fingál was visible, a bald, middle‐aged man with a white, sad face and eyes that never smiled, although his lips often did when he saw the clusters of admiring children hanging about his daughters. Judith held aloof from these gatherings at the Fingál house, her prejudice against the girls never weakening, although Cécile, as well as Camille, had won over almost all the other girls of her grade. Judith showed the self‐contained indifference which it was her habit to feel about matters which did not deeply stir her, and made no further attempts to analyze or even to voice her animosity beyond saying once, when asked to go with them on a drive, that she didn't like their "meechin' ways," a vigorous New England phrase which she had picked up from her mother. About a month after the Fingál girls entered school, the project of a picnic took form among the girls of the Fifth A grade. One of them had an uncle who lived 3 or 4 miles from town on a farm which was passed by the interurban trolley line, and he had sent word that the children could, if they liked, picnic in his maple woods, which overhung the brown waters of the Piquota River. There was to be no recess that day in 5A, and the grade was to be dismissed half an hour earlier than usual, so that the girls could go out on the trolley in time to get the supper ready. The farmer was to bring them back by moonlight in his hay wagon. The prospect seemed ideal. 5A hummed with excitement and importance as the various provisions were allotted to the different girls and the plans talked over. Sylvia was to bring bananas, enough for the crowd. One of the German American girls, whose father kept a grocery store, promised pickles and olives. 3 or 4 together were to make the sandwiches, and Camilla Fingál was to bring along a big bag of the famous rich and beraisined cookies that lived in the "cooky jah." Sylvia, who always enjoyed prodigiously both in anticipation and in reality any social event, could scarcely contain herself as the time drew near with every prospect of fair weather. The morning of the day was clear and fine, a perfect example of early spring, with silvery pearls showing on the tips of the red wig osiers, and pussy willows gleaming gray along the margins of swampy places. Sylvia and Judith felt themselves one with this upward surge of new life. They ran to school together, laughing aloud for no reason, racing and skipping like a couple of spring lambs, their minds and hearts as crystal clear of any shadow as the pale blue, smiling sky above them. The rising sap beat in their young bodies as well as in the beech trees through which they scampered, whirling their school books at the end of their straps, and shouting aloud to hear the squirrels' petulant, chattering answer. When they came within sight and hearing of the schoolhouse, their practised ears detected, although with no hint of foreboding, that something unusual had happened. The children were not running about and screaming, but standing with their heads close together, talking and talking and talking. As Judith and Sylvia came near, several ran to meet them, hurling out at them like a hard‐flung stone, "Say, what d'ye think? Those Fingál girls are niggers!" To the end of her life Sylvia would never forget the rending shock of disillusion brought her by these blunt words. She did not dream of disbelieving them, or of underestimating their significance. A thousand confirmatory details leaped into her mind: the rich, sweet voices, the dramatic ability, the banjo, the deprecatory air of timidity, the self‐conscious unwillingness to take the leading position to which their talents and beauty gave them a right. Yes, of course it was true. In the space of a heartbeat, all her romantic Italian imaginings vanished. She continued to walk forward mechanically, in an utter confusion of mind. She heard Judith asking in an astonished voice, "Why, what makes you think so?" And she listened with a tortured attention to the statement vouchsafed in an excited chorus by a great many shrill little voices, that the Fingáls' old cook had taken a little too much whiskey for once, and had fallen to babbling at the grocery store, before a highly entertained audience of neighbors, about the endless peregrinations of the Fingál family in search of a locality where the blood of the children would not be suspected. "And their mother, for all her good looks, second cousin to Mattice," she had tittered foolishly, gathering up her basket and rolling tipsily out of the store. "Well," said Judith, "did you ever!" She was evidently as much amazed as her sister, but Sylvia felt with a sinking of the heart that what seemed to her the real significance of the news had escaped Judith. The 5A girls came trooping up to Sylvia. "Of course we can't have Camilla at the picnic. My uncle wouldn't want a nigger there. We'll have to tell her she can't come." Sylvia heard from the other groups of children about them snatches of similar talk. "Anybody might ha' known it, singin' the way they do, just like niggers' voices. They have to go to the nigger school now. Huh, puttin' on airs with their carriage and their black dresses. Nothin' but niggers." The air seemed full of that word. Sylvia sickened and quailed. Not so Judith. It had taken her a moment to understand the way in which the news was being received. When she did, she turned very pale and broke out into a storm of anger. She stuttered and halted as she always did when overmastered by feeling, but her words were molten. She ignored the tacit separation between children of different grades, and though but a third grader, threw herself passionately among the girls who were talking at the picnic, clawing at their arms, forcing her way to the center, a raging, white-faced, hot-eyed little thunderbolt. "You're the meanest, low‐down things I ever heard of!" she told the astonished older girls, fairly spitting at them in her fury. "You you go and sponge off the Fingáls for cakes and rides and soda water, and you think you're too lovely for words, and you try to do your hair just the way the Camilla does. They aren't any different today from what they were yesterday, are they? You make me sick. You make me." The big bell rang out its single, deep, brazen note for the formation of lines, and the habit of unquestioning, instant obedience to its voice sent the children all scurrying to their places, from which they marched forward to their respective classrooms in their usual convict silence. Just as the line ahead was disappearing into the open door, the well-kept, shining surrey drove up in haste, and Camilla and Cécile, dazzling in fresh white dresses and white hair ribbons, ran to their places. Evidently they had heard nothing. Camilla turned and smiled brightly at her friend as she stepped along in front of her. Sylvia experienced another giddy reaction of feeling. Up to that moment she had felt nothing but shocked and intensely self‐centered horror at the disagreeableness of what had happened, and a wild desire to run away to some quiet spot where she would not have to think about it, where it could not make her unhappy, where her heart would stop beating so furiously. What had she ever done to have such a horrid thing happen in her world? She had been as much repelled by Judith's foaming violence as by any other element of the situation. If she could only get away! Every sensitive nerve in her, tuned to a graceful and comely order of life, was rasped to anguish by the ugliness of it all. Up to that moment Camilla came running to her place. This had been the dominant impulse in the extreme confusion of Sylvia's mind. But at the sight of Camilla she felt, bursting up through this confusion of mind, and fiercely attacking her instinct of self‐preservation, a new force, unsuspected, terribly alive, sympathy with Camilla. Camilla with her dog‐like, timid, loving eyes. Camilla who had done nothing to deserve unhappiness except to be born. Camilla, always uneasy with tragic consciousness of the sword over her head, and now smiling brightly with tragic unconsciousness that it was about to fall. Sylvia's heart swelled almost unendurably. She was feeling, for the first time in her life, consciously, the two natures under her skin. And this, their first open struggle for the mastery of her, was like a knife in her side. She sat during the morning session, her eyes on the clock, fearing miserably the moment of dismissal at noon, when she must take some action, she who only longed to run away from discord and dwell in peace. Her mind swung pendulum-like from one extreme of feeling to another. Every time that Camilla smiled at her across the heads of the other children, sullenly oblivious of their former favorite, Sylvia turned sick with shame and pity. But when her eyes rested on the hard, hostile faces which made up her world, the world she had to live in, the world which had been so full of sweet and innocent happiness for her, the world which would now be ranged with her or against her, according to her decision at noon, she was overcome by panic at the very idea of throwing her single self against this many-headed tyrant. With an unspeakable terror, she longed to feel the safe walls of conformity about her. There was a battle with drawn swords in the heart of the little girl, trying blindly to see where the end came in pneumonia. The clock crept on, past 11, towards 12. Sylvia had come to no decision. She could come to no decision. She felt herself consciously to be unable to cope with the crisis. She was too small, too weak, too shrinking to make herself iron and resist an overwhelming force. It was 5 minutes of 12. The order was given to put away books and pencils in the desk. Sylvia's hands trembled so that she could hardly close the lid. "Turn!" said the teacher in her hard, mechanical voice. The children turned their stub-toed shoes out into the aisle, their eyes menacingly on Camilla. "Rise!" Like a covey of partridge they all stood up, stretching, twisting their bodies, stiff and torpid after the long hours of immobility. "Pass!" Clattering feet all over the building began moving along the aisles and out towards the cloakrooms. Every one seized his own wraps with a practised snatch, and passed on, still in line, over the dusty wooden floors of the hall, down the ill-built, resounding stairs, out to the playground, out to Sylvia's ordeal. As she came out blinkingly into the strong spring sunlight, she still had reached no decision. Her impulse was to run, as fast as she could, out to the gate and down the street, home. But another impulse held her back. The lines were breaking up. Camilla was turning about with a smile to speak to her. Malevolent eyes were fixed on them from all sides. Sylvia felt her indecision mount in a cloud about her, like blinding, scalding steam. And then, there before her, stood Judith, her proud, dark little face set in an angry scowl, her arm about Cécile Fingál's neck. Sylvia never could think what she would have done if Judith had not been there. But then Judith was one of the formative elements of her life, as much as was the food she ate or the thoughts she had. What she did was to turn as quickly and unhesitatingly as though she had always meant to do it, put her arm through Camilla's, and draw her rapidly towards the gate where the surrey waited. Judith and Cécile followed, the crowds of astonished, and for the moment silenced, children fell back before them. Once she had taken her action, Sylvia saw that it was the only one possible. But she was upheld by none of the traditional pride in a righteous action, nor by a raging single-mindedness like Judith's, who stalked along, her little fists clenched, frowning blackly to right and left on the other children, evidently far more angry with them than sympathetic for Cécile. Sylvia did not feel angry with any one. She was simply more acutely miserable than she had ever dreamed possible. The distance to the Surrey seemed endless to her. Her sudden rush had taken Camilla so completely by surprise that not until they were at the gate did she catch her breath to ask laughingly, "What in the world's the matter with you, Sylvia? You act so queer." Sylvia did not answer, every nerve bent on getting Camilla into safety, but a little red-headed boy from the second grade, who could scarcely talk plainly, burst out chantingly, pointing his dirty forefinger at Camilla: "Nigger, nigger, never die, black face and shiny eye, curly hair and curly toes, that's the way the nigger goes." There was a loud laugh from the assembled children. Camilla wavered as though she had been struck. Her lovely face turned ashy gray, and she looked at Sylvia with the eyes of one dying. From the deepest of her nature Sylvia responded to that look. She forgot the crowd. Boldly, unafraid, beside herself with pity, she flung her arms about her friend's neck, hiding the white face on her shoulder. Judith ran up, blazing with rage, and pulled at Camilla's arm. "Don't give in! Don't give in!" she screamed. "Don't cry! Don't let 'em see you care! Sass 'em back, why don't you? Hit that little boy over the head! Sass them back, why don't you?" But Camilla only shook her head vehemently and shrank away into the carriage, little Cécile stumbling after, the silent tears streaming down her face. The two clasped each other, and the surrey drove quickly away, leaving the Marshall girls standing on the curb. Judith turned around and faced the crowds of enemies back of them. "Nasty old things!" she cried, sticking out her tongue at them. She was answered by a yell, at which she made another face and walked away, pulling Sylvia with her. For a few steps they were followed by some small boys who yelled in chorus: "Judith's mad, and I'm glad, and I know what'll please her, a bottle of wine to make her shine, and two little niggers to squeeze her." They were beginning this immemorially old chant over again when Judith turned and ran back towards them with a white, terrible face of wrath. At the sight they scattered like scared chickens. Judith was so angry that she was shivering all over her small body, and she kept repeating at intervals in a suffocated voice, "Nasty old things! Just wait till I tell my father and mother." As they passed under the beech trees, it seemed to Sylvia a physical impossibility that only that morning they had raced and scampered along, whirling their school books and laughing. They ran into the house, calling for their parents in excited voices, and pouring out incoherent exclamations. Sylvia cried a little at the comforting sight of her mother's face and was taken up on Mrs. Marshall's lap and closely held. Judith never cried. She had not cried even when she ran the sewing machine needle through her thumb. But when infuriated she could not talk, her stammering growing so pronounced that she could not get out a word, and it was Sylvia who told the facts. She was astonished to find them so few and so quickly stated, having been under the impression that something of intense and painful excitement had been happening every moment of the morning. But the experience of her parents supplied the tragic background of strange, passionate prejudice which Sylvia could not phrase, and which gave its sinister meaning to her briefly told story. "And so Judith and I walked with them out to the gate, and then that little Jimmy Cohalan yelled out, 'Nigger! Nigger!' You know," Judith broke in, her nostrils distended, "and they never sassed back or hit anybody or anything. Just crumpled up and cried." Sylvia was aghast with bewilderment. "Why, I thought you were on their side." "Well, I am," asserted Judith, beginning to stammer again, "but I don't have to like 'em any better, do I? Because I get mad when a lot of mean, nasty girls that have been sponging off." She stopped, balked by her infirmity, and appealed to her parents with a silent look of fury. "What shall we do, Mother?" asked Sylvia despairingly, looking up into her mother's face from the comfortable shelter of her long, strong arms. Mrs. Marshall looked down at her without speaking. It occurred to Sylvia disquietingly that her mother's expression was a little like Judith's. But when Mrs. Marshall spoke it was only to say, in her usual voice, "Well, the first thing to do is to have something to eat. Whatever else you do, don't let a bad condition of your body interfere with what's going on in your mind. Lunch is getting cold, and don't talk about trouble while you're eating. After you're through, Father'll tell you what to do." Professor Marshall made a gesture of dismay. "Good Lord, Barbara, don't put it off on me!" His wife looked at him with smoldering eyes. "I certainly have nothing to say that would be fit for children to hear," she said in an energetic tone, beginning to serve the baked beans, which were the main dish for the day. After the meal, always rather hasty because of the children's short noon hour, Sylvia and Judith went to sit on their father's knees, while he put an arm about each and looking from one serious, expectant face to the other, began his explanation. He cleared his throat, and hesitated before beginning, and had none of his usual fluency as he went on. What he finally said was, "Well, children, you've stumbled into about the hardest problem there is in this country, and the honest truth is that we don't any of us know what's right to do about it. The sort of thing that's just happened in the Washington Street School is likely to happen most anywhere, and it's no harder on these poor little playmates of yours than on all colored people. But it's awfully hard on them all. The best we can do is hope that, after a great many people have lived and died, all trying to do their best, maybe folks will have learned how to manage better. Of course, if grown men and women don't know how to help matters, you little girls can't expect to fix things either. All you can do is to go on being nice to Camilla and—" Judith broke in here hotly. "You don't mean we oughtn't to do something about the girls being so mean to them? Not letting Camilla go to the picnic and—" "What could you do," asked her father quietly, "that would make things any better for Camilla? If you were 40 times as strong as you are, you couldn't make the other girls want Camilla at the picnic. It would only spoil the picnic and wouldn't help Camilla a bit." Professor Marshall meditated a moment and went on: "Of course I'm proud of my little daughters for being kind to friends who are unhappy through no fault of theirs." Sylvia winced at this and thought of confessing that she was very near running away and leaving Camilla to her fate. "And I hope you'll go on being as nice to your unfortunate friends as ever," Judith said. "They aren't friends of mine. I don't like them." As not infrequently happened, something about Judith's attitude had been irritating her father, and he now said with some severity, "Then it's a case where Sylvia's loving heart can do more good than your anger, though you evidently think it very fine of you to feel that." Judith looked down in a stubborn silence, and Sylvia drooped miserably in the consciousness of receiving undeserved praise. She opened her mouth to explain her vacillations of the morning, but her moral fiber was not equal to the effort. She felt very unhappy to have Judith blamed and herself praised when things ought to have been reversed, but she could not bring herself to renounce her father's good opinion. Professor Marshall gave them both a kiss and set them down. "It's 20 minutes to 1. You'd better run along, dears," he said. After the children had gone out, his wife, who had preserved an unbroken silence, remarked dryly, "So that's the stone we give them when they ask for bread." Professor Marshall made no attempt to defend himself. "My dim generalities are pretty poor provender for honest children's minds, I admit," he said humbly. "But what else have we to give them that isn't directly contradicted by our lives? There's no use telling children something that they never see put into practice." "It's not impossible, I suppose, to change our lives," suggested his wife uncompromisingly. Professor Marshall drew a great breath of disheartenment. "As long as I can live without thinking of that element in American life, it's all right, but when anything brings it home, like this today, I feel that the mean compromise we all make must be a disintegrating moral force in the national character. I feel like gathering up all of you and going away, away from the intolerable question, to Europe, and earning the family living by giving English lessons." Mrs. Marshall cried out, "It makes me feel like going out right here in La Chance with a bomb in one hand and a rifle in the other." From which difference of impression it may perhaps be seen that the two disputants were respectively the father and mother of Sylvia and Judith. Mrs. Marshall rose and began clearing away the luncheon dishes. As she disappeared into the kitchen, she paused a moment behind the door, a grim, invisible voice remarking, "And what we shall do is, of course, simply nothing at all." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Sabotage. Sylvia and Judith walked to school in profound silence. Sylvia was shrinking with every nerve from the ordeal of facing again those 400 hostile faces, from the new and painful relations with her playmates which lay before her. She was now committed irrevocably to the cause of the Fingáls, and she felt a terrified doubt of having enough moral strength to stick to that position. For the moment, the problem was settled by their arriving at the schoolhouse almost too late. The lines were just marching into the building, and both girls barely slipped into their places in time. Sylvia noticed with relief that Camilla was absent. All the 5A girls had paper bags or pasteboard boxes, and in the air of the 5A cloakroom was a strong smell of vinegar. Gretchen Schmidt's pickles had begun to soak through the bag, and she borrowed the cover of a box to set them in. These sounds and smells recalled the picnic to Sylvia's mind, the picnic to which she had been looking forward with such inexpressible pleasure. For an instant she was aghast to think that she had forgotten her bananas, tied up already at home on the sideboard, but the next instant she thought sadly that she probably would not be welcome at the picnic. She went to her seat and sat forlorn through the changing lessons of the afternoon. The teacher ground out the half-hour lessons wearily, her eyes on the clock, as unaware of the crisis in her class as though she were in another planet. At 4 o'clock Sylvia filed out with the other children to the cloakroom, but there was not the usual quick, practised grab, each for his own belongings. The girls remained behind, exclaiming and lamenting. Such a clamor arose that the teacher came hurrying in, anxious for the reputation for good behavior of her class. Good behavior in the Washington Street School, as in a penitentiary, was gauged by the degree of silence and immobility achieved by the inmates. The girls ran to Miss Miller, crying out, "Somebody's stolen our lunches! We left them here, all our boxes and things, and they're all gone!" Sylvia hung back in the door to the schoolroom apart from the others, half relieved by the unexpected event which diverted attention from her. One of the boys who had gone ahead in the line now came back, a large cucumber stuck in the corner of his mouth. like a fat green cigar. He announced with evident satisfaction in the girls' misfortune that the steps were strewn with pickles. The bag must have burst entirely as they were being carried downstairs. Gretchen Schmidt began to weep. "All them good pickles!" One of the girls flew at the boy who brought the bad news. "I just bet you did it yourself, Jimmy Weaver, you and Frank Kennedy. You boys were mad anyhow because we didn't ask you to come to the picnic." Jimmy's face assumed the most unmistakably genuine expression of astonishment and aggrieved innocence. "Aw, you're off your base. I wouldn't have gone to your darned old picnic. And wasn't I in the room every minute this afternoon?" "No, you weren't! You weren't!" More of the girls had come to the attack and now danced about the boy, hurling accusations at him. "You got excused to get a drink of water, and so did Pete Roberts. You did it then. You did." "Hush, children, not so loud," said Miss Miller. "You'll have the Principal down here." At this terrible threat the children, in spite of their heat, lowered their voices. Jimmy was beginning an angry, half alarmed protest. "Ah, 'twas a tramp must 'a' got in and saw," when he was pushed out of the way by a small, vigorous hand. Judith Marshall walked in, her face very pale. She was breathing hard, and through her parted lips, as though she had been running fast, her small white teeth showed like those of an enraged squirrel. "I threw your picnic things in the river," she said. The older children recoiled from this announcement, and from the small, tense figure. Even the teacher kept her distance, as though Judith were some dangerous little animal. "What in the world did you do that for?" she asked in a tone of stupefaction. "Because they are nasty, mean things," said Judith, "and if they weren't going to let Camilla to go to the picnic, I wasn't going to let them have any picnic." The teacher turned around to Sylvia, now almost as white as her sister, and said helplessly, "Sylvia, do you know what she's talking about?" Sylvia went forward and took Judith's hand. She was horrified beyond words by what Judith had done, but Judith was her little sister. "Yes, ma'am," she said to Miss Miller's question, speaking, for all her agitation, quickly and fluently as was her habit, though not very coherently. "Yes, ma'am, I know. Everybody was saying this morning that the Fingáls' mother was a Negro, and so the girls weren't going to invite Camilla to the picnic, and it made Judith mad." "Why, she didn't know Camilla very well, did she?" asked the teacher, astonished. "No, ma'am," said Sylvia, still speaking quickly, although the tears of fright were beginning to stand in her eyes. "It just got her mad because the other girls weren't going to invite her because she didn't think it was anyhow her fault." "Whose fault?" cried the teacher, completely lost. "Camilla's," quavered Sylvia, the tears beginning to fall. There was a pause. "Well, I never!" exclaimed the teacher, whose parents had come from New England. She was entirely at a loss to know how to treat this unprecedented situation, and like other potentates with a long habit of arbitrary authority, she covered her perplexity with a smart show of decision. "You children go right straight home, along out of the building this minute," she commanded. "You know you're not allowed to loiter around after school hours. Sylvia and Judith, stay here. I'm going to take you up to the Principal's office." The girls and Jimmy Weaver ran clattering down the stairs, in an agreeably breathless state of excitement. In their opinion, the awfulness of the situation had been adequately recognized by the teacher, and signaled by the equally awful expedient of a visit to the Principal's office, the last resort in the case of the rarely occurring insubordinate boy. Because Miss Miller had not the least idea what to say in an event so far out of the usual routine, she talked a great deal during the trip through the empty halls and staircases up to the Principal's office on the top floor, chiefly to the effect that as many years as she had taught, Never had she encountered such a bad little girl as Judith. Judith received this in stony silence, but Sylvia's tears fell fast. All the years of her docile school existence had trained her in the habit of horror at insubordination above every other crime. She felt as disgraced as though Judith had been caught stealing, perhaps more so. Miss Miller knocked at the door. The Principal, stooping and hollow chested, opened it and stood confronting, with tired, kind eyes, the trio before him, the severe woman, with her pathetic, prematurely old face and starved, flat body; the pretty little girl hanging down her head and weeping; the smaller child who gave him one black, defiant look and then gazed past him out of the window. "Well, Miss Miller?" he asked. "I've brought you a case that I don't know what to do with," she began. "This is Judith Marshall, in the third grade, and she has just done one of the naughtiest things I ever heard of." When she had finished her recital, "How do you know this child did it?" asked Mr. Bristol, always his first question in cases between teachers and pupils. "She was so brazen as to come right back and tell us so," said Miss Miller, her tone growing more and more condemnatory. Judith's face, capable of such rare and positive beauty, had now shut down into a hard, repellent little mask of hate. Mr. Bristol looked at her for a moment in silence, and then at Sylvia, sobbing, her arm crooked over her face, hiding everything but her shining curls. "And what has this little girl to do with anything?" he asked. "This is Sylvia Marshall, Judith's sister, and of course she feels dreadfully about Judith's doing such a dreadful thing," explained Miss Miller inelegantly. Mr. Bristol walked back to his desk and sat down. "Well, I think I needn't keep you any longer, Miss Miller," he said. "If you will just leave the little girls here for a while, perhaps I can decide what to do about it." Thus mildly but unmistakably dismissed, the teacher took her departure, pushing Sylvia and Judith inside the door and shutting it audibly after her. She was so tired as she walked down the stairs that she ached, and she thought to herself, "As if things weren't hard enough without their going and being naughty!" Inside the room there was a moment's silence, filled almost palpably by Sylvia's quivering alarm and by Judith's bitter mental resistance. Mr. Bristol drew out a big book from the shelf over his desk and held it out to Sylvia. "I guess you all got pretty excited about this, didn't you?" he said, smiling wisely at the child. "You and your sister sit down and look at the pictures in this for a while, till you get cooled off, and then I'll hear all about it." Sylvia took the book obediently, and drew Judith to a chair, opening the pages, brushing away her tears, and trying to go through the form of looking at the illustrations, which were of the birds native to the region. In spite of her emotion, the large, brightly colored pictures did force their way through her eye to her brain, instinct in every fiber with the modern habit of taking in impressions from the printed page. And for years afterwards she could have told the names of the birds they saw during that long, still half hour, broken by no sound but the tap, tap, tap of Mr. Bristol's typewriter. He did not once look towards them. This was partly a matter of policy, and partly because he was trying desperately to get a paper written for the next convention of public school principals, which he was to address on the study of arithmetic in the seventh grade. He had very fixed and burning ideas about the teaching of arithmetic in the seventh grade, which he longed, with a true believer's fervor, to see adopted by all the schools in the country. He often said that if they would only do so, the study of arithmetic would be revolutionized in a decade. Judith sat beside her sister, not pretending to look at the book, although the rigidity of her face insensibly softened somewhat in the contagious quiet of the room. When they had turned over the last page and shut the book, Mr. Bristol faced them again, leaning back in his swivel chair, and said, "Now, children, All quiet? One of you begin at the beginning and tell me how it happened." Judith's lips shut together in a hard line, so Sylvia began, surprised to find her nerves steadied and calmed by the silent half hour of inaction back of her. She told how they were met that morning by the news, how the children shouted after Camilla as she got into the carriage, how the 5A girls had decided to exclude her from the picnic, how angry Judith had been, and then she knew no more to tell beyond the bare fact of Judith's passionate misdeed. Mr. Bristol began to cross-examine Judith in short, quiet sentences. "What made you think of throwing the things into the river?" "I was afraid they'd get them back somehow if I didn't," said Judith, as if stating a self-evident argument. "Where did you go to throw them in? To the Monroe Street Bridge?" "No, I didn't have time to go so far. I just went down through Randolph Street to the bank, and there was a boat there tied to a tree, and I got in and pushed it out as far as the rope would go and dropped the things in from the other end." Sylvia caught her breath in terror at this recital. The Piquota River ran swift and turbid and deep between high banks at that point. "Weren't you afraid to venture out in a boat all by yourself?" asked the man, looking at Judith's diminutive person. "Yes, I was," said Judith unexpectedly. Mr. Bristol said, "Oh," and stood in thought for a moment. Some one knocked on the door, and he turned to open it. At the sight of the tall figure standing there in his pepper and salt suit, Sylvia's heart gave a great bound of incredulous rapture. The appearance of a merciful mediator on the day of judgment could not have given her keener or more poignant relief. She and Judith both ran headlong to their father, catching his hands in theirs, clinging to his arms and pressing their little bodies against his. The comfort Sylvia felt in his mere physical presence was inexpressible. It is one of the pure, golden emotions of childhood which no adult can ever recover, save perhaps a mystic in a moment of ecstatic contemplation of the power and loving kindness of his God. Professor Marshall put out his hand to the Principal, introducing himself, and explained that he and his wife had been a little uneasy when the children had not returned from school. Mr. Bristol shook the other's hand, saying that he knew of him through mutual acquaintances, and assuring him that he could not have come at a more opportune moment. "Your little daughter has given me a hard nut to crack. I need advice." Both men sat down, Sylvia and Judith still close to their father's side, and Mr. Bristol told what had happened in a concise, colorless narration, ending with Judith's exploit with the boat. "Now what would you do in my place?" he said, like one proposing an insoluble riddle. Sylvia, seeing the discussion going on in such a quiet conversational tone, ventured in a small voice the suggestion that Judith had done well to confess, since that had saved others from suspicion. "The girls were sure that Jimmy Weaver had done it." "Was that why you came back and told?" asked Professor Marshall. "No," said Judith bluntly. "I never thought of that. I wanted to be sure they knew why it happened." The two men exchanged glances. Professor Marshall said, "Didn't you understand me when I told you at noon that even if you could make the girls let Camilla go to the picnic, she wouldn't have a good time? You couldn't make them like to have her." "Yes, I understood all right," said Judith, looking straight at her father. "But if she couldn't have a good time, and no fault of hers, I wasn't going to let them have a good time either. I wasn't trying to make them want her. I was trying to get even with them." Professor Marshall looked stern. "That is just what I feared, Judith. And that hateful spirit is the bad thing about the whole business." He turned to the Principal. How many girls were going to this picnic?" The other, with a wide gesture, disavowed any knowledge of the matter. "Good heavens! How should I know?" Sylvia counted rapidly. "14," she said. "Well, Mr. Bristol, how would this do for a punishment? Judith has worked in various ways, digging up dandelions from the lawn, weeding flower beds, running errands, you know, all the things children do. And she has a little more than $5 in her iron savings bank that she has been saving for more than a year to buy a collie puppy. Would you be satisfied if she took that money, divided it into 14 parts, and took it herself in person to each of the girls?" During this proposal Judith's face had taken on an expression of utter dismay. She looked more childlike, more like her years than at any moment during the interview. "Oh, Father!" she implored him with a deep note of entreaty. He did not look at her, but over her head at the Principal, who was rising from his chair with every indication of relief on his face. "Nothing could be better," he said. "That will be just right. Every one will be satisfied. And I'll just say for the sake of discipline that little Judith shan't come back to school till she has done her penance. Of course she can get it all done before supper time tonight. All our families live in the vicinity of the school." He was shaking Professor Marshall's hand again, and edging him towards the door, his mind once more on his paper, hoping that he might really finish it before night. If only there were no more interruptions! His achievement in divining the mental processes of two children, hysterical with excitement, his magnetic taming of those fluttering little hearts, his inspired avoidance of a fatal false step at a critical point in the moral life of two human beings in the making, all this seemed as nothing to him, an incident of the day's routine already forgotten. He conceived that his real usefulness to society lay in the reform of arithmetic teaching in the 7th grade, and he turned back to his arguments with the ardor of the great landscape painter who aspires to be a champion at billiards. Professor Marshall walked home in silence with his two daughters, explained the matter to his wife, and said that he and Sylvia would go with Judith on her uncomfortable errand. Mrs. Marshall listened in silence, and went herself to get the little bank stuffed full of painfully earned pennies and nickels. Then she bade them into the kitchen and gave Judith and Sylvia each a cookie and a glass of milk. She made no comment whatever on the story, or on her husband's sentence for the culprit, but just as the three were going out of the door, she ran after them, caught Judith in her arms, and gave her a passionate kiss. The next day was Saturday, and it was suggested that Judith and Sylvia carry on their campaign by going to see the Fingáls and spending the morning playing with them as though nothing had happened. As they approached the house, somewhat perturbed by the prospect, they saw with surprise that the windows were bare of the heavy yellow lace curtains which had hung in the parlor, darkening that handsomely furnished room to a rich twilight. They went up on the porch, and Judith rang the bell resolutely, while Sylvia hung a little back of her. From this position she could see into the parlor, and exclaimed, "Why, Judy, this isn't the right house. Nobody lives here." The big room was quite empty, the floors bare of the large soft rugs, and as the children pressed their faces to the pane, they could see through an open door into a bedroom also dismantled and deserted. They ran around the house to the back door and knocked on it. There was no answer. Judith turned the knob. The door opened, and they stood in what had been unmistakably the Fingáls' kitchen. Evidence of wild haste and confusion was everywhere about them. The floor was littered with excelsior, the shelves half cleared and half occupied still with cooking supplies, a packing box partly filled with kitchenware, which at the last moment the fugitives had evidently decided to abandon. The little girls stood in this silent desolation, looking about them with startled eyes. A lean mother cat came and rubbed her thin, pendant flanks against their legs, purring and whining. Three kittens skirmished joyfully in the excelsior, waylaying one another in ambush and springing out with bits of the yellow fibers clinging to their woolly soft fur. "They're they've gone," breathed Sylvia. "They've gone away for good." Judith nodded, even her bold and unimaginative spirit somewhat daunted by the ghostly silence of the house. Sylvia tiptoed to the swinging door and pushed it open. Yes, there was the pantry, like the kitchen, in chaotic disorder, tissue paper and excelsior thick on the floor, and entangled with it the indescribable jumble of worthless, disconnected objects, always tumbled together by a domestic crisis, like a fire or a removal: old gloves, whisk brooms, hat forms, lamps, magazines, tarnished desk fittings. The sight was so eloquent of panic haste that Sylvia let the door swing shut, and ran back into the kitchen. Judith was pointing silently to a big paper bag on the shelf. It had been tossed there with some violence, evidently, for the paper had burst and the contents had cascaded out on the shelf and on the floor: the rich, beraisined cookies which Camilla was to have taken to the picnic. Sylvia felt the tears stinging her eyelids, and pulled Judith out of the tragic house. They stood for a moment in the yard, beside a bed of flowering crocuses brilliant in the sun. The forsaken house looked down severely at them from its blank windows. Judith was almost instantly relieved of mental tension by the outdoor air, and stooped down unconcernedly to tie her shoe. She broke the lace and had to sit down, take it out of the shoe, tie it and put it back again. The operation took some time, during which Sylvia stood still, her mind whirling. For the first time in her steadily forward going life there was a sharp, irrevocable break. Something which had been yesterday was now no more. She would never see Camilla again, she who recalled Camilla's look of anguish as though they still stood side by side. Her heart filled with unspeakable thankfulness that she had put her arms around Camilla's neck at that supreme last moment. That had not been Judith's doing. That had come from her own heart. Unconsciously she had laid the first stone in the wall of self‐respect which might in the future fortify her against her weaknesses. She stood looking up blindly at the house, shivering again at the recollection of its echoing, empty silence. The moment was one she never forgot. Standing there in that commonplace backyard, staring up at a house like any one of 40 near her, she felt her heart grow larger. In that moment, tragedy, mystery, awe, and pity laid their shadowy fingers on her shining head. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The End of Childhood. That afternoon a couple of children who came to play in the Marshall orchard brought news that public opinion, after the fashion of that unstable weathercock, was veering rapidly and blowing from a wholly unexpected quarter. "My papa says," reported Gretchen Schmidt, who never could keep anything to herself, even though it might be by no means to her advantage to proclaim it, "my papa says that he thinks the way American people treats colored peoples is just fierce, and he says if he'd 'a known about our not letting Camilla go to the picnic, he'd 'a taken the trouble to me, mit der flachen Hand schlagen. That means he'd 'a spanked me good and plenty." Maria Perkins, from the limb where she hung by her knees, responded, "Yup, my Uncle Eben says He likes Judy's spunk." "I guess he wouldn't have if it had been his pickles." Gretchen made a last stand against the notorious injustice of fickle adult prejudices. But the tide had begun to turn. On Monday morning Sylvia and Judith found themselves far from ostracized, rather the center of much respectful finger pointing on the part of the children from the other grades, who had never paid the least attention to them before. And finally, when the Principal, passing majestically from room to room in his daily tour of inspection, paused in his awful progress and spoke to Judith by name, asking her quite familiarly and condescendingly what cities you would pass through if you went from Chicago to New Orleans, the current set once and for all in the other direction. No mention was ever made of the disappearance of the Fingáls, and the Marshall children found their old places waiting for them. It was not long before Judith had all but forgotten the episode, but Sylvia, older and infinitely more impressionable, found it burned irrevocably into her memory. For many and many a week she did not fall asleep without seeing Camilla's ashy face of wretchedness. And it was years before she could walk past the house where the Fingáls had lived without feeling sick. Her life was, however, brimming with active interests which occupied her mind and body. There was rarely a day when a troop of children did not swarm over the Marshall house and barn, playing and playing and playing with that indomitable zest in life which is the birthright of humanity before the fevers and chills of adolescence begin. Sylvia and Judith, moreover, were required to assume more and more of the responsibility of the housework, while their mother extracted from the Marshall 5 acres an ever increasing largesse of succulent food. Sylvia's séances with old Reinhardt and the piano were becoming serious affairs, for it was now tentatively decided that she was to earn her living by teaching music. There were many expeditions on foot with their mother, for Mrs. Marshall had become, little by little, chief nurse and adviser to all the families of the neighborhood. And on her errands of service, one of her daughters was needed to carry supplies and act as assistant. And finally, as the children grew older and the family tradition of bookishness took hold of them, there were shelves and shelves to be devoured, a strange mixture: Thackeray, Maeterlinck, Fielding, Hakluyt, Ibsen, Dickens, Ruskin, Shaw, Austen, Molière, Defoe, Cervantes, Shakespeare. The children dipped or tasted or swallowed whole, according to their temperaments and the books they happened on. When Sylvia was 13, almost 14 years old, she graduated from the 8th grade of the public schools and was ready to enter the high school. But after a good many family councils, in most of which, after the unreticent Marshall manner, she herself was allowed to be present, it was decided not to send her to the huge new Central High School, which had cost La Chance such a big slice of its taxes, but to prepare her at home for her course at the State University. She had been growing very fast, was a little thin and white, and had been outgrowing her strength. This at least was the reason given out to inquirers. In reality, her father's prejudice against high school life for adolescents was the determining cause. In the course of his university work he was obliged to visit a good many high schools, and had acquired a violent prejudice against the stirring social life characteristic of those institutions. Sylvia's feelings about this step aside from the beaten track were, like many of Sylvia's feelings, decidedly mixed. She was drawn towards the high school by the suction of the customary. A large number of her classmates expected, as a matter of course, to pass on in the usual way. But with an uneasy qualm, half pride and half apprehension, Sylvia was beginning to feel her difference from ordinary children. She was not altogether sorry to say good bye to her playmates, with whom she no longer had much in common. She would miss the fun of class life, of course, but there was a certain distinction involved in being educated differently. She might be queer, but since she was apparently fated to be queer, she might as well not be common as well. Finally, because she was still, at 14, very much of a child, the scale was tipped by her thinking what fun it would be to go down town on errands in school hours. Charles Lamb, lost in painful wonder at his own leisure after 36 years of incessant office hours, could savor no more acutely than an American school child the exquisite flavor of freedom at an hour formerly dedicated to imprisonment. As a matter of fact, during the next 3 years Sylvia's time was more constantly occupied than when there was a fixed time limit to her studies. Her teachers were always about her, and lightly as the new yoke pressed, she wore it practically without intermission. Her immersion in the ideals, the standards, the concepts of her parents was complete, engulfing. Somebody was nearly always teaching her something. She studied history and Latin with her father, mathematics with her mother. She learned to swim, to play tennis, to ride in the summertime, and to skate on the frozen swimming pool in winter, all without stirring from home. Old Reinhardt was supposed to come twice a week to give her a piano lesson, but actually he dropped in almost every day to smoke meditatively and keep a watchful ear on her practising. Although during those years she was almost literally rooted to the Marshall soil, watered by Marshall convictions and fed by Marshall information, the usual miracle of irresistibly individual growth went silently and unconsciously forward in her. She was growing up to be herself, and not her mother or her father, little as any one in her world suspected the presence of this unceasingly recurrent phenomenon of growth. She was alive to all the impressions reflected so insistently upon her, but she transmuted them into products which would have immensely surprised her parents, they being under the usual parental delusion that they knew every corner of her heart. Her budding aversions, convictions, ambitions were not in the least the aversions, convictions, and ambitions so loudly voiced about her. And a good deal of her energy was taken up in a more or less conscious reaction from the family catchwords, with a special emphasis laid on an objection to the family habit of taking their convictions with great seriousness. Her father would have been aghast if he could have felt the slightest reflection from the heat of her detestation of his favorite Emersonian motto, which, now that he had reached 5 and 40, he was apt to repeat with the iteration natural to his age, rousing in Sylvia the rebellious exasperation felt by her age for over emphatic moralizings. On the occasion of one of the annual gatherings at the Marshall house of the seniors in her father's classes, she remarked fiercely to Judith, "If Father gets off that old Emerson, what will you have, quoth God? Take it and pay for it. Again tonight in his speech I'm going to get right up and scream." Judith stared. The girls were in the kitchen, large aprons over their best dresses, setting out rows of plates for the chicken salad which was to come after the music. "I don't see anything to scream about in that," said Judith with a wondering contempt for Sylvia's notions. "I'm so sick of it!" cried Sylvia, tearing the lettuce leaves apart with venom. "Father never gets through any sort of a speech that he doesn't work it in. And I hate it anyhow. It makes me feel as though somebody had banged a big door in my face and shut me up in a prison." "Well, for goodness' sakes!" cried Judith, who, at this period of their lives, had remained rather more than her 3 years behind Sylvia's intelligence. "How do you get all that out of that?" "You haven't sense enough to know what it means, that's all," retorted Sylvia. "It means something perfectly hateful, the way Father uses it. It means you've got to pay for every single thing you do or get in this world. It's somebody tagging you round with an account book, seeing how big a bill you're running up. It's the perfectly horrid way Father and Mother make us do, of always washing up the dishes we dirty and always picking up the things we drop. Seems as though I'd die happy if I could just step out of my nightgown in the morning and leave it there, and know that it would get hung up without my doing it." "Well, if that's all you want, to die happy," said Judith, the literal minded, "I will do that much for you." "Oh, gracious, no! That wouldn't do any good. You know I couldn't take any satisfaction letting you do that," objected Sylvia peevishly, fuming and fumbling helplessly before the baffling quality of her desires. "I don't want just somebody to pick it up for me. I want it picked up by somebody that I don't care about, that I don't see, that I'd just as soon have do the tiresome things as not. I want somebody to do it, and me to feel all right about having them do it." Well, for goodness sakes! Judith was reduced again to mere wonder. Professor and Mrs. Marshall stepped into the kitchen for a moment to see that everything was progressing smoothly. The Professor had his viola in his hand and was plucking softly at the strings, a pleasant, tranquil anticipation of harmony on his face. He looked affectionately at his daughters and thought what dear good children they were. Judith appealed to her parents. "Sylvia's as crazy as a loon. She says she wants somebody to do her work for her, and yet she wants to feel all right about shirking it." Mrs. Marshall did not follow and did not care. "What?" she said indifferently, tasting the chicken salad in the big yellow bowl, and with an expression of serious consideration adding a little more salt to it. But Sylvia's father understood. "What you want to remember, daughter," he said, addressing himself to his oldest child with a fond certainty of her quick apprehension, "is that fine saying of Emerson, 'What will you have, quoth—'" A raw boned assistant appeared in the doorway. "Everybody here, I guess, Professor," he said. When the girls were alone again, Sylvia stole a look at Judith and broke into noiseless giggles. She laughed till the tears ran down her cheeks, and she had to stop work and go to the kitchen sink to wash her face and take a drink of water. "You never do what you say you're going to do," said Judith, as gravely alien to this mood as to the other. "I thought you said you'd scream." "I am screaming," said Sylvia, wiping her eyes again. They were very familiar with the work of preparing the simple refreshments for university gatherings. Their mother always provided exactly the same viands, and long practice had made them letter perfect in the moves to be made. When they had finished portioning off the lettuce leaves and salad on the plates, they swiftly set each one on a fresh crepe paper napkin. Sylvia professed an undying hatred for paper napkins. "I don't see why," said Judith. "They're so much less bother than the other kind, when you're only going to use them once this way." "That's it," asserted Sylvia. "That's the very stingy, economical thing about them I hate, their not being a bother. I'd like to use big, fine damask ones, all shiny, that somebody had ironed 20 minutes, every one, like those we had at Eleanor Hubert's birthday party, and then I'd scrunch them up and throw them in the laundry if there was the least speck on them." "I wouldn't like the job of doing them up," said Judith. "Neither would I. I'd hate it, and I wouldn't," continued Sylvia, roaming at will in her enchanted garden. "I'd hire somebody to take all the bother of buying them and hemming them and doing them up and putting them on the table. All I'd do would be to shake them out and lay them across my lap," she went through a dainty fingered pantomime, "and never think a thing about how they got there. That's all I want to do with napkins. But I do love 'em big and glossy. I could kiss them." Judith was almost alarmed at the wildness of Sylvia's imaginings. "Why, you talk as though you didn't have good sense tonight, Sylvie. It's the party. You always get so excited over parties." Judith considered it a come down to get excited over anything. "Great Scotland! I guess I don't get excited over one of these student parties." Sylvia repudiated the idea. "All Father's favorite students are such roughnecks, and it makes me tired to have all our freaks come out of their holes when we have company. Miss Lindstrum and Mr. Hecht and Cousin Parnelia and all." "The President comes," advanced Judith. Sylvia was sweeping in her iconoclasm. "What if he does, old fish mouth! He's nobody. He's a roughneck himself. He used to be a Baptist minister. He's only president because he can talk the hayseeds in the legislature into giving the University big appropriations. And anyhow, he only comes here because he has to, part of his job. He doesn't like the freaks any better than I do. The last time he was here I heard Cousin Parnelia trying to persuade him to have Planchette write him a message from Abraham Lincoln. Isn't she the limit, anyhow?" The girls put off their aprons and slipped into the big, low ceilinged living room, singing like a great sea shell with thrilling violin tones. Old Reinhardt was playing the Kreutzer, with Professor Marshall at the piano. Judith went quietly to sit near Professor Kennedy, and Sylvia sat down near a window, leaning her head against the pane as she listened, her eyes fixed on the blackness outside. Her face cleared and brightened, like a cloudy liquor settling to limpidity in a crystal vase. Her lips parted a little. Her eyes were fixed on a point incalculably distant. Her mind emptied itself of everything but her joy in the glorious cadences. If she had been asked what she and Judith had been talking of, she could not have told, but when, after the second movement was finished, old Reinhardt put down his violin and began to loosen his bow (he never played the presto finale), it all came back to the girl as she looked around at her father's guests. She hated the way the young men's Adam's apples showed through their too widely opened collars, and she loathed the way the thin brown hair of one of the co├"eds was strained back from her temples. She recalled the President's condescending, oleaginous handshake with the qualm of his loud, oratorical voice and plebeian accent, and she headed Cousin Parnelia off from a second mediumistic attack, hating her badly adjusted false front of hair as intensely as ever Loyola hated a heretic. And this, although uncontrollably driven by her desire to please even a roomful of such mediocrities, she bore to the outward eyes the most gracious aspect of friendly, smiling courtesy. Professor Marshall looked at her several times, as she moved with her slim young grace among his students and friends, and thought how fortunate he was in his children. After the chicken salad and coffee had been successfully served and eaten, one of the seniors stepped forward with an awkward crudeness, and presented Professor Marshall with a silver mounted blotting pad. The house was littered with such testimonials to the influence of the Professor on the young minds under his care, testimonials which his children took as absolutely for granted as they did everything else in the home life. On this occasion Sylvia was so afflicted because the young rustic appointed to make the presentation speech forgot most of what he had planned to say, that she felt nothing but the liveliest impatience with the whole proceeding. But her father's quick heart was touched, and more than half of his usual little speech of farewell to his seniors was an expression of thanks to them. Before he had finished the last part, which consisted of eloquent exhortations to the higher life, none the less sincerely heartfelt for being remarkably like similar speeches he had made during the last 20 years, he had quoted his favorite saying from Emerson. Judith looked apprehensively at Sylvia, but she was not laughing. She evidently was not hearing a word her father said, being lost in the contemplation of the perfect evening costume of the newest assistant in Professor Marshall's department. He was a young man from Massachusetts, fresh from Harvard, who had come West to begin his teaching that year. His was certainly the most modern dress suit in the University faculty, and he wore it with a supercilious disregard for its perfections which greatly impressed Sylvia. After these usual formalities were thus safely passed, some one suggested a game of charades to end the evening. Amid great laughter and joking from the few professors present, and delighted response from the students who found it immensely entertaining to be on such familiar terms with their instructors, two leaders began to choose sides. The young assistant from Harvard said in a low tone to his friend, not noticing Professor Marshall's young daughter near them, "They won't really go on and do this fool, undignified backwoods stunt, will they? They don't expect us to join in?" "Oh, yes, they will," answered his friend, catching up his tone of sophisticated scorn. He too was from Harvard, from an earlier class. "You'll be lucky if they don't have a spelling down match later on." "Good Lord!" groaned the first young man. "Oh, you mustn't think all of the University society is like this," protested the second. "And anyhow, we can slope now without being noticed." Sylvia understood the accent and tone of this passage more than the exact words, but it summed up and brought home to her in a cruelly clarified form her own groping impressions. The moment was a terribly painful one for her. Her heart swelled, the tears came to her eyes, she clenched her fists, her fine, lovely, and sensitive face darkened to a tragic intensity of resolve. She might have been the young Hannibal vowing to avenge Carthage. What she was saying to herself passionately was, "When I get into the University, I will not be a jay." It was under these conditions that Sylvia passed from childhood and emerged into the pains and delights and responsibilities of self consciousness. End of chapter 9. End of book 1 in Arcadia. Chapter 10, Book 2 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Book 2, A False Start to Athens. Chapter 10, Sylvia's First Glimpse of Modern Civilization. Although there was not the slightest actual connection between the two, the trip to Chicago was always in Sylvia's mind like the beginning of her university course. It is true that the journey, practically the first of Sylvia's life, was undertaken shortly before her matriculation as a Freshman, but this fortuitous chronological connection could not account for Sylvia's sense of a deeper unity between the two experiences. The days in Chicago, few as they were as charged with significance for her as the successive acts in a drama, and that significance was of the substance and marrow of the following and longer passage in her life. The fact that her father and her mother disagreed about the advisability of the trip was one of the salient points in the beginning, when Aunt Victoria, breaking a long silence with one of her infrequent letters, wrote to say that she was to be in Chicago "on business" during the last week of September, and would be glad to have her sister-in-law bring her two nieces to see her there. Professor Marshall said, with his usual snort, "Business nothing! She never has any business. She won't come to see them here, that's all. The idea's preposterous." But Mrs. Marshall, breaking a long silence of her own, said vigorously, "She is your sister, and you and your family are the only blood kin she has in the world. I've a notion, I have had for some time, that she was somehow terribly hurt on that last visit here. It would be ungenerous not to go halfway to meet her now." Sylvia, anxiously hanging on her father's response, was surprised when he made no protest beyond, "Well, do as you please. I can keep Lawrence all right. She only speaks of seeing you and the girls." It did not occur to Sylvia, astonished at this sudden capitulation, that there might be a discrepancy between her father's habit of vehement speech and his real feeling in this instance. It was enough for her, however, that they were going to take a long journey on the train overnight,
that they were going to see a great city, that they were going to see Aunt Victoria, about whom her imagination had always hovered with a constancy enhanced by the odd silence concerning her which was the rule in the Marshall house. She was immensely stirred by the prospect. She made herself, in the brief interval between the decision and the beginning of the journey, a new shirtwaist of handkerchief linen. It took the last cent of her allowance to buy the material, and she was obliged, by a secret arrangement with her father, to discount the future, in order to have some spending money in the city. Mrs. Marshall was quite disappointed by the dullness of Sylvia's perceptions during that momentous first trip, which she had looked forward to as an occasion for widening the girl's horizon to new interests. Oddly enough it was Judith, usually so much less quick than Sylvia, who asked the intelligent questions and listened attentively to her mother's explanations about the working of the air brakes, and the switching systems in railroad yards, and the harvesting of the crops in the flat, rich country gliding past the windows. It was quite evident that not a word of this highly instructive talk reached Sylvia, sitting motionless, absorbing every detail of her fellow passenger's aspect in a sort of trance of receptivity. She scarcely glanced out of the windows, except when the train stopped at the station in a large town, when she transferred her steady gaze to the people coming and going from the train. "Just look, Sylvia, at those blast furnaces!" cried her mother, as they passed through the outskirts of an industrial town. "They have to keep them going, you know, night and day." "Oh, do they? What for?" asked Judith, craning her neck to watch the splendid leap of the flames into the darkness. "Because they can't allow the ore to become—" Mrs. Marshall wondered why, during her conscientious explanation of blast furnaces, Sylvia kept her eyes dully fixed on her hands on her lap. Sylvia was, as a matter of fact, trying imaginary bracelets on her slim, smooth, white wrists. The woman opposite her wore bracelets. "Isn't it fine," remarked the civic minded Mrs. Marshall, "to see all these little prairie towns so splendidly lighted?" "I hadn't noticed them," said Sylvia, her gaze turned on the elegant nonchalance of a handsome elderly woman ahead of her. Her mother looked at her askance, and thought that children are unaccountable. There were four of the Chicago days, and such important events marked them that each one had for all time a physiognomy of its own. Years afterwards, when their travels had far outrun that first journey, Sylvia and Judith could have told exactly what occurred on any given day of that sojourn, as, "On the third day we were in Chicago." The event of the first day was, of course, the meeting with Aunt Victoria. They went to see her in a wonderful hotel, entering through a classic court, with a silver plashing fountain in the middle, and slim Ionic pillars standing up white and glorious out of masses of palms. This dreamlike spot of beauty was occupied by an incessantly restless throng of lean, sallow faced men in sack coats, with hats on the backs of their heads, and cigars in the corners of their mouths. The air was full of tobacco smoke and the click of heels on the marble pavement. At one side was a great onyx and marble desk, looking like a soda water fountain without the silver faucets, and it was the thin cheeked, elegant young old man behind this structure who gave instructions whereby Mrs. Marshall and her two daughters found their way to Aunt Victoria's immense and luxurious room. She was very glad to see them, shaking hands with her sister in law in the respectful manner which that lady always seemed to inspire in her, and embracing her two tall young nieces with a fervor which melted Sylvia's heart back to her old childish adoration. "What beautiful children you have, Barbara!" cried Mrs. Marshall Smith, holding Judith off at arm's length and looking from her to Sylvia. "Although I suppose I ought not to tell them that." She looked at Sylvia with an affectionate laugh. "Oh, will you be spoiled if I tell you you are very pretty?" she asked. "I can't think of anything but how pretty you are," said Sylvia, voicing honestly what was in her mind. The answer caused her aunt to cry out, "Oh, oh! And tact too! She's meant for social success." She left this note to vibrate in Sylvia's ears, and turned again to her sister-in-law with hospitable remarks about the removing of wraps. As this was being done, she took advantage of the little bustle to remark from the other side of the room, "I rather hoped Elliott would come with you." She spoke lightly, but there was the tremor of feeling in her sweet voice, which Sylvia found she remembered as though it had been but yesterday she had heard it last. "You didn't ask him," said Mrs. Marshall, with her usual directness. Mrs. Marshall Smith arched her eyebrows, dropped her eyelids, and shook her head. "No, I didn't ask him," she admitted. And then with a little wry twist of her lips, "But I rather hoped he might feel like coming." She looked down at her hands. Mrs. Marshall surprised her daughters very much by going across the room and kissing her husband's sister. Mrs. Marshall Smith took the other's strong, hard hand between her soft fingers. "That's generous in you, Barbara," she said, looking intently into the pitying dark eyes. "I'm human, you know." "Yes, I know you're human," said Mrs. Marshall, looking down at her gravely. "So are we all of us. So's Elliott. Don't forget that." With which obscure reference, entirely unintelligible to the two girls, the matter was forever dropped. The two ladies thereupon embarked upon the difficult business of laying out to the best advantage the few days before them so that every hour might be utilized for the twofold purpose of seeing each other and having the girls see the sights. Judith went to the window during this conversation and looked down into the crowded street, the first city street she had ever seen. Sylvia sat quietly and imprinted upon her memory every item in the appearance of the two women before her, not the first time she had compared them. Mrs. Marshall was dressed in a dark blue, well preserved, ready made suit, dating from the year before. It was in perfect condition and quite near enough the style of the moment to pass unnoticed. Sylvia saw nothing to be ashamed of in her mother's unaccented and neutral costume, but there was no denying that she looked exactly like any one else. What was most apparent to the discerning eye was that her garb had been organized in every detail so as to consume as little thought and effort as possible, whereas Aunt Victoria, Sylvia's earnest and thoughtful efforts at home dressmaking had fitted her, if for nothing else, for a full appreciation of Mrs. Marshall Smith's costume. She had struggled with cloth enough to bow her head in respect and awe before the masterly tailoring of the rich, smooth broadcloth dress. She knew from her own experience that the perfection of those welted seams could not be accomplished by even the most intense temporary concentration of amateur forces. No such trifling fire of twigs lighted the way to that pinnacle. The workman who had achieved that skill had cut down the whole tree of his life and thrown it into the flame. Like a self-taught fiddler at the concert of a master, Sylvia's failures had taught her the meaning of success. Although her inexperience kept her from making at all a close estimate of the literal cost of the toilet, her shrewdness made her divine the truth, which was that Mrs. Marshall Smith, in spite of the plainness of her attire, could have clad herself in cloth of gold at a scarcely greater expenditure of the efforts and lives of others. Sylvia felt that her aunt was the most entirely enviable person in the world, and would gladly have changed places with her in a moment. That was, on the whole, the note of the Chicago trip, all the dazzling lights and reflections of which focused, for Sylvia, upon Aunt Victoria's radiant person. At times the resultant beam was almost too much for the young eyes, as, for example, on the next day when the two made a momentous shopping expedition to the largest and finest department store in the city. "I've a curiosity to see," Aunt Victoria had declared carelessly, "what sort of things are sold in a big Western shop. And besides, I've some purchases to make for the Lydford house. Things need freshening up there. I've thought of wicker and chintz for the living room. It would be a change from what I've had. Perhaps it would amuse the children to go along." At this, Judith, who had a boy's detestation of shopping, looked so miserable that Aunt Victoria had laughed out her frank, amused laugh, and said, "Well, Sylvia and I alone, then." "Judith and I'll go to Lincoln Park to take a walk by the lake," said Mrs. Marshall. "Our Endland young folks have never seen so much water all at once." Sylvia had been, of course, in the too substantial and well run department stores of La Chance when she went with her mother to make their carefully considered purchases. They always went directly to the department in question, where Mrs. Marshall's concise formula ran usually along such lines as, "I would like to look at Mrs. Coates, size 16, blue or brown serge, moderate style, price somewhere between $10 and $15." And then they looked at Mrs. Coates, size 16, blue or brown serge, of the specified price, and picked out one. Sylvia's mother was under the impression that she allowed her daughters to select their own clothes because, after all these defining and limiting preliminaries, she always, with a very genuine indifference, abandoned them to their own choice between the 4 or 5 garments offered. Even when Sylvia, as she grew older, went by herself to make a small purchase or two, she was so deeply under the influence of her mother's example that she felt it unbecoming to loiter, or to examine anything she knew she could not buy. Besides, nearly all the salespeople, who, for the most part, had been at their posts for many years, knew her from childhood, and if she stopped to look at a showcase of new collars or jabots, they always came pleasantly to pass the time of day and ask how her little brother was, and how she liked studying at home. She was ashamed to show in their presence anything but a casual, dignified interest in the goods they handled. After these feeble and diluted tipplings, her day with Aunt Victoria was like a huge draught of raw spirits. That much experienced shopper led her a leisurely course up one dazzling aisle and down another, pausing ruthlessly to look and to handle and to comment, even if she had not the least intention of buying. With an inimitable ease of manner she examined whatever took her fancy, and the languid, fashionably dressed salesladies, all in aristocratic black, showed to these whims a smiling deference, which Sylvia knew could come from nothing but the exquisite tailoring of Aunt Victoria's blue broadcloth. This perception did not in the least lower her opinion of the value of the deference. It heightened her opinion of the value of tailoring. They stood by glass tables piled high with filmy and costly underwear, such underwear as Sylvia had never dreamed could exist, and Aunt Victoria looked casually at the cobweb tissues which the saleswoman held up, herself hankering in a hungry adoration of the luxury she would never touch in any other way. Without apology or explanation, other than Aunt Victoria's gracious nod of dismissal, they moved on to the enchanted cave where, under the stare of innumerable electric lights, evening wraps were exhibited. The young woman who served them held the expensive, fragile chiffon of the garments up in front of her black uniform, her eyes wistful and unsatisfied. Her instant of glory was over when Aunt Victoria bought one of these, exclaiming humorously about the quaintness of going from Paris to Chicago to shop. It was of silver tissue over white brocade, with a collar of fur, and the price was $137. Sylvia's allowance for all her personal expenses for a whole year was $120. To reach the furniture, they passed by, with an ignoring contempt, huge counters heaped with hundreds and hundreds of shirtwaists, any one of which was better than the one Sylvia had made with so much care and interest before leaving home. Among the furniture they made a long stay. Aunt Victoria was unexpectedly pleased by the design of the wicker pieces, and bought and bought and bought, till Sylvia turned her head away in bewilderment. She looked down a long perspective of glittering showcases filled with the minor luxuries of the toilet, the ruffs, the collars, the slipper rosettes, the embroidered belts, the hair ornaments, the chiffon scarves, all objects diverse, innumerable, perishable as mist in tree branches, all costly in exact ratio to their fragility. Back of her were the children's dresses, fairy-like, simple, with an extravagantly costly simplicity. It occurred to Sylvia, as little as to many others of the crowd of half hypnotized women wandering about with burning eyes and watering mouths through the shrewdly designed shop, that the great closets back of these adroitly displayed fineries might be full of wearable, firm-textured little dresses, such as she herself had always worn. It required an effort of the will to remember that, and wills weak, or not yet formed, wavered and bent before the lust of the eye, so cunningly inflamed. Any sense of values, of proportion, in Sylvia was dumbfounded by the lavishness, the enormous quantities, the immense varieties of the goods displayed. She ached with covetousness. When they joined the others at the hotel, her mother, after commenting that she looked rather flushed and tired, happened to ask, "Oh, by the way, Sylvia, did you happen to come across anything in serge suits that would be suitable for school wear?" Sylvia quivered, cried out explosively, "No!" and turned away, feeling a hot pulse beating through her body. But Aunt Victoria happened to divert attention at that moment. She had been reading, with a very serious and somewhat annoyed expression, a long telegram just handed her, and now, in answer to Mrs. Marshall's expression of concern, said hastily, "Oh, it's Arnold again. It's always Arnold." She moved to a desk and wrote a brief telegram, which she handed to the waiting man servant. Sylvia noticed it was addressed to Mr. A. H. Saunders, a name which set dimly ringing in her head recollections now muffled and obscured. Aunt Victoria went on to Mrs. Marshall. "Arnold hates this school so. He always hates his schools." "Oh, he is at school now?" asked Mrs. Marshall. "You haven't a tutor for him?" "Oh yes, Mr. Saunders is still with him, in the summers and during holidays," Mrs. Marshall Smith explained further, "to keep him up in his studies. He doesn't learn anything in his school, you know. They never do. It's only for the atmosphere, the sports, you know. They play cricket where he is now, and the desirable class of boys he meets. All the boys have tutors in vacation times to coach them for the college entrance examinations." The face of the college professor's wife continued immovably grave during this brief summary of an educational system. She inquired, "How old is Arnold now?" Learning that he was 17, remembered that, oh yes, he was a year older than Sylvia, and allowed the subject to drop into one of the abysmal silences for which she alone had the courage. Her husband's sister was as little proof against it as her husband. As it continued, Mrs. Marshall Smith went through the manoeuvers which in a less perfectly bred person would have been fidgeting. No one paid any attention to Sylvia, who sat confronting herself in a long mirror and despising every garment she wore. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Arnold's future is casually decided. The next day was to have been given up to really improving pursuits. The morning in the Art Institute came off as planned. The girls were marshaled through the sculpture and paintings and various art objects with about the result which might have been expected. As blankly inexperienced of painting and sculpture as any Bushmen, they received this sudden enormous dose of the arts with an instant, self-preservatory incapacity to swallow even a small amount of them. It is true that the very first exhibits they saw, the lions outside the building, the first paintings they encountered, made an appreciable impression on them. But after this, they followed their elders through the interminable crowded halls of the museum, their legs aching with the effort to keep their balance on the polished floors, their eyes increasingly glazed and dull. For a time a few eccentric faces or dresses among the other sightseers penetrated through this merciful insensibility, but by noon the capacity for even so much observation as this had left them. They set one foot before the other, they directed their eyes upon the multitudinous objects exhibited, they nodded their heads to comments made by the others, but if asked suddenly what they had just seen in the room last visited, neither of them could have made the faintest guess. At 12:30 their aunt and mother, highly self-congratulatory about the educational morning, voted that enough was as good as a feast, and led their stunned and stupefied charges away to Aunt Victoria's hotel for lunch. It was while they were consuming this exceedingly appetizing meal that Sylvia saw, threading his way towards them between the other tables, a tall, weedy, expensively dressed young man with a pale freckled face and light brown hair. When he saw her eyes on him he waved his hand, a largely knuckled hand, and grinned. Then she saw that it was not a young man, but a tall boy, and that the boy was Arnold. The quality of the grin reminded her that she had always liked Arnold. His arrival, though obviously unexpected to the last degree, caused less of a commotion than might have seemed natural. It was as if this were for Aunt Victoria only an unexpected incident in a general development, quite resignedly anticipated. After he had shaken hands with everybody and had sat down and ordered his own luncheon very capably, his stepmother remarked in a tolerant tone, "You didn't get my telegram then?" He shook his head. "I started an hour or so after I wired you. We'd gone down to the town with one of the masters for a game with Concord. There was a train just pulling out as we went by the station, and I ran and jumped on." "How did you know where it was going?" challenged Judith. "I didn't," he explained lightly. He looked at her with the teasing, provocative look of masculine 17 for feminine 13. "Same old spitfire, I see, Miss Judy," he said, his command of unhackneyed phrases by no means commensurate with his desire to be facetious. Judith frowned and went on eating her éclair in silence. It was the first éclair she had ever eaten, and she was more concerned with it than with the new arrival. Nobody made any comment on Arnold's method of beginning journeys until Mrs. Marshall asked, "What did you do it for?" She put the question with an evident seriousness of inquiry, not at all with the rhetorical reproach usually conveyed in the formula she used. Arnold looked up from the huge, costly, bloody beefsteak he was eating, and after an instant's survey of the grave, kind face opposite him, answered with a seriousness like her own, "Because I wanted to get away." He added after a moment, laughing and looking again at the younger girl, "I wanted to come out and pull Judy's hair again." He spoke with his mouth full, and this made him entirely a boy and not at all the young man his well-cut clothes made him appear. Without speaking, Judith pulled her long, smooth braid around over her shoulder where she could protect the end of it. Her mouth was also full, bulgingly, on the last of her éclair. They might have been brother and sister in a common nursery. "My, aren't you pretty, Sylvia!" was Arnold's next remark. "You're a regular peach, do you know it?" He turned to the others. "Say, let's go to a show this afternoon," he proposed. "Tling Tling's in town. I saw it in the papers as I came in. The original company's singing. Did you ever hear them?" he asked Sylvia. "They beat the other road companies all hollow." Sylvia shook her head. She had never heard the name before, the Broadway brand of comic opera being outside her experience to a degree which would have been inconceivable to Arnold. There was some discussion over the matter, but in the end, apparently because there was nothing else to do with Arnold, they all did go to the show, Arnold engineering the expedition with a trained expertness in the matter of ticket sellers, cabs, and ushers, which was in odd contrast to his gawky physical immaturity. At all the stages of the process where it was possible, he smoked cigarettes, producing them in rapid succession out of a case studded with little pearls. His stepmother looked on at this, her beautiful manner of wise tolerance tightening up a little, and after dinner, as they sat in a glittering corridor of the hotel to talk, she addressed him suddenly in a quite different tone. "I don't want you to do that so much, Arnold," she said. His hand was fumbling for his case again. "You're too young to smoke at all," she said definitely. He went on with his automatic movements, opening the case, taking out a cigarette and tapping it on the cover. "Oh, all the fellows do," he said rebelliously, and struck a match. Mrs. Marshall Smith aroused herself to a sudden, low toned, iron masterfulness of voice and manner which, for all its quietness, had the quality of a pistol shot in the family group. She said only, "Put away that cigarette." But by one effort of her will she massed against the rebellion of his disorganized adolescence her mature, well ripened capacity to get her own way. She held him with her eyes as an animal trainer is supposed to cow his snarling, yellow fanged captives, and in a moment Arnold, with a pettish gesture, blew out the match and shut the cigarette case with a snap. Mrs. Marshall Smith forbore to over emphasize her victory by a featherweight of gloating, and turned to her sister in law with a whimsical remark about the preposterousness of one of the costumes passing. Arnold sulked in silence until Judith, emerging from her usual self contained reticence, made her first advance to him. "Let's us all go there by the railing where we can look down into the central court," she suggested. And having a nodded permission from their elders, the three children walked away. They looked down into the great marble court far below them, now fairy-like with carefully arranged electric lights gleaming through the palms. The busily trampling cohorts in sack coats and derby hats were, from here, subdued by distance to an aesthetic inoffensiveness of mere ant-like comings and goings. "Not so bad," said Arnold, with a kindly willingness to be pleased, looking about him discriminatingly at one detail after another of the interior, the heavy velvet and gold bullion of the curtains, the polished marble of the paneling, the silk brocade of the upholstery, the heavy gilding of the chairs. Everything in sight exhaled an intense consciousness of high cost, which was heavy on the air like a musky odor, suggesting to a sensitive nose, as does the odor of musk, another smell, obscured but rancidly perceptible, the unwashed smell, floating up from the pauper cellars which support Aladdin's palaces of luxury. But the three adolescents, hanging over the well-designed, solid mahogany railing, had not noses sensitive to this peculiar, very common blending of odors. Judith, in fact, was entirely unconscious even of the more obvious of the two. She was as insensitive to all about her as to the too abundant pictures of the morning. She might have been leaning over a picket fence. "I wouldn't have given in to her," she said to Arnold, staring squarely at him. Arnold looked nettled. "Oh, I don't pay any attention to what she says, except when she's around where I am, and that's not so often you could notice it much. Saunders isn't that kind. Saunders is a gay old bird, I tell you. We have some times together when we get going." It dawned on Sylvia that he was speaking of the man who, 5 years before, had been their young Professor Saunders. She found that she remembered vividly his keen, handsome face, softened by music to quiet peace. She wondered what Arnold meant by saying he was a gay old bird. Arnold went on, shaking his head sagely. "But it's my belief that Saunders is beginning to take to dope. Bad business, bad business. He's in love with Madrina, you know, and has to drown his sorrows some way." Even Judith, for all her Sioux desire to avoid seeming surprised or impressed, could not restrain a rather startled look at this lordly knowledge of the world. Sylvia, although she had scarcely taken in the significance of Arnold's words, dropped her eyes and blushed. Arnold surveyed them with the indulgent look of a rakish but good-hearted man of the world patting two pretty children on the head. Judith upset his pose by bringing the talk abruptly back to where she had begun it. "But you did give in to her. You pretend you didn't because you are ashamed. She just looked you down. I wouldn't let anybody look me down. I wouldn't give in to anybody." Under this attack, the man of the world collapsed into an awkward, overgrown boy, ill at ease, with red lids to his eyes and premature yellow stains on two fingers of his left hand. He shifted his feet and said defensively, "Ah, she's a woman. A fellow can't knock her down. I wouldn't let a man do it." He retreated still further, through another phase, and became a little boy, heated and recriminatory. "I'd like to know who you are to talk. You give in to your mother all the time." "I don't give in to my mother." "I mind her," said Judith, drawing a distinction which Arnold could not follow but which he was not acute enough to attack other than by a jeering, "Oh, what a craw! What's the diff?" "And I mind her whether she's there or not. I do," continued Judith, pressing what she seemed inexplicably to Arnold to consider her advantage. Sylvia was vexed with them for talking so loudly and getting so red-faced and being so generally out of key with the booming note of luxury resounding about them. "Hush, hush!" she said. "Don't be so silly. We ought to be going back." Arnold took her rebuke without protest. Either something in this passage at arms had perversely brought a sudden impulse to his mind, or he had all along a purpose in his fantastic trip West. As they reached the two ladies, he burst out, "Say, Madrina, why couldn't I go on to La Chance and go to school there, and live with the Marshalls?" Four amazed faces were turned on him. His stepmother evidently thought him stricken with sudden insanity and strove distractedly to select, from the heaped pile of her reasons for so thinking, some few which might be cited without too great offense to her brother's mode of life. "Why, what a strange idea, Arnold! Whatever made you think of such a thing? You wouldn't like it." She was going on, as in decency bound, to add that it would be also a rather large order for the Marshalls to adopt a notably difficult boy, when Judith broke in with a blunt divination of what was in her aunt's mind. "You'd have to wash dishes if you came to our house," she said, "and help peel potatoes and weed the celery bed." "I'd like it," declared Arnold. "We'd have lots of fun." "I bet we would," said Judith with an unexpected assent. Mrs. Marshall Smith laughed gently. "You don't know what you're talking about, you silly boy. You never did an hour's work in your life." Arnold sat down by Mrs. Marshall. "I wouldn't be in the way, would I?" he said with a clumsy pleading. He hesitated obviously over the "mother" which had risen to his lips, the name he had had for her during the momentous visit of 5 years before, and finally, blushing, could not bring it out. "I'd like it like anything. I wouldn't be. I'd be different. Sylvie and Judy seem like little sisters to me." The red on his face deepened. "It's good for a fellow to have sisters and a home," he said in a low tone not audible to his stepmother's ears. Mrs. Marshall put out a large, strong hand and took his slack, big knuckled fingers into a tight clasp. Mrs. Marshall Smith evidently thought a light tone best now, as always, to take. "I tell you, Barbara," she suggested laughingly, "we'll exchange. You give me Sylvia and take Arnold." Mrs. Marshall ignored this as pure facetiousness, and said seriously, "Why really, Victoria, it might not be a bad thing for Arnold to come to us. I know Elliott would be glad to have him, and so would I." For an instant Arnold's life hung in the balance. Mrs. Marshall Smith, gleaming gold and ivory in her evening dress of amber satin, sat silent, startled by the suddenness with which the whole astonishing question had come up. There was in her face more than one hint that the proposition opened a welcome door of escape to her. And then Arnold himself, with the tragic haste of youth, sent one end of the scales down, weighted so heavily that the sight of his stepmother's eyes and mouth told him it could never rise again. In the little pregnant pause he cried out joyfully, "Oh, Mother, Mother!" and flung his arms about Mrs. Marshall's neck. It was the only time he had shown the slightest emotion over anything. It burst from him with surprising effect. Mrs. Marshall Smith was, as she had said, only human, and at this she rose, her delicate face quiet and impassive, and shook out the shimmering folds of her beautiful dress. She said casually, picking up her fan and evidently preparing for some sort of adjournment, "Oh, Arnold, don't be so absurd. Of course you can't foist yourself off on a family that's no relation to you that way. And in any case, it wouldn't do for you to graduate from a coeducational state university. Not a person you know would have heard of it. You know you're due at Harvard next fall." With adroit fingers she plucked the string sure to vibrate in Arnold's nature. "Do go and order a table for us in the Rose Room, there's a good boy. And be sure to have the waiter give you one where we can see the dancing." The matter was settled. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. One Man's Meat. That night, after the Marshalls had gone back to their somewhat shabby boarding house, things happened to the two people they had left in the great hotel. Sylvia and Judith never knew the details, but it was apparent that something portentous had occurred, from the number of telegrams that Aunt Victoria had managed to receive and send between the hour when they left her in the evening and 11 o'clock the next morning, when they found her, hatted and veiled, with an array of strapped baggage around her. "It's Arnold again," she told them, with a resigned gesture. She laid down the time table she had been consulting, and drew Mrs. Marshall to the window for a low voiced explanation. When she came back, "I'm so sorry, dears, to cut short even by a single day this charming time together," she told the girls, "but the news I've been getting from Arnold's school. There's nothing for me to do but to stop everything and take him back there to see what can be done to patch things up." She spoke with the patient air of one injured to the sacrifices involved in the upbringing of children. "We leave on the 11:40. Oh, I am so sorry! But it would have been only one day more. I meant to get you both a dress. I've 'phoned to have them sent to you." The rest was only the dreary, bustling futility of the last moments before train time, kisses, remarks about writing more often, a promise from Aunt Victoria to send Sylvia from time to time a box of old dresses and fineries as material for her niece's dressmaking skill, from Arnold, appearing at the last minute, a good deal of rather flat, well-meaning chaffing, proffered with the most entire unconcern as to the expressed purpose of their journey, and then the descent through long, mirrored, softly carpeted corridors to the classic beauty of the Grecian temple where the busy men, with tired eyes, came and went hurriedly, treading heavily on their heels. Outside was the cab, Arnold extremely efficient in browbeating the driver as to the stowing away of bags. More kisses, in the general cloud of which Arnold pecked shyly at Sylvia's ear and Judith's chin, then the retreating vehicle with Arnold standing up, a tall, ungainly figure, waving a much jointed hand. After it was out of sight, the three watchers looked at each other in a stale moment of anticlimax. "Arnold's horrid, isn't he?" said Judith thoughtfully. "Why, I like him," opposed Sylvia. "Oh, I like him all right," said Judith. Then both girls looked at their mother. What next? They were not to have gone back to La Chance until the next night. Would this change of plans alter their schedule? Mrs. Marshall saw no reason why it should. She proposed a sightseeing expedition to a hospital. Miss Lindstrom, the elderly Swedish woman who worked among the destitute Negroes of La Chance, had a sister who was head nurse in the biggest and newest hospital in Chicago, and she had written very cordially that if her sister's friends cared to inspect such an institution, she was at their service. Neither of the girls having the slightest idea of what a hospital was like, nor of any other of the sights in the city which they might see instead, no objection was made to this plan. They made inquiries of a nearby policeman and found that they could reach it by the elevated. Their encounter with this metropolitan facility for transportation turned out to be among the most memorable bits of sightseeing of their trip. Neither of the girls had ever imagined anything so lurid as the Saturday noon jam, the dense, packed throngs waiting on the platforms and bursting out through the open doors like beans from a split bag, their places instantly taken by an even greater crowd, perspiring, fighting grimly for foot-room, and expecting and receiving no other kind. Judith was fired contagiously with the spirit about her, set her teeth, thrust out her elbows, shoved, pushed, grunted, fought, all with a fresh zest in the performance which gave her an immense advantage over the fatigued city dwellers, who assaulted their fellow citizens with only a preoccupied desire for an approach to a breathing space, and, that attained, subsided into lurching, strap-hanging quiescence. Judith secured with ease on all the public vehicles they utilized that day a place on the outside edge of a platform, where she had fresh air in abundance and could hang over the grating to watch with extreme interest the intimate bits of tenement house life which flashed jerkily by. But Sylvia, a shuddering chip on the torrent, always found herself in the exact middle of the most crowded spot, feeling her body horrifyingly pressed upon by various invisible ones behind her and several only too visible ones in front, breathing down the back of somebody's neck, often a dirty and sweaty one, with some one breathing hotly down the back of her own. Once as a very fat and perspiring German American began to fight the crowd in the endeavor to turn around and leave the car, his slowly revolving bulbous bulk pushed her so smotheringly into the broad back of a negro ahead of her that she felt faint. As they left the car, she said vehemently, "Oh, Mother, this makes me sick! Why couldn't we have taken a cab? Aunt Victoria always does." Her mother laughed. "You little country girl, a cab for as far as this would cost almost as much as the ticket back to La Chance." "I don't see why we came then!" cried Sylvia. "It's simply awful! And this is a horrid part of town." She suddenly observed that they were walking through a very poor, thickly inhabited street, such as she had never seen before. As she looked about her, her mother stopped laughing and watched her face with a painful attention. Sylvia looked at the tall, dingy houses, the frowsy little shops, the swarms of dirty-nosed children, shrill-voiced, with matted hair, running and whooping in the street; at the slatternly women yelling unobeyed orders to them out of half-glimpsed, cheerless interiors, smelling of cabbage and dishwater. It was Sylvia's first sight of the life of city poor, and upon her face of disgust and revulsion, her mother bent a stern and anxious eye. "See here, Sylvia," she said abruptly, "do you know what I was thinking about back there in the crowd on the elevated? I was thinking that lots of girls no older than my girl have to stand that twice a day, going to earn their livings." Sylvia chafed under the obviously admonitory tone of this. "I don't see that that makes it any easier for us if they do," she said in a recalcitrant voice. She stepped wide to avoid a pile of filth on the sidewalk, and clutched at her skirt. She had a sudden vision of the white tiled, velvet carpeted florist shop in a corner of Aunt Victoria's hotel, where, behind spotless panes of shining plate glass, the great clusters of cut flowers dreamed away an enchanted life, roses, violets, lilies of the valley, orchids. "Here we are at the hospital," said Mrs. Marshall, a perplexed line of worry between her brows. But at once she was swept out of herself. forgot her seriously taken responsibility of being the mother of a girl like Sylvia. She was only Barbara Marshall, thrilled by a noble spectacle. She looked up at the great, clean, many windowed façade above them, towering even above the huge bulk of the gas tanks across the street, and her dark eyes kindled. "A hospital is one of the most wonderful places in the world!" she cried in a voice of emotion. "All this to help people get well!" They passed into a wide, bare hall, where a busy young woman at a desk nodded on hearing their names, and spoke into a telephone. There was an odd smell in the air, not exactly disagreeable, yet rather uncomfortably pungent. "Oh, iodoform," remarked the young woman at the desk, hearing them comment on it. "Do you get it? We don't notice it here at all." Then came Miss Lindström's sister, powerfully built, gaunt, gray, with a professional, impersonal cheerfulness. The expedition began. "I'll take you to the children's ward first," said Miss Lindström. "That always interests visitors so much." Rows on rows of little white beds and little bloodless faces with an awful patience on them, and little white hands lying in unchildlike quiet on the white spreads. Rows on rows of hollow eyes turned in listless interest on the visitors. Nurses in white, stepping briskly about, bending over the beds, lifting a little emaciated form, deftly unrolling a bandage. Heat, a stifling smell of iodoform, a sharp, sudden cry of pain from a distant corner, somewhere a dully beating pulse of low, suppressed sobs. They were out of the children's ward now, walking along a clean, bare corridor. Sylvia swallowed hard. Her eyes felt burning. Judith held her mother's hand tightly. Miss Lindström was explaining to Mrs. Marshall a new system of ventilation. "This is one of the women's wards," said their leader, opening another swinging door, from which rushed forth a fresh blast of iodoform. More rows of white beds, each with its mound of suffering, each with its haggard face of pain. More nurses bearing basins of curious shape, bandages, hot water bottles, rubber tubes. There was more restlessness here than in the children's ward, less helpless prostration before the juggernaut of disease, fretfulness, moans, tossing heads, wretched eyes which stared at the visitors in a hostile indifference. "Oh, they are just putting the dressing on such an interesting case," said Miss Lindström's voice coming to Sylvia from a great distance. She spoke with the glow of professional enthusiasm, with that certainty, peculiar to sincere doctors and nurses, that a complicated wound is a fascinating object. In spite of herself, Sylvia had one glimpse of horribly lacerated red tissues. She gripped her hands together after this, and looked fixedly at a button on her glove, until Miss Lindström's voice announced, "It's the Embury stitch that makes that possible. We've just worked out the application of it to skin graft cases. 2 years ago she'd have lost her leg. Isn't it simply splendid?" She said cordially as they moved forward, "Sister Selma said to treat you as though you were the Queen of Sweden, and I am. You're seeing things that visitors are never allowed to see." They walked on and on interminably, past innumerable sick souls, each whirling alone in a self-centered storm of suffering. And then, somehow, they were in a laboratory, where an immensely stout and immensely jovial doctor in white linen got down from a high stool to shake hands with them and profess an immense willingness to entertain them. "But I haven't got anything much today," he said, with a disparaging wave of his hand towards his test tubes. "Not a single death warrant. Oh yes, I have two, one brought in yesterday." He brought them a test tube stoppered with cotton, and bade them note a tiny bluish patch on the clear gelatine at the bottom. "That means he's a dead one, as much as if he faced the electric chair," he explained. To the nurse he added, "A fellow in the men's ward, Pavilion G. Very interesting culture. First of that kind I've had since I've been here." As he spoke he was looking at Sylvia with an open admiration, bold, intrusive, flippant. They were passing along another corridor, hot, silent, their footsteps falling dully on a long runner of corrugated rubber with red borders, which drew together in the distance like the rails streaming away from a train. Behind a closed door there suddenly rose, and as quickly died away, a scream of pain. With an effort Sylvia resisted the impulse to clap her hands over her ears. "Here we are, at the minor operating room," said Miss Lindström, pausing. "It's against the rules, but if you want to look from across the room, just to say you've been there." She held the door open a little. A suffocating odor of anesthetics blew out in their faces, like a breath from a dragon's cave. Mrs. Marshall and Judith stepped forward, but Sylvia clutched at her mother's arm and whispered, "Mother, I don't think I'll go on. I feel I feel I'll go back to the entrance hall to wait." Mrs. Marshall nodded a preoccupied assent, and Sylvia fled away down the endless corridor, looking neither to the right nor the left, down repeated flights of scrubbed and sterilized marble stairs, into the entrance hall, and like a bolt from a bow, out of it on the other side, out into the street, into the sunshine, the heat, the clatter, the blessed, blessed smell of cabbage and dishwater. After a time she went to sit down on the top step of the hospital entrance to wait. She contemplated with exquisite enjoyment the vigorous, profane, hair-pulling quarrel between two dirty little savages across the street. She could have kissed her hand to the loud-voiced woman who came scuffling to the window to scold them, clutching a dirty kimono together over a Hogarth-like expanse of bosom. They were well, these people, blood ran in their veins, their skin was whole, they breathed air, not iodoform. Her mother had pulled the string too tight, and Sylvia's ears were full of the ugly twang of its snapping. When at last Judith and Mrs. Marshall came out, hand in hand, Sylvia sprang up to say, "What an awful place! I hope I'll never have to set foot in one again." But quick as was her impulse to speech, her perceptions were quicker, and before the pale exultation of the other two, she fell silent, irritated, rebellious, thoroughly alien. They walked along in silence. Then Judith said, stammering a little with emotion, "Mother, I want to be a trained nurse when I grow up." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. An Instrument in Tune. As they drew near to their boarding house late that afternoon, very hot, very crumpled, very solemn, and very much out of tune with one another, they were astonished to see a little eager faced boy dash out of the house and run wildly to meet them, shouting as he came. "Why, Lawrence Marshall!" cried his mother, picking him up in strong arms. "How ever in the world did you get here?" "Father brunged me," cried the child, clasping her tightly around the neck. "We got so lonesome for Mother we couldn't wait." And then Sylvia had stamped on her mind a picture which was to come back later, her father's face and eyes as he ran down the steps to meet his wife. For he looked at his daughters only afterwards, as they were all walking along together, much excited, everybody talking at once, and hanging on everybody's arm. "Yes, Buddy's right. We found we missed you so, we decided life wasn't worth it. You don't know, Barbara, what it's like without you. You don't know." Her father's voice sounded to Sylvia so loud, so gay, so vital, so inexpressibly welcome. She leaped up at his face like a young dog for another kiss. "Oh, I'm awfully glad you came!" she cried, wondering a little herself at the immensity of her relief. She thought that she must get him by himself quickly, and tell him her side of that hospital story, before her mother and Judith began on any virtuous raptures over it. But there was no consecutive talk about anything after they all were joyfully gathered in their ugly, commonplace boarding house bedroom. They loosened collars and belts, washed their perspiring and dusty faces, and brushed hair, to the tune of a magpie chatter. Sylvia did not realize that she and her father were the main sources of this volubility. She did not realize how she had missed his exuberance. She only knew that she felt a weight lifted from her heart. She had been telling him with great enjoyment of the comic opera they had seen, as she finished putting the hairpins into her freshly smoothed hair, and turned, a pin still in her mouth, in time to be almost abashed by the expression in his eyes as he suddenly drew his wife to him. "Jove, Barbara!" he cried, half laughing, but with a quiver in his voice. "It's hell to be happily married. A separation is well, never mind about it. I came along anyhow, and now I'm here I'll go to see Vic, of course." "No, you won't," said Judith promptly. "She's gone back to get Arnold out of a scrape." Mrs. Marshall explained further, and incidentally touched upon her sister in law's views of the relation between expensive boys' schools and private tutors. Her dryly humorous version of this set her husband off in a great, mirthful roar, to which Sylvia, after a moment of blankness, suddenly joined a burst of her own clear laughter. At the time she had seen nothing funny in Aunt Victoria's statement, but she was now immensely tickled to remember Aunt Victoria's Olympian certainty of herself, and her mother's grave mask of serious consideration of the idea. Long after her father had stopped laughing, she still went on, breaking out into delighted giggles. Her new understanding of the satire back of her mother's quiet eyes lent to Aunt Victoria's golden calm the quaint touch of caricature which made it self-deceived complacency. At the recollection she sent up rocket after rocket of schoolgirl laughter. Her mother, absorbed in conscientious anxiety about Sylvia's development, and deeply disappointed by the result of the visit to the hospital, ignored this laughter, nor did Sylvia at all guess that she was laughing away half the spell which Aunt Victoria had cast about her. When they went down to their supper of watery creamed potatoes and stewed apricots in thick saucers, she was in such good humor that she ate this unappetizing fare with no protest. "Now, folks," said Professor Marshall, after supper, "we have to go home tomorrow early, so we ought to have one more fling tonight. While I was waiting for you to come back this afternoon, I looked up what Chicago has to offer in the way of flings, and this is what I've found. Here, Barbara," he took a tiny envelope out of his upper waistcoat pocket, "are two tickets for the symphony orchestra. By the greatest of luck they're giving a special concert for some charity or other, a beautiful program, a sort of musical requiem. Sylvia mustn't miss it. You take her. And here," he spun round to face Judith and Lawrence, producing another slim, tiny envelope from the other upper waistcoat pocket, "since symphony concerts are rather solid meat for milk teeth, and since they last till way after bedtime, I have provided another sort of entertainment, to wit, 3 seats for moving pictures of the only real and authentic Cheyenne Bill's Congress of the World's Frontiersmen. All in favor of going there with me, say 'aye.'" "I! I!" screamed Judith and Lawrence. Everybody laughed in pleased excitement, and everybody seemed satisfied except Mrs. Marshall, who insisted that she should go to the moving pictures while the Professor took Sylvia to the concert. Then followed the most amiable, generous wrangle as to which of the parents should enjoy the adult form of amusement. But while the Professor grew more and more half-hearted in his protestations that he really didn't care where he went, Mrs. Marshall grew more and more positive that he must not be allowed to miss the music, finally silencing his last weak proffer of self-abnegation by saying peremptorily, "No, no, Elliott, go on into your debauch of emotion. I'll take the children. Don't miss your chance. You know it means 10 times as much to you as to me. You haven't heard a good orchestra in years." Sylvia had never been in such a huge hall as the one where they presently sat, high, giddily high in the eyrie of a top gallery. They looked down into yawning space. The vast size of the auditorium so dwarfed the people now taking their innumerable seats, that even after the immense audience was assembled, the great semicircular enclosure seemed empty and blank. It received those thousands of souls into its maw and made no sign. awaiting some visitation worthy of its bulk. The orchestra, an army of ants, straggled out on the stage. Sylvia was astonished at their numbers. 16 first violins, she saw by the program. She commented to her father on the difficulty of keeping them all in tune. He smiled at her absently, bade her, with an air of suppressed excitement, wait until she had heard them, and fell to biting his nails nervously. She reread the program and all the advertisements, hypnotized, like every one else in the audience, by the sight of printed matter. She noticed that the first number of this memorial concert was the funeral march from the Götterdämmerung, which she knew very well from having heard a good many times a rather thin version of it for 4 strings and a piano. The conductor, a solitary ant, made his toilsome way across the great front of the stage, evoking a burst of applause which resounded hollowly in the inhuman spaces of the building. He mounted a step, waved his antenna. There was a great indrawn breath of silence, and then Sylvia, waiting with agreeable curiosity to hear how a big orchestra would really sound, gasped and held her breath. The cup of that vast building suddenly brimmed with a magical flood of pure tone, coming from everywhere, from nowhere, from her own heart as well as from outside her body. The immense hall rang to the glorious quality of this sound, as a violin back vibrates to the drawn bow. It rained down on her, it surged up to her. She could not believe that she really heard it. She looked quickly at her father. His arms were folded tightly across his chest. He was looking frowningly at the back of the chair in front of him. It was evident that Sylvia did not exist for him. She was detached from her wonder at his pale sternness by the assault on her nerves made by the first of those barbaric outcries of woe, that sudden brief clamor of grief, the shouts of despair, the beating upon shields. Her heart stood still. There rose, singing like an archangel, the mystic call of the Volsung, then the yearning melody of love. Such glory, such longing for beauty, for life! And then, brusquely, again and again, the screaming, sobbing recollection of the fact of death. When it was over, Sylvia's breath was still coming pantingly. "Oh, Father, how how wonderful! How " she murmured. He looked at her, as though he were angry with her, and yet scarcely seeming to know her, and spoke in a hard, bitter tone. "And it is years since I have heard one." He seemed to cry out upon her for the conditions of his life. She had no key for these words, could not imagine a meaning for them, and chilled and repelled, wondered if she had heard him rightly. The funeral march from the Eroica began, and her father's face softened. The swelling volume of tone rose like a flood tide. The great hall, the thousands of human hearts, all beat solemnly in grave and hopeless pulsations of the measured chords. The air was thick with sorrow, with quiet despair. No outcries here, no screams, the modern soul advancing somberly, with a pale composure, to the grave of its love, aware that during all the centuries since the dead Siegfried was lifted high on the shoulders of his warriors, not a word of explanation, of consolation has been found, that the modern, barren self-control means only what the barbarian yells out in his own abandonment to sorrow. And yet such beauty in that singing thread of melody, Der kleinen Freude. Not even the shadow of death had ever fallen across Sylvia's life, or that of her father, to explain the premonitory emotion which now drew them together like two frightened children. Sylvia felt the inexorable music beating in her own veins, and when she took her father's hand it seemed to her that its strong pulses throbbed to the same rhythm, beauty and despair, hope, life, death. At the end, "Oh, Father! Oh, Father!" she said under her breath, imploringly, struggling to free herself from the muffling, enveloping sense of imminent disaster. He pressed her hand hard and smiled at her. It was his own old smile, the father look which had been her heart's home all her life. but it was infinitely sweeter to her now than ever before. She had never felt closer to him. There was a pause during which they did not speak, and then there burst upon them the splendid tumult of "Death and Transfiguration," which, like a great wind, swept Sylvia out of herself. She could not follow the music. She had never heard of it before. She was beaten down, overwhelmed, freed, as though the Transfiguration were her own, from the pitiful barriers of consciousness. "Was the concert good?" asked Mrs. Marshall, yawning, and reaching out of bed to kiss Sylvia sleepily. She laughed a little at their faces. "Oh, music is a madness! To spend a cheerful evening listening to death music and then come back looking like Moses before the burning bush!" "Say, you ought to have seen the stunt they did with their lassos!" cried Judith, waking in the bed on the other side of the room, and sitting up with her black hair tousled about her face. "I'm going to try it with the Pinto when we get home." "I bet you'll do it too," came from Lawrence, the loyal, always sure of Judith's strength, Judith's skill. Sylvia looked at her father over their heads and smiled faintly. It was a good smile, from a full heart. "Aunt Victoria sent our dresses," said Judith, dropping back on the pillow. "That big box over there. Mine has pink ribbons, and yours are blue." Mrs. Marshall looked at the big box with disfavor, and then at Sylvia, now sunk in a chair, her hands clasped behind her head, her eyes dreamy and half closed. Across the room, the long pasteboard box displayed a frothy mass of white lace and pale shining ribbons. Sylvia looked at it absently and made no move to examine it. She closed her eyes again and beat an inaudible rhythm with her raised fingers. All through her was ringing the upward surging tide of sound at the end of Death and Transfiguration. "Oh, go to bed, Sylvia. Don't sit there maundering over the concert," said her mother, with a good natured asperity. But there was relief in her voice. CHAPTer 14 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14 Higher Education. To any one who is familiar with State University life, the color of Sylvia's Freshman year will be vividly conveyed by the simple statement that she was not invited to join a fraternity. To any one who does not know State University life, no description can convey anything approaching an adequate notion of the terribly determinative significance of that fact. The statement that she was invited to join no sorority is not literally true, for in the second semester, when it was apparent that none of the three leading fraternities intended to take her in, there came a late bid from one of the third-rate sororities, of recent date, composed of girls like Sylvia who had not been included in the membership of the older, socially distinguished organizations. Cut to the quick by her exclusion from the others, Sylvia refused this tardy invitation with remorseless ingratitude. If she were not to form one of the "swell" set of college, at least she would not proclaim herself one of the Jays, the Grinds, the queer girls who wore their hair straight back from their foreheads, who invariably carried off Phi Beta Kappa, whose skirts hung badly, whose shoe heels turned over as they walked, who stood first in their classes, whose belts behind made a practice of revealing large white safety pins, and whose hats, even disassociated from their dowdy wearers and hanging in the cloakroom, were of an almost British eccentricity. Nothing of this sort could be alleged against Sylvia's appearance, which she felt, as she arrayed herself every morning, to be all that the most swagger frat could ask of a member. Aunt Victoria's boxes of clothing, her own nimble fingers and passionate attention to the subject, combined to turn her out a copy, not to be distinguished from the original, of the daughter of a man with an income 5 times that of her father. As she consulted her mirror, it occurred to her also, as but an honest recognition of a conspicuous fact, that her suitable and harmonious toilets adorned a person as pleasing to the eye as any of her classmates. During the last year of her life at home she had shot up very fast, and she was now a tall, slender presence, preserved from even the usual touching and delighted awkwardness of 17 by the trained dexterity and strength with which she handled her body, as muscular for all its rounded slimness as a boy's. Her hair was beautiful, a bright chestnut brown with a good deal of red, its brilliant gloss broken into innumerable high lights by the ripple of its waviness. And she had one other positive beauty, the clearly penciled line of her long dark eyebrows, which ran up a trifle at the outer ends with a little quirk, giving an indescribable air of alertness and vivacity to her expression. Otherwise, she was not at that age, nor did she ever become, so explicitly handsome as her sister Judith, who had at every period of her life a head as beautiful as that on a Greek coin. But when the two were together, although the perfectly adjusted proportions of Judith's proud, dark face brought out the irregularities of Sylvia's, disclosed the tilt of her small nose, made more apparent the disproportionate width between her eyes, and showed her chin to be of no mold in particular, yet a modern eye rested with far more pleasure on the older sister's face. A bright, quivering mobility like sunshine on water gave it a charm which was not dependent on the more obvious prettiness of a fine grained white skin, extremely clear brown eyes, and a mouth quick to laugh and quiver, with pure, sharply cut outline and deeply sunk corners. Even in repose Sylvia's face made Judith's seem unresponsive, and when it lighted up in talk and laughter it seemed to give out a visible light. In contrast, Judith's beautiful countenance seemed carved out of some very hard and indestructible stone. And yet, in spite of this undeniably satisfactory physical outfit and preeminent ability in athletics, Sylvia was not invited to join any of the best fraternities. It is not surprising that there was mingled with her bitterness on the subject a justifiable amount of bewilderment. What did they want? They recruited, from her very side in classes, girls without half her looks or cleverness. What was the matter with her? She would not for her life have given a sign to her family of her mental sufferings, as, during that first autumn, day after day went by with no sign of welcome from the social leaders of her new world. But a mark was left on her character by her affronted recognition of her total lack of success in this, her first appearance outside the sheltering walls of her home, her first trial by the real standards of the actual world of real people. The fact, which would have been balm to Sylvia's vanity had she ever had the least knowledge of it, was that upon her appearance in the Freshman class she had been the occasion of violent discussion and almost of dissension in the councils of the two "best" fraternities. Her beauty, her charm, and the rumors of her excellence in tennis had made a flutter in the first fraternity meetings after the opening of the autumn term. The younger members of both Sigma Beta and Alpha Kappa counseled early and enthusiastic rushing of the new prize, but the juniors and seniors, wise in their day and generation, brought out a number of damning facts which would need to be taken into consideration if Sylvia wore their pin. There were in both fraternities daughters of other faculty families who were naturally called upon to furnish inside information. They had been brought up from childhood on the tradition of the Marshalls' hopeless queerness, and their collective statement of the Marshalls' position ran somewhere as follows: "The only professors who have anything to do with them are some of the jay young profs from the West with no families. The funny old La Rues you know what a hopeless dowd Madame La Rue is and Professor Kennedy, and though he comes from a swell family, he's an awful freak himself. They live on a farm, like farmers, at the ends of the earth from anybody that anybody knows. They are never asked to be patrons of any swell college functions. None of the faculty ladies with any social position ever call on Mrs. Marshall, and no wonder. She doesn't keep any help, And when the doorbell rings she's as apt to come running in from the chicken house with rubber boots on and a basket of eggs, and the queerest clothes, like a costume out of a book, and they never have anybody to wait on the table, just jump up and down themselves. You can imagine what kind of a frat tea or banquet Sylvia would give in such a home. And of course, if we took her in, we couldn't very well tell her family's so impossible, we wouldn't want their connection with the frat known. And the students who go there are a perfect collection of all the jays and grinds and freaks in college. It's enough to mark you one to be seen there. You meet all the crazy guys you see in classes and never anywhere else. And of course that wouldn't stop when Sylvia's frat sisters began going there. And their house wouldn't do at all to entertain in. It's queer. No rugs, dingy old furniture, nothing but books everywhere, even in their substitute for a parlor. And you're likely to meet not only college freaks, but worse ones from goodness knows where. There's a beer drinking old monster who goes there every Sunday to play the fiddle that you wouldn't have speak to you on the street for anything in the world. And the way they entertain! My! In such a countrified way! Some of the company go out into the kitchen to help Mrs. Marshall serve up the refreshments, and everything homemade. And they play charades, and nobody knows what else. Bean bag, or spelling down, maybe." This appalling picture, which in justice to the young delineators must be conceded to be not in the least overdrawn, was quite enough to give pause to those impetuous and immature young Sophomores who had lacked the philosophical breadth of vision to see that Sylvia was not an isolated phenomenon, but, since her family live in La Chance, an inseparable part of her background. After all, the sororities made no claim to be anything but social organizations. Their standing in the college world depended upon their social background, and of course this could only be made up of a composite mingling of those of their individual members. Fraternities did not wish to number more than 16 or 18 undergraduates. That meant only 4 or 5 to be chosen from each Freshman class, and that number of "nice" girls was not hard to find, girls who were not only well dressed and lively and agreeable in themselves, but who came from large, well kept, well furnished houses on the right streets of La Chance, with presentable, card playing, call paying, reception giving mothers who hired caterers for their entertainments, and respectably absentee fathers with sizable pocketbooks and a habit of cash liberality. The social standing of the co-eds in State Universities was already precarious enough, without running the risk of acquiring dubious social connections. If Sylvia had been a boy, it is almost certain that the deficiencies of her family would have been overlooked in consideration of her potentialities in the athletic world. Success in athletics was to the men's fraternities what social standing was to the girls'. It must be remarked parenthetically that neither class of these organizations had the slightest prejudice against high scholastic standing. On the contrary, it was regarded very kindly by fraternity members, as a desirable though not indispensable addition to social standing and physical prowess. But Sylvia was not a boy, and her fine, promising game of tennis, her excellence in the swimming pool, and her success on the gymnasium floor and on the flying rings, served no purpose but to bring to her the admiration of the duffers among the girls, whom she despised, and the unspoken envy of the fraternity girls, whose overtures at superficial friendliness she constantly rebuffed with stern, wounded pride. The sharpest stab to her pride came from the inevitable publicity of her ordeal, for, though her family knew nothing of what that first year out in the world meant to her, she had not the consolation of hoping that her condition was not perfectly apparent to every one else in the college world. At the first of the year, all gatherings of undergraduates not in fraternities hummed and buzzed with speculations about who would or would not be taken by the leading fraternities. For every girl who was at all possible, each day was a long suspense, beginning in hope and ending in listlessness; and for Sylvia in an added shrinking from the eyes of her mates which were, she knew, fixed on her with a relentless curiosity which was torture to one of her temperament. She had been considered almost sure to be early invited to join Alpha Kappa, the frat to which most of the faculty daughters belonged, and all during the autumn she was aware that when she took off her jacket in the cloakroom, 100 glances swept her to see if she wore at last the coveted emblem of the pledged girl. And when an Alpha Kappa girl chanced to come near her with a casual remark, she seemed to hear a significant hush among the other girls, followed by an equally significant buzz of whispered comment when the fraternity member moved away again. This atmosphere would have made no impression on a nature either more sturdily philosophic or more unimaginative than Sylvia's. Judith, for instance, was not in the least affected by the experience. But it came to be a morbid obsession of this strong, healthy, active‐minded young creature. It tinged with bitterness and blackness what should have been the crystal‐clear cup holding her youth and intelligence and health. She fancied that every one despised her. She imagined that people who were in reality quite unaware of her existence were looking at her and whispering together a wondering discussion as to why she was not "in the swim," as such a girl ought to be. All girls worth their salt were. Above all, she was stung into a sort of speechless rage by her impotence to do anything to regain the decent minimum of personal dignity which she felt was stripped from her by this constant play of bald speculation about whether she would or would not be considered good enough to be invited into a sorority. If only something definite would happen! If there were only an occasion on which she might in some way proudly proclaim her utter indifference to fraternities and their actions! If only the miserable business were not so endlessly drawn out! She threw herself with a passionate absorption into her studies, her music, and her gymnasium work, cut off both from the elect and from the multitude, a proudly self‐acknowledged maverick. She never lacked admiring followers among less brilliant girls who would have been adorers if she had not held them off at arm's length, but her vanity, far from being omnivorous, required more delicate food. She wished to be able to cry aloud to her world that she thought nothing and cared nothing about fraternities, and by incessant inner absorption in this conception she did to a considerable extent impose it upon the collective mind of her contemporaries. She, the yearningly friendly, sympathetic, sensitive, praise‐craving Sylvia, came to be known, half respected and half disliked, as proud and clever and highbrow and offish and conceited and so queer that she cared nothing for the ordinary pleasures of ordinary girls. This reputation for a high‐browed indifference to commonplace mortals was naturally not a recommendation to the masculine undergraduates of the University. These young men, under the influence of reports of what was done at Cornell and other more Eastern coeducational institutions, were already strongly inclined to ignore the co‐eds as much as possible. The tradition was growing rapidly that the proper thing was to invite the town girls to the college proms and dances, and to sit beside them in the grandstand during football games. As yet, however, this tendency had not gone so far but that those co‐eds who were members of a socially recognized fraternity were automatically saved from the neglect which enveloped all others but exceptionally flirtatious and undiscriminating girls. Each girls' fraternity, like the masculine organizations, gave one big hop in the course of the season and several smaller dances, as well as lawn parties and teas and stage‐coach parties to the football games. The young men naturally wished to be invited to these functions, the increasing elaborateness of which kept pace with the increasing sophistication of life in La Chance, and the increasing cost of which made the parents of the girls groan. Consequently, each masculine fraternity took care that it did not incur the enmity of the organized and socially powerful sororities. But Sylvia was not protected by this aegis.
She was not invited during her Freshman year to the dances given by either the sororities or the fraternities, and the large scattering crowd of masculine undergraduates were frightened away from the handsome girl by her supposed haughty intellectual tastes. Here again her isolation was partly the result of her own wish. The raw boned, badly dressed farmers' lads, with red hands and rough hair, she quite as snobbishly ignored as she was ignored in her turn by the well set up, fashionably dressed young swells of the University, with their white hands, with their thin, gaudy socks tautly pulled over their ankle bones, and their shining hair glistening like lacquer on their skulls, that being the desideratum in youthful masculine society of the place and time. Sylvia snubbed the masculine jays of college partly because it was a breath of life to her battered vanity to be able to snub some one, and partly because they seemed to her, in comparison with the smart set, seen from afar, quite and utterly undesirable. She would rather have no masculine attentions at all than such poor provender for her feminine desire to conquer. Thus she trod the leafy walks of the beautiful campus alone, ignoring and ignored, keenly alive under her shell of indifference to the brilliant young men and their chosen few feminine companions. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Mrs. Draper Blows the Coals. The most brilliant of these couples were Jermain Fiske, Jr., and Eleanor Hubert. The first was the son of the well known and distinguished Colonel Jermain Fiske, one of the trustees of the University, ex-senator from the state. He belonged to the old, free-handed, speech-making type of American statesmen, and, with his florid good looks, his great stature, his loud, resonant, challenging voice, and his picturesque reputation for highly successful double-dealing, he was one of the most talked of men in the state, despite his advanced years. His enemies, who were not few, said that the shrewdest action of his surpassingly shrewd life had been his voluntary retirement from the Senate and from political activities at the first low murmur heralding the muck-raking cyclone which was to devastate public life as men of his type understood it. But every inhabitant of the state, including his enemies, took an odd pride in his fiercely debonair defiance to old age, in his grandiloquent, too fluent public addresses, and in the manner in which, despite his dubious private reputation, he held open to him, by sheer will power, sanctimonious doors which were closed to other less robust bad examples to youth. This typical specimen of an American class now passing away had sent his son to the State University instead of to an expensive Eastern college, because of his carefully avowed attitude of bluff acceptance of a place among the plain people of the region. The presence of Jermain Jr. in the classrooms of the State University had been capital for many a swelling phrase on his father's part. "What's good enough for the farmers' boys of my state is good enough for my boy," etc., etc. As far as the young man in question was concerned, he certainly showed no signs whatever of feeling himself sacrificed for his father's advantage, and apparently considered that a leisurely sojourn for 7 years (he took both the B.A. and the 3 year law course) in a city the size of La Chance was by no means a hardship for a young man in the best of health, provided with ample funds, and never questioned as to the disposition of his time. He had had, at first, a reputation for dissipation which, together with his prowess on the football field, had made him as much talked of on the campus as his father in the state. But during his later years, those spent in law school, he had, as the college phrase ran, "taken it out in being swagger," had discarded his former shady associates, had 2 rooms in the finest frat house on the campus, and was the only student of the University to drive 2 horses tandem to a high, red-wheeled dog cart. His fine physique and reputation for quick assertion of his rights saved him from the occasional taunt of dandyism which would have been flung at any other student indulging in so unusual a freak of fashion. During Sylvia's Freshman year there usually sat beside him, on the lofty seat of this equipage, a sweet faced, gentle browed young lady, the lovely flower blooming out of the little girl who had so innocently asked her mother some 10 years ago, what was a drunken Reinhardt? The oldest daughter of the professor of European history was almost precisely Sylvia's age, but now, when Sylvia was laboring over her books in the very beginning of her college life, Eleanor Hubert was a finished product, a graduate of an exclusive, expensive girls' boarding school in New York, and a that year's debutante in La Chance society. Her name was constantly in the items of the society columns. She wore the most profusely varied costumes, and she drove about the campus swaying like a lily beside the wealthiest undergraduate. Sylvia's mind was naturally too alert and vigorous, and now too thoroughly awakened to intellectual interests, not to seize with interest on the subjects she studied that year, but enjoy as much as she tried to do, and did, this tonic mental discipline. There were many moments when the sight of Eleanor Hubert made her wonder if after all higher mathematics and history were of any real value. During this wretched year of stifled unhappiness, she not only studied with extreme concentration, but, with a healthy instinct, spent a great deal of time in the gymnasium. It was a delight to her to be able to swim in the winter time. She organized the first water polo team among the co├"eds, and she began to learn fencing from the commandant of the University battalion. He had been a crack with the foils at West Point, and never ceased trying to arouse in an interest in what seemed to him the only rational form of exercise. But fencing at that time had no intercollegiate vogue, and of all the young men and women at the State University, Sylvia alone took up his standing offer of free instruction to any one who cared to give the time to learn. And even Sylvia took up fencing primarily because it promised to give her one more occupation, left her less time for loneliness. As it turned out, however, these lessons proved far more to her than a temporary anodyne. They brought her a positive pleasure. She delighted the dumpy little captain with her aptness, and he took the greatest pains in his instruction. Before the end of her Freshman year she twice succeeded in getting through his guard and landing a thrust on his well-rounded figure. And though to keep down her conceit, he told her that he must be losing, along with his slenderness, some of his youthful agility, he confessed to his wife that teaching Miss Marshall was the best fun he had had in years. The girl was as quick as a cat, and had a natural born fencer's wrist. During the summer vacation she kept up her practice with her father, who remembered enough of his early training in Paris to be more than a match for her, and in the autumn of her Sophomore year, at the annual Gymnasium exhibition, she gave with the commandant a public bout with the foils, in which she notably distinguished herself. The astonished and long continued applause for this new feature of the exhibition was a draught of nectar to her embittered young heart, but she acknowledged it with not the slightest sign of pleasure, showing an impassive face as she stood by the portly captain, slim and tall and young and haughty, joining him in a sweeping, ceremonious salute with her foil to the enthusiastic audience, and turning on her heel with a brusqueness as military as his own, to march firmly with high-held head beside him back to the ranks of blue bloomered girls who stood watching her. The younger girls in Alpha Kappa and Sigma Beta were seizing this opportunity to renew an old quarrel with their elders in the fraternities, and were acrimoniously hoping that the older ones were quite satisfied with their loss of a brilliant member. These accusations met with no ready answer from the somewhat crestfallen elders, whose only defense was the entire unexpectedness of the way in which Sylvia was distinguishing herself. Who ever heard before of a girl doing anything remarkable in athletics? And anyhow, now in her Sophomore year it was too late to do anything.
A girl so notoriously proud would certainly not consider a tardy invitation, and it would not do to run the risk of being refused. It is not too much to say that to have overheard a conversation like this would have changed the course of Sylvia's development, but of such colloquies she could know nothing, attributing to the fraternities, with all an outsider's resentful overestimation of their importance, an arrogant solidarity of opinion and firmness of purpose which they were very far from possessing. Professor and Mrs. Marshall and Lawrence and Judith, up in the front row of chairs set for the audience about the running track, followed this exploit of Sylvia's with naively open pride and sympathy, applauding even more heartily than did their neighbors. Lawrence, as usual, began to compose a poem, the first line of which ran: "Splendid, she wields her gleaming sword." The most immediate result of this first public success of Sylvia's was the call paid to Mrs. Marshall on the day following by Mrs. Draper, the wife of the professor of Greek. Although there had never been any formal social intercourse between the two ladies, they had for a good many years met each other casually on the campus, and Mrs. Draper, with the extremely graceful manner of assurance which was her especial accomplishment, made it seem quite natural that she should call to congratulate Sylvia's mother on the girl's skill and beauty as shown in her prowess on the evening before. Mrs. Marshall prided herself on her undeceived view of life, but she was as ready to hear praise of her spirited and talented daughter as any other mother, and quite melted to Mrs. Draper, although her observations from afar of the other woman's career in La Chance had never before inclined her to tolerance. So that when Mrs. Draper rose to go and asked casually if Sylvia couldn't run in at 5 that afternoon to have a cup of tea at her house with a very few of her favorites among the young people, Mrs. Marshall, rather inflexible by nature and quite unused to the subtleties of social intercourse, found herself unable to retreat quickly enough from her reflected tone of cordiality to refuse the invitation for her daughter. When Sylvia came back to lunch she was vastly fluttered and pleased by the invitation, and as she ate, her mind leaped from one possible sartorial combination to another. Whatever she wore must be exactly right to be worthy of such a hostess, for Mrs. Draper was a conspicuous figure in faculty society. She had acquired, through years of extremely intelligent manoeuvring, a reputation for choice exclusiveness which was accepted even in the most venerable of the old families of La Chance, those whose founders had built their log huts there as long as 50 years before. In faculty circles she occupied a unique position, envied and feared and admired and distrusted and copiously gossiped about by the faculty ladies, who accepted with eagerness any invitations to entertainments in her small, aesthetic, and perfectly appointed house. She was envied even by women with much more than her income, for of course Professor Draper had an independent income. It was hardly possible to be anybody unless one belonged to that minority of the faculty families with resources beyond the salary granted by the State. Faculty ladies were, however, not favored with a great number of invitations to Mrs. Draper's select and amusing teas and dinners, as that lady had a great fancy for surrounding herself with youth, meaning, for the most part, naturally enough, masculine youth. With an unerring and practised eye she picked out from each class the few young men who were to her purpose, and proclaiming with the most express lack of reticence the 43 years which she by no means looked, she took these chosen few under a wing frankly maternal, giving them, in the course of an intimate acquaintance with her and the dim and twilight ways of her house and life, an enlightening experience of a civilization which she herself said, with a humorous appreciation of her own value, quite made over the young unlicked cubs. This statement of her influence on most of the young men drawn into her circle was perhaps not much exaggerated. From time to time she also admitted into this charmed circle a young girl or two, though almost never one of the University girls,
of whom she made the jolliest possible fun. Her favorites were the daughters of good La Chance families who, at 17, had "finished" at Miss Home's select school for young ladies, and who came out in society not later than 18. She seemed able, as long as she cared to do it, to exercise as irresistible a fascination over these youthful members of her own sex as over the older masculine undergraduates of the University. They copied their friends' hats and neckwear and shoes and her mannerisms of speech, were miserable if she neglected them for a day, furiously jealous of each other, and raised to the seventh heaven by attention from her. Just at present the only girl admitted frequently to Mrs. Draper's intimacy was Eleanor Hubert. On the day following the gymnasium exhibition, when Sylvia, promptly at 5, entered the picturesque vine-covered Draper house, she found it occupied by none of the usual habitués of the place. The white-capped, black-garbed maid who opened the door to the girl held aside for her a pair of heavy brown velvet portières which veiled the entrance to the drawing-room. The utter silence of this servitor seemed portentous and inhuman to the young guest, unused to the polite convention that servants cast no shadow and do not exist save when serving their superiors. She found herself in a room as unlike any she had ever seen as though she had stepped into a new planet. The light here was as yellow as gold, and came from a great many candles which, in sconces and candelabra, stood about the room, their oblong yellow flame as steady in the breathless quiet of the air as though they burned in a vault underground. There was not a book in the room, except one in a yellow cover lying beside a box of candy on the mantelpiece. But every ledge, table, projection, or shelf was covered with small, queerly fashioned, dully gleaming objects of ivory, or silver, or brass, or carved wood, or porcelain. The mistress of the room now came in. She was in a loose garment of smoke brown chiffon, held in place occasionally about her luxuriously rounded figure by a heavy cord of brown silk. She advanced to Sylvia with both hands outstretched, and took the girl's slim, rather hard young fingers in the softest of melting palms. "Aren't you a dear, to be so exactly on time!" she exclaimed. Sylvia was a little surprised. She had thought it axiomatic that people kept their appointments promptly. "Oh, I'm always on time," she answered simply. Mrs. Draper laughed, and pulled her down on the sofa. "You clear eyed young Diana, you won't allow me even an instant's illusion that you were eager to come to see me." "Oh yes, I was," said Sylvia hastily, fearing that she might have said something rude. Mrs. Draper laughed again and gave the hand she still held a squeeze. "You're adorable, that's what you are." She exploded this point blank charge in Sylvia's face with nonchalant ease, and went on with another. "Jerry Fiske is quite right about you. I suppose you know that you're here today so that Jerry can meet you." As there was obviously not the faintest possibility of Sylvia's having heard this save through her present informant, she could only look what she felt, very much at a loss and rather blank, with a heightened color. Mrs. Draper eyed her with an intentness at variance with the lightness of her tone, as she continued: "I do think Jerry'd have burned up in one flare like a torch if he couldn't have seen you at once. After you'd fenced and disappeared again into that stupid crowd of graceless girls, he kept track of you every minute with his opera glasses, and kept saying, 'She's a goddess! Good Lord, how she carries herself!' It was rather hard on poor Eleanor right there beside him, but I don't blame him. Eleanor's a sweet thing, but she'd be sugar and water compared to champagne if she stood up by you." For a good many months Sylvia had been craving praise with a starved appetite, and though she found this downpour of it rather drenching, she could not sufficiently collect herself to make the conventional, decent pretense that it was unwelcome. She flushed deeply, and looked at her hostess with dazzled eyes. Mrs. Draper affected to see in her silence a blankness as to the subject of the talk, and interrupted the flow of personalities to cry out, with a pretense of horror, "You don't mean to say you don't know who Jerry Fiske is?" Sylvia, as unused as her mother to conversational traps, fell into this one with an eager promptness. "Oh yes, indeed, I know him by sight very well," she said, and stopped, flushing again at a significant laugh from Mrs. Draper. "I mean," she went on with dignity, "that Mr. Fiske has always been so prominent in college football and all, you know, and his father being one of our state senators so long, I suppose everybody on the campus knows him by sight." Mrs. Draper patted the girl's shoulder propitiatingly. "Yes, yes, of course," she added. "He's ever so good looking, don't you think? Like a great Viking with his yellow hair and bright blue eyes?" "I never noticed his eyes," said Sylvia stiffly, suspicious of ridicule in the air. "Well, you'll have a chance to this afternoon," answered her hostess, "for he's the only other person who's to be admitted to the house. I had a great time excusing myself to Eleanor. She was coming to take me out driving. But of course it wouldn't do, for her own sake, the poor darling, to have her here today." Sylvia thought she could not have rightly understood the significance of this speech, and looked uncomfortable. Mrs. Draper said, "Oh, you needn't mind cutting Eleanor out. She's only a dear baby who can't feel anything very deeply. It's Mamma Hubert who's so mad about catching Jerry. Since she's heard he's to have the Fiske estate at Mercerton as soon as he graduates from law school, she's like a wild creature. If Eleanor weren't the most unconscious little bait that ever hung on a hook, Jerry'd have turned away in disgust long ago. He may not be so very acute, but Mamma Hubert and her manoeuvers are not millstones for seeing through." The doorbell rang, one long and one short tap. "That's Jerry's ring," said Mrs. Draper composedly, as though she had been speaking of her husband. In an instant the heavy portières were flung back by a vigorous arm, and a very tall, broad shouldered, clean shaven young man, in a well tailored brown suit, stepped in. He accosted his hostess with easy assurance, but went through his introduction to Sylvia in a rather awkward silence. "Now we'll have tea," said Mrs. Draper at once, pressing a button. In a moment a maid brought in a tray shining with silver and porcelain, set it down on the table in front of Mrs. Draper, and then wheeled in a little circular table with shelves, a glorified edition in gleaming mahogany of the homely, white painted wheeled tray of Sylvia's home. On the shelves was a large assortment of delicate small cakes and paper thin sandwiches. While she poured out the amber colored tea into the translucent cups, Mrs. Draper kept up with the newcomer a lively monologue of personalities, in which Sylvia, for very ignorance of the people involved, could take no part. She sat silent, watching with concentration the two people before her, the singularly handsome man, certainly the handsomest man she had ever seen, and the far from handsome but singularly alluring woman who faced him, making such a display of her two good points, her rich figure and her fine dark eyes, that for an instant the rest of her person seemed non existent. "How do you like your tea, dear?" The mistress of the house brought her stranded guest back into the current of talk with this well worn hook. "Oh, it doesn't make any difference," said Sylvia, who, as it happened, did not like the taste of tea. "You really ought to have it. Nectar, with whipped ambrosia on top." Mrs. Draper troweled this statement on with a dashing smear, saving Sylvia from being forced to answer by adding lightly to the man, "Is ambrosia anything that will whip, do you suppose?" "Never heard of it before," he answered, breaking his silence with a carefree absence of shame at his confession of ignorance. "Sounds like one of those labels on a soda water fountain that nobody ever samples." Mrs. Draper made a humorously exaggerated gesture of despair, and turned to Sylvia. "Well, it's just as well, my dear, that you should know at the very beginning what a perfect monster of illiteracy he is. You needn't expect anything from him but his stupid good looks, and money and fascination. Otherwise he's a caveman for ignorance. You must take him in hand." She turned back to the man. "Sylvia, you know, is as clever as she is beautiful. She had the highest rank but three in her class last year." Sylvia was overcome with astonishment by the knowledge of a fact which had seemed to make no impression on the world of the year before. "Why, how could you know that?" she cried. Mrs. Draper laughed. "Just hear her!" She appealed to the young man. Her method of promoting the acquaintance of the two young people seemed to consist in talking to each of the other. "Just hear her! She converses as she fences, one bright flash, and you're skewered against the wall, no parryings possible." She faced Sylvia again. "Why, my dear, in answer to your rapier like question, I must simply confess that this morning, being much struck with Jerry's being struck with you, I went over to the registrar's office and looked you up. I know that you passed supremely well in mathematics and French. What a quaint combination! Very well indeed in history and chemistry, and moderately in botany. What's the matter with botany? I have always found Professor Cross a very obliging little man." "He doesn't make me see any sense to botany," explained Sylvia, taking the question seriously. "I don't seem to get hold of any real reason for studying it at all. What difference does it make if a bush is a hawthorn or not? And anyhow, I know it's a hawthorn without studying botany." The young man spoke for himself now, with a keen relish of Sylvia's words. He faced her for the first time. "Now you're shouting, Miss Marshall," he said. "That's the most sensible thing I ever heard said. That's just what I always felt about the whole B.A. course, anyhow. What's the diff? Who cares whether Charlemagne lived in 600 or 1600? It all happened before we were born. What's it all to us?" Sylvia looked squarely at him, a little startled at his directly addressing her, not hearing a word of what he said in the vividness of her first-hand impression of his personality, his brilliant blue eyes, his full, very red lips, his boldly handsome face and carriage, his air of confidence. In spite of his verbal agreement with her opinion, his look crossed hers dashingly like a challenge, a novelty in the amicable harmony which had been the tradition of her life. She felt that tradition to be not without its monotony, and her young blood warmed. She gazed back at him, silently, wonderingly, frankly. With her radiantly sensuous youth in the first splendor of its opening, with this frank, direct look, she had a moment of brilliance to make the eyes of age shade themselves as against a dazzling brightness. The eyes of the man opposite her were not those of age. They rested on her, roused, kindling to heat. His head went up like a stag's. She felt a momentary hot throb of excitement, as though her body were one great fiddle string, twanging under a vigorously plucking thumb. It was thrilling, it was startling, it was not altogether pleasant. The corners of her sensitive mouth twitched uncertainly. Mrs. Draper, observing from under her down drooped lids this silent passage between the two, murmured amusedly to herself, "Ah, now you're shouting, my children." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Bent Twig by Dorothy Canfield. Recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Playing with Matches. There was much that was acrid about the sweetness of triumph which the next months brought Sylvia. The sudden change in her life had not come until there was an accumulation of bitterness in her heart, the venting of which was the strongest emotion of that period of strong emotions. As she drove about the campus, perched on the high seat of the red-wheeled dog cart, her lovely face looked down with none of Eleanor Hubert's gentleness into the envying eyes of the other girls. A high color burned in her cheeks, and her bright eyes were not soft. She looked continually excited. At home she was hard to live with, quick to take offense at the least breath of the adverse criticism which she felt unspoken, and forbearing, but thick in the air about her. She neglected her music, she neglected her studies, she spent long hours of feverish toil over Aunt Victoria's chiffons and silks. There was need for many toilets now, for the incessantly recurring social events to which she went with young Fiske, chaperoned by Mrs. Draper, who had for her old rival and enemy, Mrs. Hubert, the most mocking of friendly smiles, as she entered a ballroom, the acknowledged sponsor of the brilliant young sensation of the college season. At these dances Sylvia had the grim satisfaction, not infrequently the experience of intelligent young ladies, of being surrounded by crowds of admiring young men, for whom she had no admiration, the barren sterility of whose conversation filled her with astonishment, even in her fever of exultation. She knew the delights of frequently "splitting" her dances so that there might be enough to go around. She was plunged headlong into the torrent of excitement which is the life of a social favorite at a large State University, that breathless whirl of one engagement after another for every evening and for most of the days, which is one of the oddest developments of the academic life as planned and provided for by the pioneer fathers of those great Western commonwealths. And she savored every moment of it, for during every moment she drank deep at the bitter fountain of personal vindication. She went to all the affairs which had ignored her the year before, to all the dances given by the "swell men's fraternities," to the Sophomore hop, to the football dance at the end of the season, to the big reception given to the Freshman class by the Seniors. And in addition to these evening affairs, she appeared beside Jerry Fiske at every football game, at the first Glee Club concert, at the outdoor play given by the literary societies, and very frequently at the weekly receptions to the students tendered by the ladies of the faculty. These affairs were always spoken of by the faculty as an attempt to create a homogeneous social atmosphere on the campus. But this attempt had ended, as such efforts usually do, in adding to the bewildering plethora of social life of the students who already had too much, and in being an added sting to the solitude and ostracism of those who had none. Naturally enough, the ladies of the faculty who took most interest in these afternoon functions were the ones who cared most for society life, and there was only too obvious a contrast between their manner of kindly, vague, condescending interest shown to one of the rough-neck students, and the easy familiarity shown to one of those socially possible. The roughnecks seldom sought out more than once the prettily decorated tables spread every Friday afternoon in the faculty room, off the reading room of the library. Sylvia especially had, on the only occasion when she had ventured into this charming scene, suffered too intensely from the difference of treatment accorded her and that given Eleanor Hubert, to feel anything but angry resentment. After that experience she had passed along the halls with the other outsiders, books in hand, her head held proudly high, and never turned even to glance in at the gleaming tables, the lighted candles, and the little groups of easily self confident men and girls laughing and talking over their teacups, and revenging vicariously the rest of the ignored student body by the calm young insolence with which they in their turn ignored their presumptive hostesses, the faculty ladies. Mrs. Draper changed all this for Sylvia with a wave of her hand. She took the greatest pains to introduce her protégée into this phase of the social life of the University. On these occasions, as beautiful and as overdressed as any girl in the room, with Jermain Fiske in obvious attendance, with the exclusive Mrs. Draper setting in a rich frame of commentary any remark she happened to make, Sylvia was acquiring a reputation for great wit, and with Eleanor Hubert eclipsed, sitting in a corner, quite deserted save for a funny countrified freak assistant in chemistry, with all the swellest frat men in college rushing to get her tea and sandwiches, with Mrs. Hubert plunged obviously into acute unhappiness, Sylvia knew as ugly moments of mean satisfaction as often fall to the lot even of very pretty young women. At home she knew no moments of satisfaction of any variety, although there was no disapprobation expressed by any one except in one or two characteristically recondite comments by Professor Kennedy, who was taking a rather uneasy triumph in the proof of an old theory of his as to Sylvia's character. One afternoon at a football game he came up to her on the grandstand, shook hands with Jermain Fiske, whom he had flunked innumerable times in algebra, and remarked in his most acid voice that he wished to congratulate the young man on being the perfect specimen of the dolichocephalic blonde whose arrival in Sylvia's life he had predicted years before. Sylvia, belligerently aware of the attitude of her home world and ready to resent criticism, took the liveliest offense at this obscure comment, which she perfectly understood. She flushed indignantly and glared in silence with the eyes of an angry young goddess. Young Fiske, who found the remark, or any other made by a college prof, quite as unintelligible as it was unimportant, laughed with careless impudence in the old man's face. And Mrs. Draper, for all her keenness, could make nothing of it. It sounded, however, so quite like a dictum which she herself would have liked to make, that she cross-questioned Sylvia afterwards as to its meaning. But Sylvia lied fluently, asserting that it was just some of Professor Kennedy's mathematical gibberish which had no meaning. In the growing acquaintance of Sylvia and Jermain, Mrs. Draper acted assiduously as chaperon, a refinement of sophisticated society which was, as a rule, but vaguely observed in the chaotic flux of State University social life, and she so managed affairs that they were seldom together alone. For obvious reasons, Sylvia preferred to see the young man elsewhere than in her own home, where indeed he made almost no appearance, beyond standing at the door of an evening, very handsome and distinguished in his evening dress, waiting for Sylvia to put on her wraps and go out with him to the carriage, where Mrs. Draper sat expectant, furred and velvet wrapped. This discreet manager made no objection to Sylvia's driving about the campus in the daytime alone with Jermain, but to his proposal to drive the girl out to the country club for dinner one evening, she added blandly the imperious proviso that she be of the party, and she discouraged with firmness any projects for solitary walks together through the woods near the campus, although this was a recognized form of coeducational amusement at that institution of learning. For all her air of free and easy equality with the young man, she had at times a certain blighting glance which, turned on him suddenly, always brought him to an agreement with her opinion, an agreement which might obviously ring but verbal on his tongue, but which was nevertheless the acknowledged basis of action. As for Sylvia, she acquiesced with an eagerness which she did not try to understand, in any arrangement which precluded tête-à-têtes with Jerry. She did not, as a matter of fact, try to understand anything of what was happening to her. She was by no means sure that she liked it, but was stiffened into a stubborn resistance to any doubts by the unvoiced objection to it all at home. With an instinct against disproportion, perverse perhaps in this case, but with a germ of soundness in it, she felt confusedly and resentfully that since her home circle was so patently narrow and exaggerated in its standard of personality, she would just have to even things up by being a little less fastidious than was her instinct. And on the one or two occasions when a sudden sight of Jerry sent through her a strange, unpleasant stir of all her flesh, she crushed the feeling out of sight under her determination to assert her own judgment and standards against those which had, she now felt, so tyrannically influenced her childhood. But for the most part she did little thinking, shaking as loudly as possible the reverberating rattle of physical excitement. Thus everything progressed smoothly under Mrs. Draper's management. The young couple met each other usually in the rather close air of her candle-lighted living room, drinking a great deal of tea, consuming large numbers of delicate, strangely compounded sandwiches, and listening to an endless flow of somewhat startlingly frank personalities from the magnetic mistress of the house. Sylvia and Jermain did not talk much on these occasions. They listened with edification to the racy remarks of their hostess, voicing that theoretical broadness of opinion as to the conduct of life which, quite as much as the perfume which she always used, was a specialty of her provocative personality.
spoke now and then, to be sure, as she drew them into conversation, but their real intercourse was almost altogether silent. They eyed each other across the table, breathing quickly and flushing or paling if their hands chanced to touch in the services of the tea table. Once the young man came in earlier than usual and found Sylvia alone for a moment in the silent, glowing, perfumed room. He took her hand, apparently for the ordinary hand clasp of greeting, but with a surge of his blood retained it, pressing it so fiercely that his ring cut into her finger, causing a tiny drop of bright red to show on the youthful smoothness of her skin. At this living ruby they both stared fixedly for an instant. Then Mrs. Draper came hastily into the room, saying chidingly, "Come, come, children," and looking with displeasure at the man's darkly flushed face. Sylvia was paler than usual for the rest of the afternoon, and could not swallow a mouthful of the appetizing food, which as a rule she devoured with the frank satisfaction of a hungry child. She sat rather white, not taking much, avoiding Jerry's eyes for no reason that she could analyze, and in the pauses of the conversation would hear the blood singing loudly in her ears. Yet, although she felt the oddest relief, as after one more escape, at the end of each of these afternoons with their new acquaintances, afternoons in which the three seemed perpetually gliding down a steep incline, and as perpetually being arrested on the brink of some unexplained plunge, she found that their atmosphere had spoiled entirely her relish for the atmosphere of her home. The home supper table seemed to her singularly flat and distasteful with its commonplace fare, hot chocolate and creamed potatoes and apple sauce, and its brisk impersonal talk of socialism and politics and small home events and music. As it happened, the quartet had the lack of intuition to play a great deal of Haydn that autumn, and to Sylvia the cheerful, obvious tap 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 of the hearty old master seemed to typify the bald, unsubtle obtuseness of the home attitude towards life. She herself took to playing the less difficult of the Chopin nocturnes with a languorous over accentuation of their softness, which she was careful to keep from the ears of old Reinhardt. But one evening he came in, unheard, listened to her performance of the B flat minor nocturne with a frown, and pulled her away from the piano before she had finished. "Not true music, not true love, not true anydings," he said, speaking however with an unexpected gentleness, and patting her on the shoulder with a dirty old hand. "Listen!" He clapped his fiddle under his chin, and played the air of the Andante from the Kreutzer Sonata with so singing and heavenly a tone that Sylvia, as helpless an instrument in his skilful hands as the violin itself, felt the nervous tears stinging her eyelids. This did not prevent her making a long detour the next day to avoid meeting the uncomely old musician on the street, and being obliged to recognize him publicly. She lived in perpetual dread of being thus forced, when in the company of Mrs. Draper or Jermain, to acknowledge her connection with him, or with Cousin Parnelia, or with any of the eccentrics who frequented her parents' home, and whom it was physically impossible to imagine drinking tea at Mrs. Draper's table. It was beside this same table that she met, one day in early December, Jermain Fiske's distinguished father. He explained that he was in La Chance for a day on his way from Washington to Mercerton, where the Fiske family was collecting for its annual Christmas house party, and had dropped in on Mrs. Draper quite unexpectedly. He was, he added, delighted that it happened to be a day when he could meet the lovely Miss Marshall, of whom, with a heavy accent of jocose significance, he had heard so much. Sylvia was a little confused by the pointed attentions of this gallant old warrior, oddly in contrast with the manner of other elderly men she knew. But she thought him very handsome, with his sweeping white mustache, his bright blue eyes, so like his son's, and she was much impressed with his frock coat, fitting snugly around his well knit, erect figure, and with the silk hat which she noticed on the table in the hall as she went in. Frock coats and silk hats were objects seldom encountered in La Chance, except in illustrations to magazine stories, or in photographs of life in New York or Washington. But of course, she reflected, Colonel Fiske lived most of his life in Washington, about the cosmopolitan delights of which he talked most eloquently to the two ladies. As was inevitable, Sylvia also met Eleanor Hubert more or less at Mrs. Draper's. Sylvia had been rendered acutely self-conscious in that direction by Mrs. Draper's very open comments of her rôle in the life of the other girl, and at first had been so smitten by embarrassment as positively to be awkward, a rare event in her life. But she was soon set at ease by the other girl's gentle friendliness, so simple and sincere that even Sylvia's suspicious vanity could not feel it to be condescension. Eleanor's sweet eyes shone so kindly on her successful rival, and she showed so frank and unenvious an admiration of Sylvia's wit and learning, displayed perhaps a trifle ostentatiously by that young lady in the ensuing conversation with Mrs. Draper, that Sylvia had a fresh, healing impulse of shame for her own recently acquired attitude of triumphing hostility towards the world. At the same time, she felt a surprised contempt for the other girl's ignorance and almost illiteracy. Whatever else Eleanor had learned in the exclusive and expensive girls' school in New York, she had not learned to hold her own in a conversation on the most ordinary topics. And as for Mrs. Draper's highly spiced comments on life and folk, her young friend made not the slightest attempt to cope with them, or even to understand them. The alluring mistress of the house might talk of sex antagonism and the hatefulness of the puritanical elements of American life as much as she pleased. It all passed over the head of the lovely, fair girl, sipping her tea and raising her candid eyes to meet with a trustful smile, perhaps a little blank, the glance of whomever chanced to be looking at her. It was significant that she had the same smile for each of the three very dissimilar persons who sat about the tea table. Of all the circle into which Sylvia's changed life had plunged her, Eleanor, the type of the conventional society bud, was, oddly enough, the only one she cared to talk about in her own extremely unconventional home. But even on this topic she felt herself bruised and jarred by the severity, the unpicturesque austerity of the home standards. As she was trying to give her mother some idea of Eleanor's character, she quoted one day a remark of Mrs. Draper's to the effect that Eleanor no more knows the meaning of her beauty than Rose the meaning of its perfume. Mrs. Marshall kept a forbidding silence for a moment, and then said, "I don't take much stock in that sort of unconsciousness. Eleanor isn't a Rose. She isn't even a child. She's a woman. The sooner girls learn that distinction, the better off they'll be, and the fewer chances they'll run of being horribly misunderstood." Sylvia felt very angry with her mother for this unsympathetic treatment of a pretty phrase, and thought with resentment that it was not her fault if she were becoming more and more alienated from her family. This was a feeling adroitly fostered by Mrs. Draper, who, in her endless talks with Sylvia and Jermain about themselves, had hit upon an expression and a turn of phrase which was to have more influence on Sylvia's development than its brevity seemed to warrant. She had, one day, called Sylvia a little Athenian, growing up by the oddest of mistakes in Sparta. Sylvia, who was in the pater reading stage of development, caught at her friend's phrase as at the longed for key to her situation. It explained everything. It made everything appear in the light she wished for. Above all, it enabled her to clarify her attitude towards her home. Now she understood. One did not scorn Sparta. One respected it. It was a noble influence in life. But for an Athenian, for whom amenity and beauty and suavity were as essential as food, Sparta was death. As was natural to her age and temperament, she sucked a vast amount of pleasure out of this pitying analysis of her subtle, complicated needs and the bare crudity of her surroundings. She now read Pater more assiduously than ever, always carrying a volume about with her textbooks.
and feeding on this delicate fare in such unlikely and dissimilar places as on the trolley cars, in the kitchen, in the intervals of preparing a meal, or in Mrs. Draper's living room, waiting for the problematical entrance of that erratic luminary. There was none of Mrs. Draper's habits of life which made more of an impression on Sylvia's imagination than her custom of disregarding engagements and appointments, of coming and going, appearing and disappearing quite as she pleased. To the daughter of a scrupulously exact family which regarded tardiness as a fault, and breaking an appointment as a crime, this high‐handed flexibility in dealing with time and bonds and promises had an exciting quality of freedom. On a good many occasions these periods of waiting chanced to be shared by Eleanor Hubert, for whom, after the first two or three encounters, Sylvia came to have a rather condescending sympathy, singularly in contrast to the uneasy envy with which she had regarded her only a few months before. However, as regards dress, Eleanor was still a phenomenon of the greatest interest, and Sylvia never saw her without getting an idea or two, although it was plain to any one who knew Eleanor that this mastery of the technique of modern American costume was no achievement of her own, that she was merely the lovely and plastic material molded, perhaps to slightly over-complicated effects, by her mother's hands. From that absent but pervasive personality, Sylvia took one suggestion after another. For instance, a very brief association with Eleanor caused her to relegate to the scrap heap of the common the ready‐made white ruching for neck and sleeves which she had always before taken for granted. Eleanor's slim neck and smooth wrists were always set off by a few folds of the finest white chiffon, laid with dexterous carelessness, and always so exquisitely fresh that they were obviously renewed by a skilful hand after only a few hours' wearing. The first time she saw Eleanor, Sylvia noticed this detail with appreciation, and immediately struggled to reproduce it in her own costume. Like other feats of the lesser arts, this perfect little trifle turned out to depend upon the use of the lightest and most adroit touch. None of the chiffon which came in Aunt Victoria's boxes would do. It must be fresh from the shop counter, ruinous as this was to Sylvia's very modest allowance for dress. Even then she spoiled many a yard of the filmy, unmanageable stuff before she could catch the spirit of those apparently careless folds, so loosely disposed and yet never displaced. It was a phenomenon over which a philosopher might well have pondered. This spectacle of Sylvia's keen brain and well‐developed will power equally concerned with the problems of chemistry and philosophy and history, and with the problem of chiffon folds. She herself was aware of no incongruity, indeed of no difference, between the two sorts of efforts. Many other matters of Eleanor's attire proved as fruitful of suggestion as this, although Aunt Victoria's well‐remembered dictum about "the kitchen maid's pincushion" was a guiding finger‐board which warned Sylvia against the multiplication of detail, even desirable detail. Mrs. Hubert had evidently studied deeply the sources of distinction in modern dress, and had grasped with philosophic thoroughness the underlying principle of the art, which is to show effects obviously costly, but the cost of which is due less to mere brute cash than to prodigally expended effort. Eleanor never wore a costume which did not show the copious exercise by some alert‐minded human being, presumably with an immortal soul, of the priceless qualities of invention, creative thought, trained attention, and prodigious industry. Mrs. Hubert's unchallengeable slogan was that the dress should be an expression of individuality, and by dint of utilizing all the details of the attire of herself and of her two daughters, down to the last ruffle and buttonhole, she found this medium quite sufficient to express the whole of her own individuality, the conspicuous force of which was readily conceded by any observer of the lady's life. As for Eleanor's own individuality, any one in search of that very unobtrusive quality would have found it more in the expression of her eyes
and in the childlike lines of her lips than in her toilets. It is possible that Mrs. Hubert might have regarded it as unkind visitation of Providence that the results of her lifetime of effort in an important art should have been of such slight interest to her daughter, and should have served, during the autumn under consideration, chiefly as hints and suggestions for her daughter's successful rival. That she was Eleanor's successful rival, Sylvia had Mrs. Draper's more than outspoken word. That lady openly gloried in the impending defeat of Mrs. Hubert's machinations to secure the Fiske money and position for Eleanor, although she admitted that a man like Jerry had his two opposing sides, and that he was quite capable of being attracted by two such contrasting types as Sylvia and Eleanor. She informed Sylvia, indeed, that the present wife of Colonel Fiske, his third, by the way, had evidently been in her youth a girl of Eleanor's temperament. It was more than apparent, however, that in the case of the son, Sylvia's type was in the ascendant, but it must be set down to Sylvia's credit that the circumstances of successful competition gave her no satisfaction. She often heartily wished Eleanor out of it. She could never meet the candid sweetness of the other's eyes without a qualm of discomfort, and she suffered acutely under Eleanor's gentle amiability. Once or twice, when Mrs. Draper was too outrageously late at an appointment for tea, the two girls gave her up, and leaving the house, walked side by side back across the campus, Sylvia quite aware of the wondering surmise which followed their appearance together. On these occasions Eleanor talked with more freedom than in Mrs. Draper's presence, always in the quietest, simplest way, of small events and quite uninteresting minor matters in her life, or the life of the various household pets, of which she seemed extremely fond. Sylvia could not understand why, when she bade her good-bye at the driveway leading into the Hubert house, she should feel anything but a rather contemptuous amusement for the other's insignificance. But the odd fact was that her heart swelled with inexplicable warmth. Once she yielded to this foolish impulse, and felt a quivering sense of pleasure at the sudden startled responsiveness with which Eleanor returned a kiss, clinging to her as though she were an older, stronger sister. One dark, late afternoon in early December, Sylvia waited alone in the candle-lighted shrine, neither Eleanor nor her hostess appearing. After 5 o'clock she started home alone along the heavily shaded paths of the campus, as dim as caves in the interval before the big, winking, sputtering arc lights were flashed on. She walked swiftly and lightly, as was her well-trained habit, and before she knew it, was close upon a couple sauntering in very close proximity. With the surety of long practice, Sylvia instantly diagnosed them as a college couple indulging in what was known euphemistically as "campus work," and prepared to pass them with a slight effect of scorn for philanderings which she always managed to throw into her high-held head and squarely swinging shoulders. But as she came up closer, walking noiselessly in the dusk, she recognized an eccentric, flame-colored plume just visible in the dim light, hanging down from the girl's hat, and stopped short, filled with a rush of very complicated feelings. The only flame-colored plume in La Chance was owned and worn by Eleanor Hubert, and if she were out sauntering amorously in the twilight, with whom could she be but Jerry Fiske? And that meant Sylvia's pangs of conscience about supplanting Eleanor were swept away by a flood of anger as at a defeat. She could not make out the girl's companion, beyond the fact that he was tall and wore a long, loose overcoat. Jerry was tall and wore a long, loose overcoat. Sylvia walked on, slowly now, thoroughly aroused, quite unaware of the inconsistency of her mental attitude. She felt a rising tide of heat. She had, she told herself, half a notion to step forward and announce her presence to the couple, whose pace as the Hubert house was approached became slower and slower. But then, as they stood for a moment at the entrance of the Hubert driveway, the arc lights blazed up all over the campus at once, and she saw two things. One was that Eleanor was walking very close to her companion, with her arm through his, and her little gloved fingers covered by his hand, and next that he was not Jerry Fiske at all, but the queer, countrified freak assistant in chemistry with whom Eleanor, since Jerry's defection, had more or less masked her abandonment. At the same moment the two started guiltily apart, and Sylvia halted, thinking they had discovered her. But it was Mrs. Hubert whom they had seen, advancing from the other direction, and making no pretense that she was not in search of an absent daughter. She bore down upon the couple, murmured a very brief greeting to the man, accompanied by a faint inclination of her well hatted head, drew Eleanor's unresisting hand inside her arm, and walked her briskly into the house. CHAPTER XVII